We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
ABC Sport.
Welcome to ABC Sports coverage of the Ashes.
Australia versus England, live from the SCG.
Hit on the pad, big shout, he's out.
Driving gloriously for four.
And that's a handsome stroke. A shot of real authority.
He's on the walk and he's beaten, he's nicked and he's out.
The Ashes live across Australia.
Hello and welcome to the show. It's a big show.
The Ashes.
It's on your radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And the ABC Listen app.
Josh Tongue's got the task. He bowls to head on 99. He square drives away to the boundary. And Travis Head winds up his bat, signals to the pavilion. It's a dozen test tons for Travis Head.
Carlson is bowling to Travis Head, in he goes, and Head steps away. He's gone for a mighty blow into the leg side. He's going to be caught. Oh my word!
Oh my God.
What a terrible drop.
Head 124. He's on strike here as he backs away and just crunches the ball into the O'Reilly stand. He has put some hurt on that ball, Jack, out of the ground. As the new over's about to begin here, Tongue's coming around the wicket from the Randwick end and up on his toes. Head's cutting thick edge over the court and away for four. And there is the 150 for Travis Head.
Yeah, Bethel over the wicket. He's swept and it hits the pad and he's out. LBW. And Travis Head's excellent innings comes to an end. LBW Bethel.
ABC Sports coverage of the Ashes.
And Smith walks across and swings into a short ball. And he sends it for four. Skimming across the turf.
Driven on drive by Smith for four. Just to the onside of straight. Not far away from the stumps. Steve Smith moves past 50. Deep mid-wicket on the boundary. Almost at deep square. Use of the feet by Smith. Smashes Bethel back down the ground. And over the rope for six.
There's Bethel around the wicket again. Smith tries to lap it, gets inside the bounce, just paddles it away through backward square. He comes back for two. Crawley collects in the outfield. Smith turns for three. Webster gets back. Smith's got 100. And the best since Bradman gets even greater. Test 100 number 37. His 13th against the arch enemy. And his 5th in his own backyard at the SCG.
The Ashes live across Australia.
Australia versus England.
It's on your radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And the ABC Listen app.
Australia earned the earn on day 11 of the series. We are now into the 17th day of cricket. Is today going to be the day they will actually get their hands on that crystallised trophy as well as the little small replica as well, with the opportunity to celebrate as a collective their achievements in this series? Will this be the last day of the Ashes this time around? 7 for 518 is what the Aussies are when play resumes in half an hour from now. The lead is 134. The Aussies still in their first innings on the morning of day 4, but all of a sudden it's looking like Australia might only have to bat once in this test match. Webster will resume on 42. More on him in just a moment. And Steve Smith, who you heard there in the opener, unbeaten in his 37th test ton. 129 not out. The innings continues when play begins. Welcome to Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport. It's always a thrill to be here on the Boundaries Edge. My name's Corbin Middlemass. The whole gang's here. Ali Mitchell's alongside me, as is Jason Gillespie. And Stuart Clark, as always, on Grandstand Cricket. Good morning, Saf.
Morning, Corby. Morning, everyone. Pretty quiet old day yesterday, wasn't it? I tell you what I did
Watch it.
I tell you what I did do. I had an excellent night's sleep last night. I felt very fulfilled and very content with my day. Went to sleep, got up this morning. I'm fresh. I'm ready to go. And I think, to be really honest with you, I think the Test match is going to end today. I can't see, 134 behind. Australia bat for another hour and a half, probably get close to that 200 ahead. England go out to bat, nothing to play for. It's going to take a lot of mental fortitude, a lot of mental toughness to actually get through the rest of the day and bat into tomorrow.
Felt like a day, Ali, where the wheels came off for England yesterday. I saw Cam Ponsonby, the freelance journalist, put a tweet out at lunch yesterday saying that was England's worst session since Noosa in what happened yesterday. Unfortunately, they burnt 2 reviews before the night watchman was out. They dropped a catch in the outfield. Head blazed to trails. Steve Smith was able to get set, and he's still batting as we wake up this morning. Was that the worst day for England in the series so far?
I felt they kept trying, but you list all those incidences and all those things, and cumulatively, it was a woeful day. And it's going to take an awful lot for them to pick themselves up, for the batters to resolve, to drive this day into a 5th day, whether that is then to save the game, whatever it may be. But I'm sure, Dizzy, you remember from your touring days, does it get to this stage of a tour where management start asking you, right, what time do you need a car? How many bags have you got? When are we getting to the airport? Is there such a thing as end of touritis, and can England keep it at bay? Because they're going to have to. They've got to really stay focused. And it's still a really important match for players' careers back in England, because I think yesterday has once again kind of revved up the focus and the attention on McCullum, on Rob Key, on everything that's gone on in this tour. There was a wave of optimism again, just that flicker of hope, albeit the case of what might have been after Melbourne. But yesterday, I think this came back to the pretty dismal reality that England have been thoroughly outplayed across this series.
Over today, Diz?
No, I'm a little bit more optimistic from an England perspective. I think Australia will bat for a period of time. How long, not sure, but I think England will show a little bit of resolve. I think that they'll just show a little bit of fight. It's going to be hard work, admittedly. There is a bit of end of touritis, so I've no doubt about that. And it can be a thing. But I'd like to think there's a little bit more fight in this side. I think, and as much as anything, I think the surface is still pretty good. Australia don't have a frontline spinner to call upon. So I don't think there's too many demons in this surface, so I think it'll go into a 5th day.
6 sessions left in the Test match. The play's 23 minutes away on this, the 4th day of the 5th Test at the Sydney Cricket Ground. This is Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport. All right, the elephant in the room, the big story that ran as really a subplot to the cricket itself was the fact that us here on the ABC on Grandstand Cricket were banned from interviewing the players post-game. So this all centres around Stuart Clark's comments here 48 hours ago leading into the start of play on day 2. Was picked up in the press at the end of day 2. Yesterday, Cricket Australia were unhappy about it and took the move to speak to the 2 major papers here in News Corp and the Nine Press. Todd Greenberg gave a number of quotes, but essentially defending his guys. And we were also told as part of that we won't be getting anyone at the end of the day's play. Now, our understanding is today we will. So hopefully that is the case, mainly for all of you out there, and the opportunity to be able to hear from your Australian cricket team. I mentioned it last night. It is a public good. It's not a private enterprise. It is the team that every Australian feels like they have a stake in. And we don't want to sort of go over it and hash it all over again. I'm sure that this morning, hopefully, the story can move on and we can focus on the stuff that really matters, which is obviously the cricket out there in the middle.
Absolutely. We want to see the cricket, but we also want to hear from the players. And Dizzy and myself have been there, and sometimes you don't want to talk to the media. You've had a tough day. But it is part of the reason that the broadcasters pay so much for the rights. So we want to hear from the players, but we want to hear from them when they've done well. We want to hear from them when they've done badly, because they're actually part of our lives. And people don't realise, because when we go home at night, we turn on the TV, and what do we watch? The cricket. So we want to know whether it's the BBL or the Test match, and we want to hear the good and we want to hear the bad. And look, we all respect that they're people. They're going to have good and bad days, but I hope we get to see some good cricket today, and we get to talk to someone that's scored 100 or someone that's taken a fifer, or, and I think the English have actually been. We went back to Melbourne when Joe Root came over. That was a great interview where we sat there and we stood there and we talked to Joe about what it means for winning a Test match, his admiration for the Barmy Army, who have travelled across the globe and have never seen Joe Root win a Test match in Australia in 15 years. What it means for them.
Yep.
That's great reaction.
The guys are absolutely welcome too. I think that's the other thing, whether it's Andrew McDonald or George Bailey or James Allsop, who you spoke about. If any of these guys want to come on our platform and dispute any of the opinions that happen, we're more than happy to have them on board and have a competition of ideas, have a chat about it. I know there's been a whole lot of SMSs. We're not going to spend all the day sort of going through them. I want to say thank you to everyone for their support out there, that huge fans of Grandstand Cricket, but just one of them here from Adam in Maitland, who says, "G'day, regarding the Australian team not being made available to the ABC, it strikes me as unprofessional We don't like what one person said on that media platform, and therefore we're boycotting the broadcaster. How childish. That's from Adam. There's a whole lot of messages that have come through this morning, but we appreciate them coming through and the overall sentiment. Our hope is that that'll change today.
And Corbin, can I actually say the same thing? The amount of people that have reached out to me that I haven't heard from in years, haven't spoken to, that have just said, I hope you're okay, and you've spoken your mind. But I just, reaching out to me and making sure and I'm okay, and to everyone that has texted me and sort of, I don't do social media, so you won't see it. But I'm fine. I wasn't joking. I had a good night's sleep last night, and look, it's my opinion, and I've moved on, and it's not causing me any grief in my life.
And let's crack on here on Grandstand Cricket. We're 19 minutes away from the first ball. Australia 7 for 518. Steve Smith 129 not out, though Webster on 42. The Aussies lead by 134 runs on the morning of day 4. Really, two guys got hundreds yesterday. Matt Roller, who's a cricket journalist with Cricinfo, I always appreciate his work. He mentioned last night that it felt like autopilot hundreds for Smith and Head in the way that they went about it yesterday. So a 12th Test 100 for Travis Head. He did media last night. He spoke about the fact that he's got this incredible conversion rate from going to 100 to 150. So he scored 12 hundreds. 7 times now he's gone 150 plus. But interestingly, 175 is his high watermark. So out of those, he's been dismissed 7 times now between 150 and 175 as he jogs past us doing a lap of the oval. He did media last night. He spoke to the waiting press, and he was fielding a question about just that, the fact that he hasn't been able to get past 175.
Biggest can't be choosers is a pretty shit stat, isn't it? Yeah, much rather 160 to 170 than 0 to 10, so I ain't going to complain about that. Yeah, I've probably had a couple of chances this series, but yeah, pegs up and watch the boys go about it. Yeah, I'm not too worried.
Pegs up and watch the boys go about it, the line from Travis Head. I asked Ed Cowan about the same thing last night on the ABC Cricket podcast, and he gave this insight.
I think it comes from the mentality of batting at 5. Very rarely at 5 do you have the opportunity to make a big double hundred or a triple hundred. But if he's going to be a long-term opener, the way this series has played out, he'll get a taste for a double hundred and etching his name into history, and no doubt that will continue. So the next evolution, I think that might be a bit much. I think it's part of the psychology of opening and batting, setting the game up with a big 100, a daddy 100. Is certainly something that I'm sure will come into his game.
If only we had someone available that could talk to us about what it's like to get past the nervy 170s. As I scan around, it's not myself, it's not Ellison Mitchell, it's not Stuart Clark, Jason Gillespie.
Yep, Corb, look, I'm always available. Like, look, navigating between 150 and 170 is tough, physically, mentally challenging. So, but my door's always open.
It's a good problem to have, isn't it? Getting out between 150 and 175.
Can I ask, do you actually remember what you did between 150 and 170?
Not a clue. What I will say, what I did love about Trav at his press conference there, he spoke very well. It is I suppose, a first world problem in essence. He's scoring big hundreds, and I think Ed Cowan's right. I think he will eventually get one. There's no doubt about it. I think that the way he goes about it, he's always looking to put pressure back on the bowlers and be aggressive, and there's always an element of risk in that.
He's scoring them rapidly, isn't it? I mean, almost for every 1 run that he scores at the rate he scores, or let's say, 10 runs at the rate he scores, it is worth that double 100 over maybe a longer period of time. So do you want the attacking opener that gets you 175 off 140, 150 balls and really sets the tone and accelerates the game for you? Or do you want the 200 that is scored over, 350 balls? Different scenarios, might require different approaches. Of course, everyone wants a 200 scored in 150 balls. That's probably going to be the way Travis does it.
He's been great to watch. He's put pressure back on the bowler straight away. I don't know if you just go back to your 200, but as you were talking about it there, Ricky Ponting walked right past you and he heard what you said. You should have seen how filthy he was with you. He was just looking. He just looked at you like, surely he's still not.
But you know why? Because I actually ran him out.
I know, that's right. He's still blowing up. Like, it's 25 years later. Give it a rest, Joe.
Move on, punter. Come on.
It's a great problem for him to have.
Got a couple yourself. Don't worry about it, mate.
600 plus runs in the series. All of a sudden there's a conversation too about man of the series, which I'm sure we'll debate at the completion of the test match. Mitchell Starc will obviously have to bowl at least once more and try to add to his 28 wickets. Travis Head now 300s and 600 plus runs. He's also got this quirky stat where he's the first guy to score hundreds in 7 different states and territories. And given what test cricket looks like going forward, how much more test cricket are we going to play in Canberra? How much more test cricket are we going to play in Hobart? He's ticked both those boxes. He's got the 5 major venues done now. And just so happens, Dizzy, the next location of Australia's, or next test match location, Darwin in the NT.
He's certainly got a chance there without a shadow of a doubt against what we think it's going to be Bangladesh. There's also talk of an Afghanistan test match as well in Northern Australia, so they could tick off yet another venue. So it'd be interesting to see.
I notice you and I again, hand high in the sky.
Oh, Northern Australia, absolutely.
What a place to go, particularly someone that lives in Melbourne during the winter. Great opportunity to get up there at that time of year.
Sorry, did someone say Northern New South Australia?
Yes.
Dizzy myself, we're in.
Yeah, we're just saying that's up.
Whatever. When? So what day?
Webster.
Just remind you why I come here every
yes,
Australian summer.
I can understand that for sure. You might have to come a bit earlier. It's August for those test matches against Bangladesh. Webster and Green. So it feels like the two guys that are always compared to each other. They are two of the only members of the batting lineup that can look each other eye to eye. They both, as you would say, Tizzy, can catch pigeons. They're great in the gully. But it sort of feels like, or at least it's been framed as that's one place in the team. Here in Sydney, they're playing alongside each other, originally listed at 7 and 8. They're now 8 and 9, given the fact there was the night watchman in play. But for two guys that are constantly compared to each other, it feels a little unsavoury given they're playing in the same team, but it's an unavoidable sort of water cooler conversation. Green's out for 37, looked good, turned the strike over early, hit some beautiful cover drives. Ultimately, though, pulled a ball straight down the throat of deep square leg, and he's now out. And he's watching Bo Webster, who's making his return, 42 not out, and the chance to build on that today. What do you make of that whole scenario?
Yeah, it's unusual because I look at it, they say they want the all-rounders because they want the bowling, but they're actually not bowling much. So that doesn't make a lot of sense to me. And this was in reference, my conversation the other day about Marnus coming on to bowl as a 6th seamer when Bo Webster, I think, had bowled 4 or 5 overs. I think Cam Green had only bowled 1 spell. Isn't that what they're in the team for? Because you want to have more bowling to take a bit of pressure off your main 3 seamers. So that tactic, that strategy makes no sense to me whatsoever. I can cop 1 all-rounder, but I'm not having 2, especially when you leave a spinner out. It makes 0 sense. Ed
Cowan said last night it feels like almost a reflection of the old Victorian teams. You know, Andrew McDonald's obviously played for many years. There were lots of all-rounders in the Victorian setup under Greg Shipperd as coach. Do you see that comparison?
Yeah, we like playing guys that bat a bit and bowl a bit. I think, look, it can work if they're in the best 6 batters or the best 4 bowlers.
Correct.
But as Dizzy alluded to then, they bowl a few overs, and it's almost like we're just being a bit safe with everything rather than being what Australian cricket's known for, is that positive attacking cricket where you've got 4 bowlers, take your 20 wickets, and you've got 6 batters and your wicket keeper. You play positive cricket. I know we talk about this at Cricket New South Wales, and I put my New South Wales selectors hat on. 6 best batters, 4 best bowlers. Maybe one of your batters bowls a couple of overs, and if it's on a turner, they bowl some spin, and if it's on a seamer, they bowl some seam. But they're not the front-line guys. Your bowlers do the bowling, and your batters do the batting.
Yeah, and I think with Marnus Labuschagne can do exactly what Safa said. He can bowl seam, he can bowl a little bit of spin. You've got Travis Head there. My question is, are Cameron Green and Bo Webster in the best 6 batters in the country? That's the question you have to ask.
Yeah, and the other point is Usman Khawaja is going to come out of this team. So as much as we're shaping it up as it's one or the other, is Green under pressure for his spot, there's a chance they could both still play going forward. You know, everyone moves up 1, Carey goes to 5. All of a sudden you got Green and Webster at 6 and 7, and you can still pick 4 bowlers.
And look, Carey going to 5, look, he can do it. He's good enough. But I like Carey at 6 or 7. He gives us that nice...
Absolutely.
If maybe Webster's the guy that has to go to 5, or Green goes to 5, I don't know, whatever.
Got Inglis there as well.
Inglis there. I just get the sense that, again, are they in our best 5, 6 batters? No. And also, and this is the point that's sort of been missed, is what does the future look like? Like, who's the next... We've got Steve Smith, who's ageing. Travis Head's not, he's the best player in the team, obviously, statistically at the moment, but he's not 25. But what does the future look like? I think and this is what we've been alluding to this whole match, is we're a little bit, okay, it's all about winning this test match, totally agree, but there's also an eye on, and Darren Lehmann and myself did this in Adelaide and Dizzy, what does 2 years look like in England and what does 4 years look like back in Australia? And, when we're not got any idea, that's a concern.
So without trying to head down the same path where we were the other day, but this is where the fascinating question around the accountability ladder comes in. Who's responsible for that? I mean, ultimately it's Todd Greenberg and Mike Baird as the CEO and the chair. But because when you think about it from Andrew McDonald's point of view, or even George Bailey, why are they incentivised to set up this team for the future? I mean, they could really say, hey, we're here to win now. We want to try and win games for Australian cricket. We've got these banner tours away from home against South Africa and India coming up, and then the Ashes after that. If they collect all those, I mean, their legacy is secured. We're going to look back in them, maybe not in 2 or 3 years if we say, look how they left the team. But in 10 years' time, 15 years' time, 20 years' time, we're not going to remember any of that. We're just going to remember, look how much this team won when they were all together. And what it looks like after they're gone is almost somebody else's issue. So if it's not the current selectors and it's not, whose role is it to make sure that this team is set up going forward?
Well, I think it does need to be the current selectors and the current sort of, they are the ones choosing the team. It is a real art form, isn't it? Selection for now and for going forwards, because the fans want to see a team winning. They don't want to see effectively an Australian A team come in, but you've always got to have one eye on the future, as well as trying to balance a team that you think can win now. And I don't think back, to England making some big calls like retiring Jimmy Anderson. He was not ready to retire, and you could argue they still, could have done with Jimmy Anderson out here on this tour. But some tough calls do need to be made, and it's a fine line between hanging on to players for too long versus trying to identify, but also giving those players the opportunity to show what they can do and the development opportunities. And within Australia, so, you've got the Australia A set up, and there's that opportunity for those players there. The Under-19 World Cup is about to take place, isn't it? And that's, again, should be a massive talent ID, where you get a chance to see how the best young players in Australia fare against the very best young players around the world, like the best 18-year-old cricketers in India. How are the best Australian 18-year-olds going to fare against them? So that's a huge talent ID area, but I don't envy that task, because it is a real balancing act versus winning now and yet also planning for the future.
Ali, I think you hit the nail on the head. I think that's probably where Andrew McDonald, George Bailey are going. They're saying, well, the development pathway is Australia A, and that's why we structure up tours and to go to these places, the subcontinent. We can send Australia A side there. We can send players who we think can play in the future to get that experience in that, not necessarily get experience in a test match, because we're here to win that test match. We want the best team available to win that test. So I suspect that's the thinking behind that.
Well, if you're a senior player, you're thinking, we want to win as much as we can now. We want to win all these overseas tours. We don't care about, once I've finished playing, what the team looks like. That's for someone else to try and future-proof and look at it. It's an interesting dynamic. I actually asked Mike Baird that very question when he joined us on day one, and he essentially said he's comfortable with where it's at the moment, not just for today, but for what it looks like going forward, and doesn't seem to have any of those same concerns.
But I suppose the only counter-argument to that is they've talked about Cameron Green being a generational player, so they've given him all these games. So there's an argument, is he in the best side at the moment? So that can be a bit contradictory, I reckon.
It's currently 27 degrees, mostly sunny day. The sun actually has a real sting to it. So when you're out in the sun, we're lucky enough to be largely in the shade underneath the Bradman stand here at the Paddington end of the ground. Humidity around 63%. Is it just me, Saf? Is your weather in Sydney starting to reflect more and more like Brisbane? It feels like humidity is high most of the year round.
Cops a bad rap, Sydney. It's always sunny here. The test match always goes the 5 days. There's always talk about it. We're not moving, and it's beautiful. There's beautiful weather. I can't believe people ever say anything negative. Melbourne's the place that rains, not here.
20.
It was 12 degrees in Melbourne on day one. Remember we were standing down there? This is beautiful. This is like North Queensland.
29 degrees, low of 21 is the forecast for today, and we're about 5 minutes away from play beginning here on the fourth day. Just before we move on from England, obviously we spoke a bit about their troubles off the top. Ed Cowan spoke too last night about what kind of a day it was for England yesterday.
It felt like the early 90s had come and slapped us in the face again. When England just dropped dollies for fun. That was a high ball catching practice straight down your throat, chance for a guy that is a good fielder. Matthew Potts look, at one stage it looked as though he was going to go for a double sidecar. Like he was going he was bowling 2 boundary balls and over.
He still might,
And he still might. But a couple of low full bungers, and then short and wide. He had for a guy that is known as a pitch it up control seamer. You feel sorry for him. It's at the end of the series, and he's hardly. Well, he's played no cricket and just been running in the nets. It was when people have days like today. I've been in the change room where that happens. I've had days like that, and there's just nowhere to hide. You feel a bit sorry for him because these are the days the selectors remember, and the selectors and the coach will say, "Oh, don't worry about it, mate. There's always another day." But don't make no mistake. It's the flags might fly at half-mast tomorrow to signal the end of Matt Potts' career.
Matt Potts, none for 141 after 25 overs. I mean, it was a brutal day for him, wasn't it? For a guy that's pitch it up, get it to nibble around in England in favourable conditions. And yesterday they had him on a bouncer plan, and I'm with Ed. Absolutely felt for him yesterday. And you famously told a story only a couple of weeks ago about Mick Lewis, who was a similar scenario, albeit in a one-day game. Where he had a sidecar, didn't he, and got a similar message from selectors at the end of it.
Yeah, no, mate, we've got your full support of the board. Hear that all the time. CEO's gone for next week. So, look, I really felt sorry for Potts. Yes, he'd been watching. He could actually go out and practice his skills. He may have been bowling enough, but comes to the next level on a really not a wicket that he would be, you'd pick him. In Melbourne, absolutely they should have picked him there. He would have been great. In Perth, perhaps, maybe even Brisbane, but just always thought it was going to be a bit hard out here. And I did feel for him for a period of time. That sort of went away when I saw Smith after a while. I went, I'm an Australian, I want to see the Australians win. But poor fella, he'll get another crack at it. I hope he gets, I tell you what, I hope he gets a wicket, because it's a long way to come. Bold, have a tough day and not get anyone out. That's not great.
Yeah, you hope that it doesn't scar him. An experience like this, a one-off test match at the end of a lost Ashes series, to have such a pummeling that he did up against Steve Smith on his home ground, playing all those quirky shots that he does. You hope that he gets another opportunity and he can come back stronger again. He's 27 years old, but this was a baptism of fire.
It's going to continue, unfortunately, for him. Plays only a couple of minutes away, and England still need 3 wickets to bat again. Australia 134 in front as the umpires are on their way out. The players are on their way. The SMS number throughout the day, 0467920222. Henry from Hobart. Bailey dropping line for Neser was heavily criticised, but was proven an excellent decision. Where is the recognition for selection decisions that were proven right?
Well, that was in Adelaide. We actually gave them credit. We patted them on the back and said, well done, you got that right. So that was unfortunately missed throughout the course of the last couple of days. But Wolf, myself, Dizzy, we were all very well done.
Yeah, but was he picked for Neser here over a spinner, or was it for an all-rounder?
Yeah.
That was a point we're probably trying to make.
We're about to get into it. Jim Maxwell and Darren Lehman standing by upstairs. Rick Finlay, obviously, our chief statistician. Coming up throughout the day, you'll hear from Phil Tufnell and Jonathan Agnew. Corbin Middlemass down here on the Boundaries Edge with Jason Gillespie, Ali Mitchell and Stuart Clark. Is the first hour even important today?
Nope, doesn't make any difference. No, look, I tell you what is going to make the 124 overs. They're 36 overs off the third new ball, and every bowler in the place is like, oh my God, not that.
7 for 518, the Australians. The lead is 134. Day 4 about to begin. Upstairs to Darren and to Jim.
Thank you, Corbin. Hello, and welcome to the show in the beautiful sunshine in dry old Sydney. Yes, it's a dry town this morning, but there might have been something going on a moment ago. There was a big huddle with Stokes and the England team, and Darren Lehman sitting alongside me, and he was trying to lip read with Stokes and say, just sort of imagine, what can he say? What could he say with a new ball due in another 36 overs? Good morning, Darren.
Morning, Jim. Morning, listeners. What a beautiful day in Sydney. You've really turned on the weather this week, haven't you? Barring the first afternoon.
We can do it. It's
been, and the ground has been excellent. The crowds have been fantastic. We've had over...
Pitch, good.
Pitch, good. Starting to spin. No spin is going to be the telling factor over the next 2 days. What can England do? Well, they can start by bowling really good lengths and being patient. Don't try too much and try and force a poor shot from a Smith or Webster and beat them either side, either getting it nipped back and hit middle and off stump and LBW, or actually nip away and feed the keeper and slip. Quite a defensive field to start. Stokes is going to be the skipper's going to do the donkey work again. He's been bowling a lot this innings, 124 overs in. They were very good yesterday. They carved them up, Steve Smith, like a surgeon. And here we go again, Jim.
His 27th over. No. He starts and he stops. Something's happened down there. Steve Smith's seen a fly on some bloke's glass in the members' bar. Don't know what happened.
Empty already?
We'll try again. Righto. Stokes is on his way from this Paddington end. He runs in at Smith, who walks and leaves outside the line of the off stump. The extraordinary thing, the contrary thing in many ways about what England's doing here, as we saw yesterday, they started the day with the old ball, with Stokes and with Tongue. But when the new ball comes along, we don't see either of them.
No, they got it totally wrong yesterday, didn't they? The first session was as bad a session as they've had probably all series. The tactics from England were a bit of a surprise. They're their best two bowlers. They needed a new ball.
One slip and a spread field. Stokes runs in at Smith, who walks across and taps it into the gully. And it's fielded there by Bethel. So I hope you're all well wherever you may be listening. Smaller crowd so far today, but we should get 20,000. And there's one thing that Darren Lehman really loves about working on the ABC is a blank screen.
We don't like that, do we, Benny Cameron?
See, he leaves a lot to your imagination. That's what he's doing to you, see?
Yeah, he's teasing us.
Yeah.
We want our listeners engaged. Thanks, Benny, for turning on. The Wizard. It's been great. All game he's been with us. He had a call yesterday afternoon when you were gone.
A call?
Yeah.
Oh, he was on, yes, I heard him. Stokes bowls and is pushed away past the bowler. Lovely little push, firm on the straight on drive. And they get a couple of runs from that well-timed push past the bowler. And he's off the mark. What's that there? Thanks, was he? 419. Painted on SCG turf in front of the members. Maybe his last day of international cricket. Yeah. You can see it down there. It was interesting yesterday when he got out for 17. Well, he may get a second innings, of course, but he just went off quietly. Didn't really acknowledge the applause of the crowd. Should he have done that? Stokes runs in again at Smith, and Smith forward. No. Straight to cover.
Yeah.
Should he have acknowledged the crowd?
Maybe. He probably thought he was going to get another hit.
Well, that's right.
If these two bat for a session, it's probably not. You know, even if England get 400, it's going to take them too long in the game. They're going to call it off and shake hands. So maybe he should have. He deserved a good walk off there. So maybe acknowledge. I suppose the other side of the court, Jim, it was an interesting part of the game, wasn't it? England was still in the game then. So you didn't know what was going to happen. So he just did the right thing and walked off. You'd like him to get, if they need 20, I'd like to see him open.
That's interesting. Stokes bowls now, and it's left alone by Smith outside the off stump. So Australia 520 for 7 wickets. This partnership so far worth 83 for the 8th wicket.
Well, it's been good. I mean, you've got Bo Webster batting 9, Jim, 9. So they've got some batting. They'll need to try and, bat properly, these two, if they can, for 2 hours, and then motor, then really have a go in the afternoon and get bowling for half a day.
You see, normally on these days you'd have all our experts saying, I think they'll declare at such and such and such and such, and we know what's going to happen. They'll get bowled out. Stokes goes into Smith, and he's driving nicely away through extra cover, and it's going out to the boundary for 4. Well, they might be declaring if Smith's still there at lunch. He's 135 with that beautiful stroke to end the over. 5.24 for 7.
They're not declaring. You know that, Jim. What does that great man say all the time?
McGilvray.
What does he say?
Well, he said every time there's speculation about a declaration, they get bowled out.
Yeah, and that happened.
And that happened the other day.
Yeah, where was that? Adelaide?
Adelaide, I think,
yeah. And, Australia will be remembering a bit of that. They actually threw away a really good chance to nail the coffin, didn't they, of England and Adelaide, and make them chase a bigger total.
Yep.
They did. I think here they're probably saying they're 140 in front. They're probably saying if we can bat 2 hours and get it to 220 at lunch, then if they get bowled out, if they bowl well, I mean, that was on the up. It swung a little bit. Wasn't a bad ball. Fantastic shot from Steve Smith.
Here we go. Carse bowling to Webster. Webster back and follows the short ball, dabs it down behind point towards third man. And Duckett's on the boundary there in front of the members' stand and collects it and throws back in front of his own dressing room. And Webster moves to 44. Hello, Rick. Good morning to you.
Good morning, Jim. Yes, that boundary by Steve Smith brings him to 500 runs in Ashes tests at the SCG. Just the 11th player to do it.
11th?
Yes.
And how many runs in his average this series, Rick, as well? He hasn't been out a couple of times, so he hasn't had a big series, but his average would be quite good.
Here comes Carse again, and Webster leaves the ball alone outside the off stump. So is Bradman top of that list?
Right. Also, Jim, SMS, hi ABC Sport team. I really enjoy the ABC Sports Rapid feature as it brings the commentary match much closer to the action and better in sync with the pitches on the TV from Jack. That's it.
Hello, Jack.
Hit that app.
Yeah.
Used it when I was crook the other week. Jim, fantastic app. Rapid. You've got to press the rapid button and just scroll across.
It's amazing it's taken as long as it has to get the technology in place so you could sync the coverage on the radio with whatever else you're doing. As Carse runs in and Webster's back, chasing a short ball, cuts it down to third man for 4. That was one of the many long hops that Carse has bowled in this series. Yes, he's the leading wicket taker for England, but he bowls a few pies, and that one went for 4.
And that was chicken and mushroom. That was one of those ones where you go, wow, thank you very much, short and wide. When they reviewed their year, what they've got to review the Ashes, how many cut shots Australia played. That's what they should do. Like, percentage of runs scored square of the wicket would be unbelievable.
Carse tries again, and he's on line this time. Webster packs up behind it. Now, you've been distracted there, Rick. You've got people in the back of the box asking about questions. We know Dizzy got a double 100. What else can you tell us that we don't know?
He's on fine form today, Rick.
Well, he only had, Steve Smith, he only had 136 runs coming into this test, and he's doubled it just about in this innings, hasn't he? 135. So
he'd only been out a couple of times.
He was only out 3 times for that, so 3 times for 271 runs, so it's 90, isn't it?
Webster's getting runs, and he's pushing forward with thick edge behind point. Bethel feels they get a run.
Webster's played well, Jim. Probably
he'd have a good average on this ground, wouldn't he, Webster?
Geez, you're asking a lot of questions now, aren't you? You're in a good mood this morning.
Oh, dear. I like the yarn about Bradman and Barnes playing here in 46-7. That Sidney Barnes deliberately threw his wicket away when he got to Bradman's score. They put on 400 and something. They both made 234 because Barnes, sort of a bit like the man he was, with a slip and a leg slip as we watched the game. Keep talking about the game, son. Yes, it's going on in front of us. Smith's facing and Carse's bowling full and straight, and he defends on the offside to end the over. You know why Barnes got out for 234?
No.
Because so they say. They said there's no way anyone would remember him scoring 234 if Bradman got 234. But that was more or less than 234, if you know what I mean. So he thought the only way he's going to be remembered is if he got the same score as Bradman.
It's a bit like Mark Taylor at the 3-0-3-3-4 in Pakistan. I was there that game, that test match, and he declared overnight.
He could have batted for 3 days.
Yeah, but he actually, the 5 balls before he was on 3-3-4, he tried to get past Bradman, and then when he didn't get past him, the end of the day's play, 3-3-4 not out, he says, well, this is not bad. Maybe I should retire.
He took some advice from a few people, I think, as well. But Stokes with 2 slips in the gully, and Webster around the pad, works wide of mid-on, and takes off for a single. And the partnership pushing up towards 100 for the 8th wicket. And the 50 comes up for Webster. 50 not out. What is his average at the SCG? He's got some before this, and he enjoys playing here And he gets a little bit of a congratulatory nudge from Mr. Smudge, Steve Smith, who now goes back into his spot and prances around like a bloke who's got some Vita stance.
He's been out once for 146 runs, Jim.
Yes. I thought it'd be up there somewhere. Is that the record? Short covers in place. Stokes charges in and Smith goes back and pushes the ball away. Does anyone else average 146 on this ground in Test cricket? R.E. Foster? You'll have to look at that one. I didn't see it, but my old man told me about it. 287. I don't think he played much more. Anyway, look, we'll fiddle around with all this stuff. It's a very well-humoured commentary box. Probably the best humoured commentary box I've ever worked in
Ravi Shastri averages 206.
Oh, you got some work to do. Now, wide of the off stump, he allows it to pass. So, well, he might keep getting the 5th game or the 4th game of the series. I don't know whether he's going to get a permanent spot from here on.
Well, I think he's done enough to actually warrant starting the next Test match, does he?
In Cairns or Mackay or Darwin,
wherever it may be.
What bowling spin?
Batting at, well, Kerry will start at 6, you would think, so he'll be batting 7.
Will Lyon be playing? Will Lyon be retiring? What will be happening there? I wonder how much more of his Test career we're going to see.
Well, how much more his body will take is...
Well, that's it.
And we haven't had an update. We might try and get an update online on how the operation went from CA and see how they went with Nathan Lyon, because that's an interesting topic, that one, Jim.
Here's Stokes. Smith's on the walk and he's on the little nudge around the corner, following the ball on the line of the stumps and just helping it around the corner for another run. Smith 136, Webster 50, 7 for 5, 3, 4, 97 added. Morning, boys. Listening while slaving away, mowing lawns. Thanks for helping making it all easier. And else thrashing the Poms helps. Yes, okay. Well, they haven't thrashed them in this game yet, but it's a chance. It's a chance. That's the end of the over. And England working very gradually towards the 3rd new ball, but Australia may well be all out by then.
I think.
And now they're going for spin.
Well, I think Stokes has done his groin.
Pick your binoculars up.
I actually think Stokes has done his groin, Jim. He's coming off.
Oh, he hasn't finished the over, has he?
Yeah.
He's still got 2 balls to go.
That's. Yes. He's bowled a lot of overs. I mean, we're talking, what's he bowled? 28 overs.
I see.
Yeah, and he doesn't look good, and that's not a great sign. He's been a warrior all series. He's bowled really well, but for him to go off injured, that'll be the end of his bowling here in the Ashes series this year. He won't bowl again.
He's a warrior. He's definitely a warrior. I mean, a lot of people thought he wouldn't get as far as this in a 5-match series.
Well, he's tough.
His history.
Tough. I worked with him, and he's a really tough man. Trains really hard, and probably over bowls himself because he just wants to lead from the front. And he's had to over bowl himself a bit this game because the rest have been not up to the standard. So that's a big loss for England. They'll be going to their spin from one end a lot, which then opens up how hungry does Steve Smith get, Jim?
Yeah, well, he's pretty hungry, and hopefully he's going to be hungry for a few more years because, as we can see, the boy can play. He can still play. So Jacks takes over from Stokes. I mean, Bethel takes over from Stokes, not Jacks, and he's around the wicket and he's slid down to short fine. Bethel's probably been the most economical bowler or close to it with his little round arm nude nuts or whatever. I mean, I think he turns a few. Have you seen him turn a few?
Turned a couple yesterday, which is a good sign for the Australian team.
If they had a spinner. Bethel bowls. On the back foot goes Webster, and he sends the ball out to deep square cover. They come back for a second run, and Webster's 52, 7 for 535 at the end of the over, completed by Bethel because Stokes left the field with a groin injury or something like that. So Australia remorselessly go on here, and Smith is the key to where they end up. probably 200 ahead the way they're going. They lead by 151 at the moment.
Yeah, well in front. Tell you what, we've got Gary from Cronulla. Is an app called Rapid or ABC Rapid? Well,
Yeah.
Gary, it's on the ABC Listen app. Use the magnifying glass in the bottom right corner and search ABC Sport Rapid. Press the button from there.
Well done. We'll get you in the marketing team at the ABC, Wolf.
Oh, no thanks. And the other thing, McGrath Day, obviously McGrath Foundation update, 365,507 virtual pink seats purchased. Aim is 480, so we've got to get another, 115,000 approximately?
They've raised 9.1 million so far.
That's good. Go to pinktest.com.au to get your seat.
Go the pink, go the pink. Now, Cast bowls a ball that's pushed away square of the wicket on the offside. Another single for Smith. He's like the old squirrel in the tree. He loves having a pile of acorns, and he's accumulating them with ease. He's 137.
Well, that's why he's one of the greats, and he just, once he gets in, he just does not throw it away. And, you know, he's one that has got a 200, like our fellow commentator.
I don't know whether Smith's ever been a night watchman. As Cast charges in, and behind it goes Webster down towards mid-on, and there's no run there. And that's the other thing about all the talk and speculation about who, what, where and how as we move through the day. When will England bat? How many will they be trying to wipe out? Don't worry about that. Just watch this bloke, Smith, bat, because you may not get the chance to do it as much as you have in the next year or two. And you're watching one of the great manoeuvrers of a cricket ball in the history of the game. It's almost Bradman-esque the way he can work the ball around the place. Cast goes in, pitches down the leg side. Thank you. Helps himself to a glance to the Toblerone below me. And Webster's 56, and the 100 partnership comes up with that stroke. 7 for 540. And Rick's now looking up the 8th wicket record on the Sydney Cricket Ground in Ashes cricket, which he's going to give to you in 2.5 minutes because he's got so many stats to deal with.
Yeah, it's just a reminder. I think I might have mentioned this yesterday. We're up to 7 50-plus partnerships in this innings now, which is a standalone all-time record for Australia in Test cricket.
Right. Short ball now down the leg side, and Webster ignores it as it flies past.
So 57, 105, 72, 54, 51, 27 when Carey got out prematurely, 71 and now 100.
So that's a record of some sort.
It's for the number of 50-plus partnerships in an Australian Test innings. It is a record. Yeah.
Anywhere, anytime, any place.
For Australia.
Yeah.
There's only one above it by any other country. India managed 8 in a Test match.
Against Sri Lanka, don't tell me.
No, I think it might have been in England, actually.
Oh, there you go.
2007.
Could have been. There's a third slip, and there's a leg gully, a short mid-wicket for Webster. They're going on the bang ball, and it's a Yorker, in fact, and he tucks it away to the onside wide of mid-on. And there are a couple of runs for Webster here as he did the bluff. Set the field up for the short ball and bowled a kind of shoe crusher. Well, not really, wasn't quick enough. And he got 2 runs.
Well, it sums up. They're 20 minutes into the day. They're trying to bowl top of the off. They got balled with that, and they go bumper theory. 20 minutes in. No wonder they don't bowl well enough. Just try and do it for 2 hours.
Did they come here with a higher opinion of themselves than they should have?
Yes. That was the easiest question I had to answer.
Cast bowls again, and it's twiddled away into the gully, third slip, and Roots there to stop it running away for more. So they've added 29 runs in 20 minutes. You're going to make a magnificent statement about the condition of your health or anything else that may be relevant to the day's play, and Corwin Middlemace is going to come in and sing.
The Ashes 2026.
Australia versus England.
5th Test.
Live from the SCG.
It's on your radio,
ABC Sport Digital Radio, and the ABC Listen app.
Thanks, Jim. Morning, everybody. Grandstand cricket on ABC Sports, 7 for 542. The Australians, the lead's up to 158. Webster has got his 5th half-century in Test cricket. He's 58. Steve Smith going along swimmingly on 137. And the only other talking point of the day is the fact that Ben Stokes had to withdraw during his 28th over of the innings. So that was completed by Jacob Bethel. He's off the ground. Suspected groin injury. Did Jim say I was about to sing?
Yeah, he doesn't know you like I know you.
No.
Please don't sing.
I was about to say, you've heard me sing.
Yeah, I know. And you've heard me sing. Yes. We don't want our listeners to turn off.
We don't need that.
No.
We don't need that. His tongue, he's running away from us as he delivers to Smith, who just a little back foot drive out through cover for 1 and moving around route from his from mid-off to his left to do the fielding at cover.
I was just saying last over, Corbin, they were 20 minutes in and they've abandoned top of off.
Yeah.
And that pretty much sums up the planning, the tactical awareness of a side that is gone, dusted, finished. I don't know why. 20 minutes. We're talking patience. That's impatient as you get as a... We're talking, what, 5? How many overs about 5? 5 overs?
Tongue on his way in again. Square drive here from Webster, and it breaks through the infield. A little misfield. He had a backward point by Jacob Bethel, and he's one of the best in the team, so he took an unkind hop. It's cleaned up by the sweeper on the offside in Jacks. And a single for Webster moves to 59, but 544 on the board for the Aussies. The lead swells to 160.
And these blokes aren't going to throw it away.
Yeah.
They're going to keep going, taking the ones, and what they should do is go the other way. Try the top of off stump for an hour and a bit. Odd bouncer. Bring the field up. Don't give them easy singles. Make him hit it through the infield.
Smith waving his bat, characteristic fashion, awaits Tongue and defends on the offside.
Because it hasn't worked anyway. Australia 7 for 544. Hello, change. Do something that's a bit normal. Because what you've done for the last 128 overs, barring maybe middle session yesterday where they bowled quite well.
Yeah.
3 for 96 in that middle session. They've been just leaking runs. So go the other way. Bring the field up. Be normal. Make him try and hit the ball harder through the infield.
Webster leans on his bat. Smith awaits. Tongue delivers, and a ball squirts off the inside edge away along the ground, a route at mid-wicket. Is this a third new ball type innings? Are we going to see the third new rock at some stage?
Well, we could today if they keep bowling like this with the field and not being patient enough. And Australia could, they'll be looking right. We're in the bat once territory now.
Yeah.
If they can bat till lunch, they'll be 230, 240 in front if they keep scoring at this rate.
Yeah.
And then after lunch, they might say, you know what, we've got a motor. If they'll bat properly and try and grind them this morning.
Tongue over the wicket. Smith necking, caught. He's out. And his namesake takes the catch. And Steve Smith, after his 37th Test ton, the innings is over. A half an hour into the day on day 4. He departs for 138, and Josh Tongue has got him. And that adds to his list of dismissals to Josh Tongue. But I think Steve Smith will be pretty comfortable that he's won that battle against Tongue and against England. He's out for 138. Caught by Jamie Smith, bowled by Tongue. The Australians 8 for 544. The lead is 160 as Smith departs.
Well, top of off, Corbin. Finally bowled a couple of balls in the right area and got the wicket. Lucky it didn't go to slip because it was not a slip there. But that was really good bowling from Tongue. Dismisses him again. He's a fine bowler. He's enhanced his reputation here in Australia. Steve Smith goes for a magnificent 138, as you said. Big roar from the crowd. Good crowd building here. Acknowledges him as he walks off. He'd be disappointed because I reckon he will feel he left a few out there. But that's a good sign if you're an Australian bowler, because it just did enough. And that's going to be the key. Mitchell Starc comes out the batting at 10, which he wouldn't have batted at 10 for a long period of time. Mitchell Starc will have to get Rick onto that. So they've still got Bo Webster there, who want to try and push for a century if he possibly can. So we need Mitchell Starc to get 20 or 30 and maybe get that 50 partnership record.
Yes.
So if they get 8 in the innings, as Rick was saying before, Starc can batties. And, you know, there's the man of the series up for grabs. People were saying Mitchell Starc, Travis Head. And if he gets to 50 here, Mitchell Starc, it's probably him, isn't it? So, and he's got a lot of wickets. They're going to go bumper theory straight away. They've got a bat pad coming in. They've got 3 back on the leg side. I mean, surely you're bored of this after 5 test matches. Because, listeners, seriously, I'm talking about it. It feels like you're talking about it all the time. They've got 2 behind square because you can't have 3. It'll be a no ball. They've got a bat pad going in. They've got a sort of forward square leg 2/3.
Yeah.
Bit on back, a gully. They're waiting for Joe Root to get his helmet on. Joe Root's been captain of England, their best highest run score, and he's not like me, fat and bald, right? That's who you normally put in bat pad, fat and bald, or fat and hairy, Booney. You know, you don't worry about that. You know, but Joe Root's 163 test matches.
Yeah.
He's fielding bat pad.
Because remember in the...
it's ridiculous.
Their usual back pad fieldsman is Ollie Pope, who of course is no longer in the team. But
get the good-looking Rooster Bethel in there.
He's a pretty dynamic fieldsman, isn't he? Jacob Bethel, who currently stands at gully.
So there's no one in front of the wicket on the offside.
Last time, by the way, Mitchell Starc batted at 10 was the Boxing Day test last year.
Oh, well, there you go.
Sorry, the Boxing Day test as recently as last week.
Oh, because Night Watchman.
Because Boland Open. But as you said, it's not a common occurrence, just the 15th time in his test career. He bats at 10. I think he's batted at number 11 on a couple of occasions as well, but you have to go much further back than that. Smith out for 138. First ball to Starc. He weaves out of the way of a short one. And that completes the over. A successful one for England. Some 20-odd minutes into the day, 8 for 544. Smith out. Caught by Jamie Smith of the bowling of Josh Tongue. Starc yet to score. Webster 59 not out. Ahoy, Buff, Corb and team. Currently dialing in from Washington, D.C.
Oh, you like this one.
And have been for the whole series. Always listened in as a kid in Australia 15, 20 years ago, imagining the state of play. And now on the other side of the world, I'm getting even more satisfaction with you describing this Australian batting dominance. Like the nostalgia of the days as a kid from Cameron in the USA. Spent much time in DC?
No, but you keep telling me you're setting me up a tour.
Yeah.
We're going on a tour.
For sure.
You know, well, and all these sports are, I'm a basketball New York Knicks fan.
You are.
So got to get there, but you keep telling me about this college
football.
I've got to go to.
No doubt about that. Down to the final 4 in the college football. As Webster's on strike, Carr starts a new over. He's forward, defending bat and pad close together out through the gap at point. The man on the boundary, Duckett, comes up to retrieve it. One more for Webster, moves to 60. Do you know what I was banking on? I thought, given you and I have developed a little bit of a rapport, I thought, gee, it'd be nice if Buff just goes and coaches one of those Major League Cricket teams. He might be looking for a ball thrower or a team manager or a media manager or something. I'm thinking,
okay,
you know what, I might be able to come along.
Okay, if you get that across the line with Andrea,
yes,
we'll go.
Also clashes with your current schedule now, coaching Northants.
Well, if you get it across the road with the boss.
I was about to say I'm going to have to deal with him as well.
Him, yeah, and we can get there for a couple of weeks. I'll take you. Save us some flights, won't it?
Yeah. I think there's a team in Washington, Washington Freedom. It's a fast-growing competition, Major League Cricket, mid-year. So Starc's going to get a look at Cast, pushing across him, and again he weaves out of the way for a ball angled in at his hip.
No one in front of the wicket again on the offside. I mean, it must hurt your back. You know, Stuart Clark and Jason Gillespie can talk more about this than I, but bowling short all day, every day, must be hard work. I mean, who would be a fast bowler?
What happened to the days, Buff, of just pitch the ball up and bowl your best ball to the number 10?
With the second new ball, didn't he?
Yeah.
He did it with the second new ball and swung it a little bit.
Short legs in. As you said, there is no one forward of point on the offside. Another short one. And of course it was going to be there because have a look at the field. So as Mitchell Starc looks down the pitch, he has... this is on the offside. Gully, deep backward point, third man, and then the keeper. So there's only 3 on the offside. As he looks on the leg side, there's a mid-on who's almost so wide he's a mid-wicket, short leg, square leg, a guy standing right behind him at deep square leg, deep backward square leg, and fine leg. It's an extraordinary field.
Crap field.
Thank you for putting it so eloquently.
Sorry.
As Gus is on his way in at the pads, it bounces off the front pad of Mitchell Starc and trickles away down to fine leg for 1. So I think it'll be a leg bye. It is. So 8 for 546. The lead's 162.
I am improving my language, though, in my 2 years here at the ABC, but crap was well put, I think.
Oh, that probably sums it up. He's just walked out there.
He's just bowling the stumps.
He hasn't faced a ball yet, and he's got a bunch short and then a full ball on leg stump and a 3-6 field. And
you can't even think what they're thinking at the moment. They're done. They're on the plane home. That's why it could be over today, actually.
Yeah. Cast charges in again, delivers here to Webster, and he flirts with one wide of the stumps.
Dizzy's right. Shouldn't be over today. They should be able to bat for 100 overs. And they should be almost able to get a draw out of this wicket once the ball goes soft. But we actually don't know what it's going to do with the new ball because for the last 2 days they've bowled short. So it'd be so much interesting. Nessa, Boland, right areas, Stark swinging it. If they get a couple of wickets early, you just never know. It could finish today. We don't want it to for our listeners and everyone. It's a great day's cricket again. We want a good crowd in today. We haven't got a crowd number yet, but I'm sure they'll give us one soon. But it's filling up nicely. We want a 5th day.
Here comes Cast on his way in, bowls to Webster at short. He's pulling in the air, but safe. Pass backward square and away for 4. And Bo Webster moves to 64, ticks it along. The Australians up to 550. 8 wickets down. End of the over for Bryden Cast. So Stark yet to score. He's only faced the 4 balls, and Webster is 64 not out. The Australian lead again balloons to 166, so 8 for 550. And the Aussies, with Steve Smith, the man out this morning, went for 138. He nicked off the bowling of Josh Tongue after a 220-ball stay at the crease in his 37th Test ton. Rick, we were chatting in the cab this morning about record crowds in this series so far. So a lot of people would think, oh, well, Melbourne have been front. They had 2 crowds of 90,000. It's not the case.
No, Adelaide has a rare opportunity to actually be the leading crowd puller for the series. Normally you'd expect it to be Melbourne with its vast capacity and huge support, but Adelaide with over 200,000. Melbourne only got to mid-180s, I think, so as a function of its being only 2 days long.
Tongue's on his way in and then pulls out on the runway. So Sydney would need a 5th day to go past Adelaide?
I think so, yes.
Yep. Thanks, Rick. That's why he's the best in the business. Rick Finlay, our statistician. Stuart Clark sits back down on grandstand cricket.
Morning, Corbs. Morning, everybody. I was just saying, do you and Rick get in a cab and just few fun stats on the way in?
Couldn't get a word in yesterday.
Really?
Jumped in the cab. And the cab driver spoke to us the whole way here.
Oh, right, okay.
It was a very entertaining conversation. As Tongue's on his way in, a short ball and weaving out of the way, Mitchell Stark through to the keeper. Today it was a bit more us. Didn't get much from the driver, but
no.
We Ben's in there as well. So
Ben comes along. Does Ben offer anything?
We do. We have lots of local radio commitments. So in the morning we generally chat
you two do
chat to
those
various stations. Yeah. So a lot of the time when we're in the cab, someone will be doing a cross, and generally the rest of us are silent, trying to whisper here and there. But
talking stats.
Yes, but no.
Ben puts his hair gel in early.
Here comes Tongue on his way in again around the wicket, and Stark just prods out through point. Picked up by Root, throws at the non-striker's end, and Stark's got to hurry to get through for the single as Webster calls him through. So Stark off the mark, the lead 167. A lot of people are noticing Ben Cameron's work on the ABC 7 p.m. TV news bulletin, which obviously
I've featured a few times, yes.
I was about to say he stars, but alongside yourself.
We make a couple of comments. It's his moment to shine.
Jason Gillespie, Darren Lehman, often as a support act.
I've heard there's whispers around the commentary boxes.
Yep.
Matty Burke, who's on Channel 9, nervous. Mel McLaughlin, nervous. I'm not sure who else does the news. And who else? James Bracey, nervous.
7 p.m. bulletin. You'll see you catch up with the day's play. Your best analysis of what we've seen so far. But what you were alluding to was a couple of days ago, Ben Cameron had a little slip up in the morning, spilt something on his shirt. Thought, it's a long day. So our good friends next door at Fox Sports helped him out to get the stain removed. As Tongue bowls to Webster, who blocks the ball out to mid-off. Yeah. And then later in the day, there were reports of more activity next door.
I think he extended the friendship, right? So, they fixed his shirt, they've ironed it for him, they've looked after him, right? They've done a bit of makeup, but, I think he might have got a haircut out the back, he got a bit of a trim. and then he went to do the news. So as he's walking out, he thought, Matty Burke, Mel, I've got to be on my A game. It's A game time here. And he said, have you got some hair gel?
Oh.
And then he said, you got any Brill cream?
Brill cream. Here comes Tongue, bowls to Webster, who turns the ball away. Just wide of mid-on, picked up by Cast, and they're going to get through for one more. So lead to 168, the Australians 8 for 552.
But what was more concerning than all of that, he said, have you got any aftershave? And I said, mate, no one can smell you through the TV, mate. And he said, have you got any Old Spice? And I said, mate, that's gone. That's yesteryear, mate. We're not... Old Spice is out. Or Brute 33, out, mate. It's out. We don't want that stuff. You're more modern-day man with your... You're better than that.
He's a proper all-round weapon, Ben Cameron. Not just on air, but he's executive producer. So as we're telling these stories, what do you reckon he's telling us? Focus on the cricket, get back to it.
I heard him say, keep going, talk me up a bit more. I've got my manager ringing stations everywhere.
Enough talk about me, talk about the cricket. In comes Tongue again as he bowls around the wicket, bounces off the thigh pad of Stark, and it's balloons up on the leg side, picked up by Bethel, coming in from the leg gully.
You know, I don't get the plan again. So there's no one on the offside in front of gully, who is Joe Root standing at gully.
Yeah.
There's no cover, mid-off, point, extra cover, anything. There's a short leg, 45, square leg, mid-on, deep backward square leg, deep fine leg, deep third man, deep point. Whatever happened to just pitching it up around about off stump and hoping to get a nick?
Incredible field. Tongue around the wicket. He bowls to Stark, who tries to work it on the leg side. It bobs up, though, on the offside and goes through the vacancy at point. And they'll get through for one run there. And they are leg buys. So one more to that column. Lead 169. And that's also the end of the over. So 8 for 553.
I just look at it and think, guys, the traditional old-fashioned way can be expensive if Mitchell Stark starts playing shots and whatnot. But also a chance to get him out. At the moment, there's one way to get him out, and that is he either fends at one, or it's caught by fending or trying to hit it up in the air. And at the moment, Mitchell Stark's just standing up and riding everything around the corner, or getting hit on the thigh pad and it's squirting out on the offside. They jog through for a single.
Mm.
And the same plan from this end. It just seems like they're out of ideas and they go, you know what, let's just go to the short ball plan.
Yeah.
And it's actually boring cricket. It's not entertaining for anyone. The crowd's here to see runs and wickets, and we just see the same.
Yeah. So 3-6 field. And by 6, I mean 6 on the leg side. As Cast is on his way in, pushing across Stark here, who I think he tried to take evasive action. In the end, it comes off the face of the bat. He tucks it down to third man for one and picked up by Will Jacks beneath the Bradman stand. And we're at that end of the ground, the Bradman and Noble stands in the Paddington end. Off the SMS, hello from the back of the Trumper stand, which we spoke about yesterday. Just about the best place in the ground to watch cricket from here. At the SCG, Webster is 200 centimetres and Stark is 197 centimetres for a combined 397 centimetres tall. Is this the tallest combined batting pair for Australia ever?
Be up there. I'm Bruce Reid and maybe, I don't know.
A Cast on his way in, bowls to Webster, who's forward, square drives. There is protection back, it's Duckett. Works around in front of the ladies' pavilion. Webster wants 2, comes back, and the big strides of the pair make it. So 2 more for Bo Webster, moves to 67. The Australian lead up to 172, 8 down.
Good running that by Webster. He hit it. It wasn't far away from Duckett out at deep point, but big stretch, he said, the big strides, the big loping strides up and down the wicket, got there quickly, in and out of the blocks and back for 2. Bruce Reid and Craig McDermott or Carl Rackerman, I'm going back yesteryear. Glenn McGrath's no small. Jason Gillespie, Glenn McGrath, they batted a bit together. But I think, I'm going to say, I think you might be right. It's 397 combined.
The Cast is on his way in. He bowls to Webster, who just keeps the ball out, plays back towards mid-on, and there's no run. Obviously, Webster passed Green at the gate. I don't know how much... Well, they would have played a little bit of cricket together, whether they batted together. Is Green taller than Stark?
Yes, Green's a big guy. Yeah, Green. I think Green feels like he's taller than me, and I'm about 195. So, yeah. Well, McGrath and Gillespie. No, someone's typing in.
So McGrath 197, Gillespie 195.
Yeah, that's out. Okay. Bruce Reid and someone, I think. Bruce Reid, Carl Rackerman.
Yep. Well, here we go. A change in the field with Webster on strike, and backward square leg drops back on the rope. As Webster tucks it off his pads, very fine, past the diving Smith down the leg side. And away for 4 in front of the side screen. They are leg buys too. So 8 for 560. And the Australian lead is up to 176.
you get the sense that the game's sort of going at a rapid rate now. The Australians are piling on the runs, 178. I'm not sure. Yeah, not sure this day. We'd love the day to go into day 5. Plenty of people turning up, supporting Australia and England and the Barmy Army. Give them one more day's cricket, but just get the sense that Stark early on, Stokes being, now incapacitated.
Cass over the wicket. He bowls to Webster, who creeps forward and defending with bat and pad close together, and there was a stifled appeal.
Especially if Joe Root gets out early.
Yeah.
It was a beautiful innings he played in the first innings to help England grind out what a total. But if he goes early, you worry about the others.
Was the thanks Uzi paint on the outfield yesterday?
No, because I was looking at that and I'm thinking, why are they saying thanks Dizzy? What has Dizzy done? I couldn't quite. I'm looking at it and I couldn't quite, because of our angle. I couldn't. I thought it was a D and an I, and I'm thinking, is it Dizzy's birthday or did he do something in history or that on today? But it's Uzi, right? UZZY. And I think that's his number, is it?
As Webster just blocks the ball on the offside. All they thought about a single in the end. Webster sends Stark back. And all's well that ends well as Root moves in from cover to do the fielding. So leads 176 for the Australians, 8 for 560. Webster 67 and Stark is there on 2. So it's got thanks Uzi and it faces towards the players' pavilion, sort of in between the ladies' stand and the members' stand, about 15 metres off the boundary. Aggers is here. You'll hear from Jonathan Agnew for the first time today. Next.
The Ashes Test Series, Australia versus England.
It's on your radio,
ABC Sport Digital Radio,
and the ABC Listen app.
Morning, Stuart. Morning, Rick. And good morning, everybody. It's a beautiful day in Sydney. Not a cloud to be seen. And something rather symbolic of England's captain hobbling off with a broken body at the end of this series. It's a very obvious groin strain that Ben Stokes has picked up, which just adds to the woes out there in the middle. We've got Harry Brook, the vice-captain. A man down and a bowler down, the captain down, having to try and, get this Australian innings done. But at the moment it's 8 for 560 and Tongue is running in and bowling to Stark. Oh, gets a good ball there, goes straight over his stumps, trying to flick the ball away into the leg side. How did that not bowl him? It's pitched around about middle and leg, straightened a bit, went over middle stump.
Morning, Aggers. Yeah, it was delivery, terrific delivery. Angled in from around the wicket and Stark trying to work it into the onside. Well, sort of, that's hard for Mitchell Stark. I tell you what it's harder for, the English batsmen who go...
Ooh, what's that?
That ball's old.
Yeah,
now,
that doesn't look very nice.
Now, what is it, 52 overs old, and it's still seaming, and Mitchell Stark and Boland and Michael Neser are going to get a brand new hard-looking one to bowl with in the not-too-distant future.
There's Tongue bowling a poor ball down the leg side. Ill-directed, Stark could do nothing with it. Bit of a strange field, this, for number 10. I mean, Stark can bat, of course he can. But when you see Steve Smith just edging a ball in the channel behind for 130-odd, you think, well, surely you have a slip for a number 10 when he first comes out to bat.
And I don't think this is just an England thing too. I think that all teams seem to do this. They go straight to this, let's get him caught on the boundary or bowl short. Sometimes the old-fashioned pitch it up around about off stump's not the worst way, is it? It's history of the game tells me it's a good way to go.
Here's Tongue, bowls again short and steered by Stark. Out into the offside, finds the fielder coming in off the boundary. Over to our right there. Ben Duckett, who tosses the ball back. That's one more to Australia. 8 for 561, so they lead by 178 runs now. And England are going to show some character if they're to take this game into the 5th day, it seems to me, because they just look pretty beaten out there. Slumped shoulders, hands on hips, the sort of body language that you get at the end of a long tour when things have gone wrong.
Yeah, it's tough, isn't it? Like you
see it a lot on tours, you know, when the last match and things have gone wrong on the last day, a team can fall in a heap. And goes Tongue, bowls short, and it's swatted away out towards Duckett again, this time at deep square leg. So, another run taken, but they've got to show some character. They've got to show some character. There are players out there who are playing for their futures, for their careers, and they've got to get out there and show that they're the best players to be chosen to do it. There's been lots of planning. I think a lot of what's gone wrong in this series for England has been more of that planning side. I don't think it's ability. I think they've got players out there who are talented, but just the way that the this tour has been framed and the sort of mantra within the dressing room just hasn't suited many of them. In goes Tongue again, and Bowles pitched up this and driven nicely straight down the ground. A dive and a miss from mid-on, and so Australia profit by another. As Brook comes running back from mid-off to stop that. As poor old Carse again. Bryden Carse has given absolutely everything in this series. He has absolutely been flogging in like a dead horse, and I have to say, you would get this. Yesterday, he's bowled his boots off. It's a hot day. Who's fielding at extra cover in the last half hour of the day? Bryden Carse. You think, what is going on?
Yeah, I tell you what, you can't knock his effort.
No. In goes Tongue. Oh, he's bowled him, cleaned him up, straight ball, and that's the end of Mitchell Starc. That's usually all it takes for a lower order batsman. Funnily enough, Stark's better than that, but sometimes if you bat at 10, you play like a number 10. And he's just missed a full straight ball there. And Australia are now 9 down for 564.
That's gone off the seam, but I tell you what, it's amazing, and this is really amazing, Angus, and you bowl at the stumps. How much better, and how much more, because you got LBW, caught behind the wicket, bowled, and it was just a good delivery. Roundabout off stump, it nipped back fractionally, hit them in front. Mitchell Starc's out for 5. Australia lose their 9th wicket, 564, a long way in front. And I can see drinks coming onto the ground, Agus.
Yep, this is Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport.
The 2026 Australian Open. Hear it live and ad-free on ABC Sport Digital, and take it with you on the ABC Listen app.
The Ashes, live across Australia.
Australia versus England.
But Stokes with 2 slips in the gully, and Webster around the pad, worked wide of mid-on, and takes off for a single. And the 50 comes up for Webster. 50 not out.
I actually think Stokes has done his drawing, Jim. He's coming off.
Oh, he hasn't finished the over, has he?
Yeah.
He's still got 2 balls to go.
He's bowled a lot of overs. We're talking, what's he bowled, 28 overs?
I see.
Yeah, and he doesn't look good, and that's not a great sign. He's been a warrior all series. He's bowled really well, but for him to go off injured, that'll be the end of his bowling here in the Ashes series this year. He won't bowl again.
Tongue over the wicket. Smith, necking, caught. He's out, and his namesake takes the catch. And Steve Smith, after his 37th Test hunt, the innings is over. Half an hour into the day, on day 4, he departs for 138, and Josh Tongue has got him.
ABC Sports coverage of the Ashes. Australia versus England.
It's on your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and the ABC Listen app.
Well, the players have had a drink and are ignored. Drinks bearers again take their buggy off the ground. They were tried a little while, but again they stood there and nobody wanted a drink from them. And Scott Boland's arrived out in the middle as number 11. So 9 for 564. Someone's got to have a drink for them today. Might be the last day.
I always look at that. And you comment. I was just laughing because I noticed that he drives it out there.
Yeah, they try so hard.
They hold 2 in their hands like anyone.
Please come.
But just. They're free. You have to pay. It's not like it's $2.50 or something.
Completely ignored. Anyway, they've gone off. We'll see them again today, and hopefully someone will take a drink from them. Just to be kind. Just a word from the England camp. Well, we know this really, that Stokes is being assessed for a right adductor complaint. That's a posh word for a groin strain, and we'll provide an update when more information is available. That's word from the England camp. But really, it's just a case of whether he's able to bat or not. You can't have a runner these days. And the way he moved off there was not good. So I guess we'll have to wait and see what the score is when he's due to bat, or whether something from him when he comes, whether he's able to hit the winning runs around about tea time tomorrow.
Winning runs? I don't know. You have to bowl again, I think. We probably mightn't be on too much for the rest of this if the game ends today. But I know this has been your 250th time to Australia doing this, but. I'm sure you've enjoyed this trip as much as ever.
Of course. I mean, the cricket's important on these tours. When you go away and you work on the cricket tours, of course the cricket is important and the quality of the cricket is important. It's been difficult not to keep saying the same thing over and over again from an English perspective on this tour, which has been a massive disappointment. And every time I go and see some English supporters in the evenings, they're not happy. They've really expected better than this. Will Jacks is into the attack now, and the first ball is swept out into the leg side by Webster, ball crawling towards the boundary. I think they'll just take 2. They were satisfied with that as Tongue throws the ball back again. But it's always great coming here, crikey. It's such a privilege to come, and I said a few times, it's great competition and all that stuff, but we all love each other, really.
Absolutely.
We're all the same people, pull each other's legs. One day I shall return again and we shall win the Ashes here. It only happened once in my career, but that was great. And actually, it was received very respectfully by the Australians too. Hey, better side, come here and play some great.
And they
cricket.
certainly were in that series. They were far better than us.
Absolutely. Here's Jacks, bowls, and that's turned away to the onside. But I think for that to happen, there's a lot of reassessment of English cricket in the meantime. We say that every time we come and get beaten, and people get sacked. And on we go, and then nothing much changes. So I think it's much more a mental attitude, really. You look at the way the Australians play. There's Jacks again, and that's nudged away from short of a length out to mid-wicket by Webster. It's very disciplined. That's the big difference. I think that's what Andrew McDonald has really introduced this team to, real discipline. Line and length bowling, bang, bang, bang. Discipline in the batting. When you're in, you get a big one. It's that sort of, mature thinking. Here's Jacks, and that's pushed away against a little bit of spin there, but Crawley's deep on the extra cover boundary. So
it's hard-nosed, isn't it? It is. Just, when you turn up, they're not going to throw their wickets away.
No, and it's 5 days for a reason. We've got plenty of time. I mean, Smith, there's some pictures of Smith, who's out, having got a very nice 130-odd. Looking furious.
He's blowing up. He would be blowing up.
I think the Australian word is filthy. Yeah. Which I've had a couple of times. He looks filthy because he wanted 200.
He wanted 220. Because he could see it was an offer too. Look,
absolutely. He's absolutely spitting. He doesn't think, that's all right. I've got 130 odd. That's great. On we go. No, he's hungry. He's like Joe Root. These top batsmen. They're greedy because they know that the next innings he might get a good ball and nick behind for naught. So when you get in, you make it pay, and English batsmen don't have that. Look at Harry Brook, swish, 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 get the 40-odd nick out. Oh dear, sorry about that. Yes, I know it was a bad shot, and I'll try and learn next time. But then it doesn't happen.
One of the things that, talk about Australian cricket, that started. That was the Bob Simpson, Allen border.
Yeah.
After I think it was the 86, 87 out here, and
Captain Grumpy came back to England.
We got towed up by Broad and Bill Athy and.
Right, here's Boland is caught at slip. Boland's got a golden duck. I'm not sure how much it'll bother him. His work is now to come. He's got to bowl England out. That lead is 183 is Australia's lead. And England are going to have to score that to make Australia bat a second time. And it's going to be tough, I think, but that's a nice little edge.
Bo Webster is 1 run short of his test best.
Well, that's a shame. He played nicely. I like the look of Webster, actually. He played well. 71 not out from 87 balls. Boland, a golden duck. He'll be accompanied off the screens by dear old Daddles. And it's 567 all out. Very, very good, very professional, very disciplined batting effort by Australia with that all those 50 partnerships in there that helped to boost that. And the England team walking off. They've got a job to do. They really have. And many tours. I've been on too many tours in which you see a team, not always England necessarily, but a team that's been beaten up basically, and they can fall in a heap on the last day or the penultimate day or whatever it is when they are batting under pressure as they are now, and they've got to show some character. It's been a miserable tour for them, but they're going to have to battle away, show some character, and make it as difficult as possible for Australia to win this test match. But it's not going to be easy, and we've all seen these situations, haven't we, in which that can happen. So the ground staff taking the field. Suzanne's listening with a 94-year-old mother from the Calvary Hospital in Adelaide. Mum is from Barnock, really, in the UK. Dad from Ketton. Barnock, Stamford, Burley Park. Well, where Mum helped with all the teas. Jonathan will know this area. You bet I do. Here's hoping that the English team can rally to help Mum's recovery. Well, Suzanne, that's amazing. Those little villages, they're all little villages outside Stamford. Yep, my brother played for Barnock. I played for Ufford Park, big rivals. And brother then played for Burley House, Burley Park. Great part of the world.
People don't realise the little villages that play cricket.
No.
We this
fierce rivalry.
Yeah, fierce.
Barnock and Ufford Park. Ooh.
I can promise you the best lunches and teas in the world.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But it's a beautiful part of the world. If you like your question is in Burley House, a wonderful Elizabethan place where they have the Burley Horse Trials every September. Lovely cricket ground. Oh, it's just and Stamford is one of those really historic English towns. It's on the way up between London and Scotland, so all the stage horses used to stop off at the George Hotel in Stamford on the way up. So yeah, great stuff. Well done, Suzanne, and all the best to your mum Betty. Hope she recovers well. Well, let's have a look at what England could expect here. Then it's going to be a tough call. It is going to be a tough call, and the Australian tails are going to be up, and you can imagine what. I mean, the mood in the two dressing rooms. I know they're separated by that famous old bar in there in the members, but it's going to be absolutely poles apart, isn't it? One up, absolutely. The Australians coming out now. They're going to be good to go, and they're really going to hit England hard if they can before lunch. There's an hour and a half to go with this extended day, and then on the other half, when they got the captain down. He'll be lying on the physio's couch somewhere.
Ice
being iced up. You know, that's just.
It's actually going to be. It's a big hour and a half this because if they lose a couple of runs, especially Joe Root, you can see the game. You can see it going into to hyperspeed as it moves forward. The Australians, they'll be buoyed. They'll be excitable. Stark's out in the middle on the practice pitch. Nisa bowling. Stark's going to bowl from our end, and Nisa from down at the southern end, the Clive Churchill stand end of the ground. The wicket. We saw with the old ball, it's still nipping around, so if you get it in the right spot, it's going to be hard work. And the Australians with their battery of medium, fast bowlers, however you want to call them, I think they're going to be hard to. If Australia catch well, if they catch well, I think.
Well, there's some good comparisons going around. I think it's something like 16-5 or something at the moment in this series.
One hand, left hand.
In terms of dropping.
Yeah.
England have dropped 16. Australia have dropped about 5. That's the reckoning. And these days also, I think it is quite hard these days. You see a slow motion on the telly and the ball coming very fast to slip. Did it carry? Yeah, look, he's got his finger. Right, that's a chance. Now, I mean, let's be fair about this. Yeah. Some of those that go down as chances, there would be miracle catches. But what the difference is that, for me, is that when it mattered, Australia took the chances, and when it mattered, England didn't.
Yes, correct.
So a couple of those catches that Smith has taken, for instance, at slip, compared, say, to that goober that was dropped yesterday, Travis Head. Those are the sorts of things that matter. It's those moments in Test matches that change the flow of the game. And if you put them down, you miss them, then it's very hard to get it back again.
And you think about Smith's catch in Brisbane, one hand, Stokes.
Oh yeah,
Jack's looking good. You think about Labuschagne in Adelaide, 2 diving left-handers.
Brilliant catch.
They've made something out of nothing.
Yep.
You hear a lot of sayings in cricket, run hard and bowl, but catches, to be fair, the only one that's really, if you take all your catches, you win more than you lose. Yeah. And it's as simple as that. I think goob is a very English word, but it's also the nickname of Chris. Remember Chris Tremlett?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, his nickname was Goober.
He was Goober, was he?
Yeah. So
I think he might have been a cartoon character, wasn't he, Goober?
But
have you seen him recently?
I have seen him recently.
He's like the most
he looks like he looks like an Iron Man. He's those world's strongest men. You see them picking up big boulders and putting them on things and stuff. That's what he looks like.
I remember him here. It was 10-11, wasn't it? Mitchell Johnson coming out the bat. That part of the ground down there at the bottom over the old hill, the Trumpets down, the Barmy Army going berserk as Mitchell Johnson walked out. Tremlett came from that far end. Boom! First ball is stumps out the ground. That was extraordinary. I never thought that we'd see Mitchell Johnson come back the way that he did, but crikey! 18 months later, did he?
It wasn't that fearful.
Didn't he make England pay for
that? People. I was in 09, so. And
9-10, 13 he came back.
Bowls to the left, bowls to the right.
All that stuff.
And then they came out and they were doing it, and it was like he took all that emotion and all that energy and went, you know what? come 2013-14,
Yeah,
and
you
he
were.
unleashed it. That was terrifying.
Well, it was. I think, and I've been kind of watching, professional bowling from 1976.
Yeah.
That's when I became a professional, and I've never had any time out. So my eye's been in.
Yeah.
If you get what I mean.
Yeah.
I played against the West Indies, the 1980s, all that stuff. Tomo, all these guys. That was the fastest, most brutal fast bowling I've seen in my life.
It was, I talked to Brad Haddon, who was the wicket keeper, and he said you could actually see batsmen walking out with the genuine fear. And Jonathan Trott was a wonderful player for England.
He was.
He had if you look at his record and career, he
got him.
He basically said that's it. But Jonathan Trott shouldn't be embarrassed, because I have complete respect for guys that go out and do that against Mitchell. Wow, I'd never seen anything like that.
Right, well, almost good to go here. The heavy rollers finishing its last trundle before England's innings will commence. The umpires will be out shortly. The Australians are loosening up. I see Mitchell Starc and Cameron Green bowling out there in the middle. The umpires are coming on their way. So we're going to have a change here. Jim and Jason are coming in here.
Get more from your garden all year with a subscription to our magazines. Gardening Australia delivers expert advice for each season, and in Organic Gardener, live green and eat well. Subscribe now at abcmagazines.com.au.
The Ashes, live across Australia.
Australia versus England.
It's on your radio,
ABC Sport Digital Radio,
and the ABC Listen app.
Welcome back to the SCG. You're just having a little cup of tea or a quiet sambo. It's not lunchtime yet, but it's not far away. Half an hour from now. What's the score at lunch, Dizzy?
Oh, good morning, Jim. Good morning to our listeners. Australia will want to impact. I'm going to say 2 down.
2.
2 wickets. 2 wickets.
2 down.
Yeah.
Yeah? I reckon it'll be none for lunch. How long to go? Oh, an hour and a half. Oh, well, I'm getting hungry, obviously. Oh, an hour and a half, that's right. So you're saying 2 down in an hour and a half. Yes, it's only 11 o'clock. Very good. It's the sun, it eventually gets to you. We all go mad in the end, Rick. You can be sure of that. Dizzy's going all right. You're still on the planet. Wait till you get to the age that Rick and I have got to. You'll know.
Settle down, Jim.
You'll know when you get there. Well, almost. You're a bit younger than me, Rick. Sorry. Yeah, you're still able to concentrate all day. You'll find when you get to 85, 90 that it gets harder. It does get harder. Now, what is going to happen here? Is there anything you can see in the pitch that might be more helpful for the bowlers than before?
I just noticed that dismissal of Mitchell Starc, Josh Tongue, it just nipped back in off the seam.
He actually bowled it at the stumps.
Yes, he did.
Remarkable.
Yeah, and he bowled well in the lead up to dismiss Steve Smith as well. So there's enough there if you bowl enough deliveries in the right line and the right length.
The only 2 players to be bowled in this match are Starc and Tongue.
Yep. And over 2 useful deliveries. So here we go. It's Starc again. He's bowling and Crawley's playing around the corner through the square. He's got a very open stance, a la Jim Parks of yore, and he sends the ball away for the opening run. They're trailing by 183, wasn't it? 183 altogether?
Yeah, 183 lead.
Yeah. So where's this game heading? It looks like it's the tamperer is coming out. The tamping man with his drumstick, with his metal pole, his basharama. He's going to bash the crease. And it's normally Starc who's having the problem, and that's where, here we go, you can hear it. Boom, 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 boom. Yep. We're live and direct. Are you hearing that? Do you like that sound? And he's bashed away at the spot with his tamper. where the front foot lands for Mitchell Starc. So Duckett's down there. They've scored a run from the very first ball, with Steve Smith out today for 138, and Webster with 71 not out has taken his average to 160 or something, hasn't he, Rick? 3 hits,
His
1
SCG
out.
average, yes, 167.
Yep. So the tampering has been completed, and we've got Starc charging into Bolter. Duckett ducks. That's what Ducketts do, they duck. And it went past his nose.
It's interesting, Jim, speaking to a few of the English media here at the ground in the media centre. There's a growing feeling or sense that this game will be over today, as Stuart Clark alluded to in the pre-show.
They just want to go to Taronga Park or Bondi Beach tomorrow.
Do you reckon?
I don't know. You always talk about things like departure lounge. I just want to get to this stage of the series. Well, we'll see what resolve there is in the batting. Starc bowls a bouncing ball again, and it's taken overhead by Carey outside the off stump. And the interesting question around that, I suppose, as has been speculated, rumoured in the press, is apart from Khawaja, will there be any other Australian players who call it a day?
Don't think so.
No.
Have you heard anything?
No.
I haven't heard anything.
No, I'm just out there doing, devil's advocate, whatever you want.
You've always got an ear to the ground with all these rumours and the like, Jim.
I don't think anything is happening immediately, but I wouldn't be surprised as we go towards August if 1 or 2 don't fall by the wayside for whatever reason. We'll see. 3 slips in the gully are waiting for Starc. He charges in and bowls right up, and Duckett drives it fluently through mid-off. It's heading up towards the boundary. It's nip and tuck, and it's cut off inside the boundary by Labuschagne. 3 runs to Duckett. Just a firm push between the bowler and extra cover. And Labuschagne chased it like a greyhound, as he always does. None for 4.
Great energy from Marnus Labuschagne. As Jim Maxwell said, chase that down hard. Which brings it's a good chase.
Probably more like a collie dog than a greyhound. He's not that fast, is he? But
there's a lot of intent.
Yeah, a lot of energy. He's always got a lot of energy in the field. He lifts the side. Now Starc back to Crawley. He comes in. Crawley leaves the ball. How's that for LBW? Is that out? He's out. He didn't play. And after a long deliberation, Ahsan Raza has raised his finger, the finger of doom for the batsman. And Crawley's going to review that. Was it doing enough to hit?
I'll tell you what, that's a beautiful piece of bowling from Mitchell Starc, because this whole series, he's bowled his wobble seam across.
LBW on-field decision is
Zach
out.
Crawley.
I have checked both feet. Fair delivery.
That one swung
no
back.
stroke offered. So you can go to front on, please.
It was a very late decision by the batsman. Well, in a matter of milliseconds, but it
Okay,
did
straight,
come
you can
back,
go to the ball tracking when it's
and
ready.
he's been given out. It hit him just outside the line, perhaps. Was it
On-field
doing
decision
enough
is out.
to hit the stumps?
Outside of impact.
Yep.
Outside of wickets.
It's hitting.
Goal.
It's
You can
hitting.
stay with your on-field
It's hitting the
decision.
outside of the top of the off stump, according to the technology. And Ahsan Raza confirms his original decision. And Crawley is out. LBW Starc for 1. England lose a wicket, and Starc moves further on in this series with his extraordinary new ball bowling.
It's a beautiful, beautiful piece of bowling. Mitchell Starc. Reckon you'd give Marnus Labuschagne a bit of credit for that wicket as well. He chased hard that Ben Duckett drive down the pitch and stopped it from being a 4. It's brought Zach Crawley back on strike.
That's a huge wicket, isn't it? I mean, this is where things can get ugly for teams who are at the end of their tether on a tour of Australia where they've been thumped. And in the back of your mind, you're thinking, well, Really, all I want to do is go home, but we do need to save this game. Have we got the spirit to do it, to stick around? Very hard on the brain. And Bethel, who's no more than a tyro in the world of Test cricket, is coming out to try and do something about it. This will be a test for him. What a series from Mitchell Starc. 17 wickets in the first 2 tests. And he's picked up another big one here. What are we up to? 29 for the series for Mitchell Starc. Bethel looks around, just collects his thoughts. With 3 slips, gully, backward point, extra cover, mid-on, square leg and fine leg. And Starc. The bus is roaring down the hill. Here it comes. Starc goes in and Bethel leaves wide of the off stump. And that's the end of the over. What an over. And Rick's going to tell me how many times has Starc got a wicket in the first over of any of his spells in this series, particularly with the new ball. 1 for 4 after 1.
Mitchell Starc's best personal haul of wickets in a Test series.
Yep, better than what was the next?
I think it was 24, 23 or 24 from memory. Yeah, so he's well in advance of that. Just a reminder too that on the last day of the 21-22 Ashes series, 17 wickets fell at Hobart. Australia started their second innings at 3 for 37, all out for 155, and then bowled England out for 124, all on the one day.
Yes. You're speculating?
Just musing.
Musing on the stats, yes. So England needing to build some partnerships resistance, lose an early wicket. And we're down at the Randwick end, and Boland's got the ball. He runs in around the wicket, and Duckett knocks it away to the onside, just out in front of square. The other thing for England, of course, is that Stokes went off with that adductor injury, groin injury, whatever you wish to call it, and he will be at least inconvenienced, you'd think, when he has to bat. So that's another problem for England. He limped off mid-over an hour or so ago. Now, Boland, 4 slips around the wicket into Duckett. Duckett goes back and he's cramped with the bounce, drops the bottom hand from the bat as he poked the ball away on the onside. 3 on the onside, 6 on the offside with 4 slips, a deepish backward point 3/4 of the way back, and an extra cover. And you just sense that the shroud is being pulled over England's batting here, and it brings a kind of eerie calmness to the proceedings. Boland bowls now, and he's pitching up. Nick onto the pad. They get a run. Quick run out on the offside. A little inside edge. Boland won't mind that, I'm sure, with the novitiate on strike now. 1 for 5 in the second over.
Sorry, what was that word?
Novitiate. A novice.
Ah, right.
Right.
I've never heard that before.
Oh. You didn't do Latin at school?
No.
You should have. It's more interesting than geography.
Right. I quite like geography.
Geography's important, but study of languages is very important, and everyone out there who's at school should do a language. French,
I don't
Spanish,
disagree.
Japanese, something.
I wish I'd learnt a language when I was younger. Absolutely.
Yeah, Rick's jumping into this. And novitiate refers to the state of being a beginner or trainee in any field.
Right.
Right. With the term also referring to the place where this training occurs. And he bowls now and he's knocking it into his pad away on the offside. It's normally related to religion, and a person who's a novice is generally considered to be a nun or a monk historically.
Okay, so that's your word of the day. It's like last test we had Ben Cameron, our producer, homeostasis was his word of the day.
not a word that's used very much when you're going out for a beer or a coffee with your friends. And I doubt if even Ben would use that. I know you're a super brainoid, but really, that is out of the stratosphere. Now back and across goes Bethel. Yes, they look out, go back, and there's no run. They were indeterminate, indecisive. They didn't go in the end, 1 for 5.
Is Latin taught in schools these days?
Maybe not every school.
No.
I don't know. But look, it certainly was when I was at school. That was a while ago.
That was a little while ago, Jim.
But at the school I went to still teaches.
Right.
And the strike rate, as it were, in Latin is very, very high. Those that study it do well. So the teaching must be outstanding.
Oh.
It certainly was years ago. Back over the wicket, Bolden comes in and he's edging almost. That snuck through between bat and pad outside the off stump to complete the over. So at the end of the over, England a bit shaky. They're 1 for 5 as we gradually move through this session. And as Rick told me a moment ago, there's still an hour and a bit to go. Hour and a quarter now.
It's been a really good start by the Australians, Jim. The lines, the lengths, and that's been, for me, one of the big differences in this series has been the seam bowling, the disciplines, the accuracy between the two teams. It's a big gulf in execution for mine.
It's easy to get confused with language, though, and I'll mention that in a moment as we watch Stark begin his second over with 3 slips in the gully in place. He's got a third man too. He runs to Duckett. Duckett leaves. No, he cuts, uppercuts. Whoa, at the death. He got underneath that and hit it over, well over the slips and down to the boundary for 4.
Your wife Jen has texted Jim.
They spoke Latin when I was at school. Thanks, Jen. Yeah, we certainly did in Latin class, well, kind of. We didn't. The Greek alphabet was alpha, beta, gamma, delta. Turn your sister up and belter. But the Latin was abo, abis, abit, abimus, abitus, abunt. Yeah. You missed out in a fair bit at school, no doubt about it.
Clearly did.
That Greek alphabet, very famous. Stark charges in again, and he bowls a ball that's moving away nicely on a full length around the line of the off stump. You can't get away with anything. And I'm not even at home, Rick, and still she's catching up with me. She's sitting down there, hopefully in the shade of the members' stand, watching all this unfold. Now, I used the word yesterday that may have tricked up our friend, Bill Fleeman. I used the word libation. So we'll be having a few libations.
So what does that mean?
Drinks.
Drinks.
Stark charges in and bowls around the pads. He's squared up and gets a thick edge out through the covers. They'll get 1, no, 2, no, 1, as Labuschagne was on the chase. Anyway, I went to this event last night, and the person who'd been listening thought I said lidation, which is the movement of molecules in a certain way, and she thought, oh, that's fair enough. He's coming to talk about this, that and the other with a group of people. So it is a bit like the movement of molecules, movement of people. So I had to explain. Now, actually, it was libation, which is more accurate because the most important thing when you have a social function is a drink.
Right.
Even, you know, black champagne, yep. Coca-Cola, whatever it is, it's a drink. Now, Stark charges in and bowls a ball that's pushed away by Bethel, standing up straight out there to extra cover.
Well, every day's a school day, Jim.
It is.
I've learnt something today.
And you'll learn more because Ben Cameron's going to come in and do some commentary.
Is he?
Very shortly. And he'll have his own thought out to let you know what's what.
So, but Mitchell Stark's getting appreciable swing here today. And you wouldn't think with the conditions that it would be conducive to that, but it just shows his wrist and fingers are behind the ball. His release point's good, giving the ball the best chance to swing. He's bowling very nicely. Good rhythm.
Stark goes in. Bethel digs it out, and he gets a run because there's no pace on the shot off the bottom of his bat. It's squirted away.
Very full delivery, Jim, as like Yorker length, and I think Mitchell Stark went up at a stifled appeal, thinking it hit him on the toe.
Hit him on his bat on the full.
Straight off his bat.
Yeah, but it swung, as you say.
It did swing really late too. It's really good bowling.
Stark, as he gets better the longer he plays, and he does it in such a cool and humble way.
I think what's been really impressive, Jim, is his control this series.
Yeah.
He hasn't been probably in the past.
And his pace too.
Yeah, his pace has been high, but his control has been excellent.
Yep. Stark on his way to Duckett. Duckett drives. That's gone out through the covers, and Labuschagne says, someone pick that up, please. And one of the ball boys, as it were, comes off the bench to throw it back. A beautiful cover drive. So we're going to have a change in commentary in a moment. And the alternate king of the thesaurus is going to come in and join you. Our producer, Ben Cameron.
The summer of cricket on ABC Sport.
The Ashes Test Series. Head to the ABC Listen app and look for the Cricket Podcast for everything Ashes.
Thanks, Jim. 1 for 15 England. Crawley out, shouldering arms to Mitchell Stark. Grandstand cricket on ABC Sport. Good to see you, Diz.
Good to see you, Benny. We'll talk about nicknames earlier, and someone asked me how I got the nickname Dizzy.
Yeah, the musician?
The jazz trumpeter John Bilks Dizzy Gillespie, I think his full name was. But how did you get your nickname? You mentioned one to me.
I had Simba.
Simba?
Yeah, when I was much younger, as Boland begins a new over from the Randwick end. In and bowling here, and Bethel pulling his bat out of the way at the last minute. Just gets it out of the way. 4 slips. It's not really a gully for Green at the moment. It is 4 slips. They got a point. Mid-off, mid-on. Forward square leg and a fine leg as well. Darren Lehman's given me a few over the course of the series as well.
But Simba, you mentioned Simba. What's that?
I had a big mane of hair, and I was the young one at the club, so like Simba the Lion King, and haven't really been able to get rid of it. Boland around the wicket to the left-hander. Bethel awaits. Boland bowls down the leg side. A play to miss. Nice strangulation there.
Buff's in the back of the box. He just said to me, Diz, how did you get the nickname Honker?
I'm not going
yes,
near
okay,
that.
Buff. Yes, I've got a big nose. Thank you.
He also made a derogatory comment about you when he almost sneezed moments ago.
What did he say?
Just how big it would have been. The windows might have gone.
Windows would have shattered, he reckons.
I thought that was rather unkind.
Of course it's unkind. But I'm used to it, Betty.
Boland in and bowling again here. Bethel shimmies down the wicket. Plays and misses down the leg side. Carey tidy again. Sprawling away to his right. You made an observation yesterday, Dizzy, pre-play about Alex Carey. Australia were batting. It was a batting day. And he was out there with Andrew Borovich, who's the fielding coach or keeping coach with this Australian team, former grade cricket keeper in Victoria. Works with Carey a lot. They're out there doing their drills, working on his keeping, even on a batting day. Day after day.
It's just consistency, isn't it? The best. Very consistent in what they do. Routines.
Back over the wicket here, Boland. To Bethel, fishing outside the off stump. Just withdraws the bat at the last moment.
So Carey has his routines. He uses those, the orange boards, the catchets. He's got the wicket-keeping coach, Andre Borovec, to hit him catches, and he's not hitting him hard.
Yeah.
But it's all about his movement patterns. So when, for our listeners, Alex Carey and wicket keepers will move left to right, laterally, looking to take the ball, a long catch. So catch the ball well out in front and give with the ball as it's coming, and just practice those routines over and over again. And he does that every single day.
4 slips awaiting. Boland to Bethel on a good length wide of the off stump. Bethel unmoved. Yeah, success leaves clues, doesn't it?
Absolutely. I couldn't have said it better myself. And that's probably what the big contrast in this series. So I can't remember seeing the England wicketkeeper doing any drills in the morning, because we're here early. We're watching and observing warm-ups just to get a bit of an idea of what's going on. And we see a lot of England, they tend to play that soccer game, keepy up, whatever they call it.
Square leg goes deep here. Boland to Bethel, thick outside edge, and it's just short. Steve Smith diving to his left and forward on the half volley. 1 for 15, Bethel on 1, he lives. Stuck it on 13 at the other end. Brendan from Hobart says Mick Malthouse gave you the nickname Stumpy this year, Ben, which he did as well.
Stumpy?
Yeah. It's about my appearance, I think.
Well, because you're closer to 4'6" than 6'4".
I think I'm just closer to 6'4", but not far, not by much, Diz. A 1 for 15 here, the Aussies. New ball trying to get through this English top order. How do you think the pitch is still playing here, and what England can muster in this second innings?
Well, they're playing for, essentially they're playing for pride. They're coming up against two fantastic bowlers who are bringing completely different skill sets. Mitchell Starc is pitching the ball up, swinging it, left arm. Scott Boland hitting the pitch on a really disciplined line and length.
New over for Starc. Bowling hit a Duckett, beating the outside edge, squaring him up slightly.
So they're constantly being challenged. And as I said, they're probably playing for pride. Some players, I think, are playing for their careers. And Ashes series and Ashes defeats and potential heavy defeats tends to result in change. So it will be interesting to see. I think if England did manage to win this game, I'm not sure 3-2 would be an appropriate scoreline for the cricket we've seen. 3-1 or 4-1. It's probably more accurate assessment of the...
Starc bounds in again. Duckett turns it off his hip. Takes the single on offer. The backward square leg's about 3/4 of the way to the boundary. There's quite a squarish fine leg as well. And the field will just change slightly with Bethel coming on strike. So deep point will come in and go into a gully position. That's Green. Also bring up the third man to a point position. So 3 slips in a gully, point mid-off, mid-on. Forward square leg, a squarish fine leg as well.
Just someone on the SMS, Jason, said that Starc is bowling good pace. What speed is good pace?
Here he comes again, passing the umpire to Bethel on the leg stump. Turns it neatly, but straight to the forward square leg.
So in answer to that question, I'm not sure who sent that in, but thank you. 144.2 was Mitchell Starc's last delivery, and he's been consistently over 140 k's an hour this whole series, Benny, and that would be good pace. I probably needed to be a bit more specific, so thank you to that person that texted in. But yeah, anything over 140 would be classified as very good pace. But Mitchell Starc, I remember Adelaide Day 2, I think it was, where it was 40-degree heat, and his average speed was 145 kilometres an hour. Average speed over the whole day. It was incredible.
In and bowling, Starc to Bethel. And tucking it down to that squarish fine leg. Boland bustles around to his right, picks it up and keeps it to 1 for 17 England. Bethel doubles his total onto 2.
And another one on the SMS. Dizzy, to be fair, Jamie Smith probably has no keeping drills to do because he doesn't even keep for his county side. Steve from Coolooong. Yeah, that's been noted. I mean, it's obvious. Jamie Smith's been selected. He's a captain's pick or coach's pick because he's a dynamic batter, and we've seen glimpses of just what he can do. And I think he's actually been quite tidy with the gloves this series. But yeah, the observation is I haven't seen him actually do much keeping outside of game time.
Starc to Duckett, very wide of the off stump, swinging away. The field pushed backward a square, 2 out either side of the pitch behind square. 1 for 17 England. He has, as Tough as put it a couple of days ago, floored a couple. Throughout the series, Jamie Smith hasn't been the tidiest behind the stumps.
Well, you'll be able to unpack that a little bit at the end of this over. We've just seen the great man just waltz in. Toughers.
Crawley, the man out at LBW, shouldering arms to Mitchell Starc, LBW. So Duckett and Bethel at the crease, 1 for 17. A tall left armer Starc to the left-hand bat. Here Duckett, full and straight, digging it out. Bunting it down towards head at mid-on. End of the over, Jason Gillespie is stepping out. Phil Tufnell will come in. Bethel on a couple and Duckett on 14. End of the Starc over. Ben Cameron alongside Jason Gillespie. And now Phil Tufnell. Tuffers.
Morning.
Morning.
How are we all?
Very well, thank you. How are you?
Very well indeed. Very well indeed. What have I been saying? What did I say? You
spoke about Jamie Smith flooring a couple.
Well, yeah. Punched a few down. Punched a few around the post. But, he's done all right, hasn't he? He's managed to... The only paid fieldsman, really, isn't he? The fella with the gloves on, you know.
Was that your approach?
Well, you know, you got the gloves on. You've got to try and hang on to them.
The oven mitts.
Yes.
Try and take the catches.
Teflon. Non-stick. Well, England have been Teflon, haven't they? Of course, we've dropped some catches. 17, 18 this season. Summer.
If only there was a little rhyming catchphrase about the importance of holding on to them as Boland around the wicket here to Bethel. Leg slip in place. Bethel defends from the crease, pushing out into the covers.
Is it a new one? You've just thought of it?
No.
Have you just thought of it?
Catches win matches. It's been around for a while.
I've never heard of that one. And don't they ever? And it still rings so true.
It does, doesn't it?
It really does.
Interesting, Steve Smith here has just run from second slip down to Mitchell Starc at fine leg. Had a small, brief conference, now run back to second slip. They've got a leg slip in, which is Cameron Green. Khawaja at first slip, Smith at second slip. Bo Webster, who catches pigeons in the gully. Boland in again. Bethel shimmying forward for defensive stroke.
Catches pigeons.
I hadn't heard that before. I heard it from Jason Gillespie.
Keeps pigeons, isn't it? Catching pigeons.
That's what Dizzy used it, and we never heard it, so we liked it. It just means he catches everything. Bo Webster's in there. He catches pigeons. Corbin and I looked at each other and went, what's he talking about? We've gone with it, though.
Some pigeons are easy to catch.
I asked you yesterday about Bethel's bowling, and I heard him on the BBC, which we took last night, saying he very much views himself as an all-rounder. So
yes,
I'll get your thoughts on his batting and where he's at. Hasn't made a first-class century as yet.
Well, he's got a great opportunity today.
He's facing up to Boland. He's delivering now and just trying to look square, but comes off a slight leading edge down to the ground and back down the pitch.
Won't have a better opportunity just to make a mark. There's been a lot of speculation about, you know, that number 3 spot. Can he do it? Can't he do it? That horrible sort of stat that hasn't made a first-class century and he's playing number 3, which is usually your best batter, isn't it, in your team? 9 times out of 10.
Well,
he's got a great opportunity here. Last knock in Australia, sun shining, good pitch. Go out there and say, right, I want this spot.
2 slips a gully, a leg slip. Bethel facing Boland. He's jammed up slightly, but keeps it out. Off his hip, Boland goes and does the fielding. There's an interesting story. Jacob Bethel, born and raised in Barbados, but of English heritage, and over to boarding school in his early teens, and now at the ripe old age of 22, batting 3 for England in Test match cricket. And it is an interesting point. I mean, Jason Gillespie and Darren Lehman were having the chat in the back of the box about, and certainly when I was young watching Australian cricket, players would come into the team and they would often start in the side at 6.
Yep.
And then, or 5 as a young batsman, and then move up the order as Boland approaches again. Bethel standing tall, defends and says, yep. Sets off through for a single. So 1 for 18 England. Bethel along to 3, Duckett on 14 and back on strike.
Well, no, absolutely. You usually I think Ricky Ponting started at 6.
He did. Justin Langer.
Yeah, there you go. And then you kind of find out your feet, and the more of the experienced guys go up the top, and you're the up-and-coming youngster, you know, and you sort of then find your level and where suits you. But they've decided just to stick him straight in, you know. I mean, it can work out. As you said, he goes out there and gets himself 100, you know, you go, oh, blimey.
Blimey.
Yeah, blimey. He's got something about him. But, I mean, it's a big ask, that's for sure.
3 slips in a gully. They all crouch down. Now Carey too as Boland approaches. And Duckett keeps him out again, turning it away towards square leg. And to the Boland over, 1 for 18, Bethel 3, Duckett 14. You know that one of our football clubs, Aussie Rules teams,
yep,
they have that in their team song, and you might not know this, they all huddle up after a game, link arms, sing their team song in the rooms. They sing Cold Blimey.
Cold Blimey.
Yeah.
Do they use that?
Collingwood.
Collingwood, okay.
Yeah.
Why?
I don't know, it's just in the song.
Okay. There you go. Well, there's Joe Root again. I can just see him on the screen there, trying to relax before coming in for another match-saving knock.
That's the other thing about Bethel here. If he can make, you know, a ton, which is a long way away, it immediately takes all of the pressure off the next time he comes down here, doesn't it?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, didn't Ben Stokes get a good ton in a losing Ashes, didn't he, at Perth, was it? And that sort of like stamped his sort of name on the Test circuit.
And Michael Neser is going to bowl from the Paddington end of the ground. 2 slips in a gully. Pulling out Bethel, not happy with something.
Sit down. I think it might be Mitchell Stark's sunglasses are on the wrong way round.
Wasn't happy with that, was he?
Hey, how about that?
Yesterday, for those who weren't with us, Steve Smith batting said the sunglasses were reflecting off the head of Bryden Carse at mid-off. Please turn them around. Neser bowling. Bethel turning away from it. Got in position to cut, but elected not to. Slightly too wide.
Yeah, we were having a chat last night on the BBC next door, and we were saying, you know, what's happened. And we've just been out, I don't know whether there's such a word, but we've just been out test-matched by Australia in all departments.
More disciplined.
Discipline, thinking, technique.
Neser again, full, straight, clipped away tidily by Bethel, just forward of square, and that is into the rope for 4. That was a neat-looking stroke from Jacob Bethel. 1 for 22 England, Bethel on 7.
Yeah, just a little too straight from Neser, nicely put away. You can see there's a player in him. Just needs to get that confidence and learnings for every time he goes out and plays. Nice little Clippingtons.
Neser again, and forward on the defensive is Bethel, pushing out towards the gully along the ground. Just recapping today, so Australia resumed at 7 for 518. Steve Smith was 129 not out. Bo Webster on 42. On 42. Brought up his half century, Bo Webster. Australia able to pass 550. Steve Smith eventually dismissed earlier on today. Wasn't happy about it for 138. Neser to Bethel again, who's a little bit of a tick boof off the bat into the pad and behind square through for a single. So Bethel on to 8. 1 for 23 are England.
Second only to Bradders now, isn't he?
He is, in terms of Ashes runs, Ashes hundreds. So Australia eventually all out for 567. Bo Webster unbeaten on 71. And then in the very first over again, Mitchell Stark, as he so often does.
Was it the first over?
Yep, the 5th delivery. Zach Crawley, LBW, shouldering arms, out for 1. And that brought Bethel to the crease, and he's out there with Duckett, who's on strike. 2 slips in a gully. Neser in and bowling. And Duckett again just takes it off his pads through forward square leg, man in the deep. Protection for the Aussies, another single. Building a little picket fence at the moment, the English team. 1 for 24, Bethel on 8, Duckett on 15.
He must be thinking to himself, well, I've been hearing this noise that I'm playing too many shots outside off stump. I'm just going to change my approach a little bit. I'm going to have a little peep at a couple, perhaps leave a couple, and he gets one that hoops back in.
Yep.
I mean, it's just out.
It hooped a long way, didn't it?
How's your luck?
What do you do?
You know, when things aren't running well, things like that seem to happen quite a lot.
I used to work with Kim Hughes, who had a saying for that. Nisa, right arm over the wicket to the left-handed Bethel, who again is clipping off his hip. This will be at least a couple. I'll double up and come back. 1 for 26. He used to always say when it came to luck, you get it the least when you need it the most.
Yep.
And it is the case, isn't it? End of the over for Nisa. Bethel on 10, Duckett on 15. Ben Cameron and Phil Tufnell. Tough as a text here for you from Ben. He says, hey, Phil, when you were bowling, did you have a predetermined plan for the batsman? Or did you intuitively change over to over? How would you think about it?
I'll tell you what I used to do a lot.
Yep.
And I didn't realise it when I played. But when I lied in bed, I used to subconsciously...
Visualise?
Visualise.
Wow.
We used to call it penguining. I can't even say it. How do you spell penguin? Penguin.
Yep.
Used to lie in bed sort of like... Well, if I'm, you know what I mean? I used to run through little scenarios in my head.
Right. Are you taking the mickey or genuinely?
Genuinely.
Genuinely, yeah, right.
Absolutely. I used to visualise. Of course you do.
Yeah, well, it's it's a big thing now, but it probably wouldn't have been in the 90s.
But I never realised it, really. But then I just, you'd have half an hour before you go to bed, and you'd just be going, right, if I'm doing this and I'm doing that, and he's doing this and I'm doing that, I know what he does and I know what he's trying to do. I'm trying to do this.
Boland beginning a new over. Randwick end of the ground. And taking his hand off the bat, Duckett, as he keeps it out. Lifting delivery from Boland.
Yeah, so I used to do that, and I never really sort of realised it, really. But you're forever thinking, and you're sitting on an aeroplane. And that's what I think sometimes this England team don't do.
Well, they do. I mean, neuroscientists will tell you that has the same impact as physically training. I'm not... Yeah. I'm not... It sounds very out there, but they will tell you that it has at least a very similar impact to... The act of actually performing the skill.
Absolutely, but then also out there you're forever adjusting and seeing how people play, and because you've kind of worked out how the boys look to play you by then.
3 slips in a gully. Boland around the wicket, flashing Duckett, looking for the uppercut. He didn't quite make contact past the top edge through to Carey.
Yeah, so you kind of know how. I don't know, Mark Waugh played you and Steve Waugh played you and what they were looking to do.
How would you think? Because Shane Warne always said he didn't think so much about what he wanted the ball to be like, but more the shot that he wanted them to play. So I want them driving. So
of course. And that's why I used to like. This is why I used to love bowling spin.
Yep.
That was the whole appeal of it, really. That it was like, a little game of chess out there.
Duckett whacking away. As Boland tries again, and again taking a hand off the bat, dropping it down on the onside, and they'll get through for 1. There was a change in the field there. The backward point went right back to the rope.
If you do that, though, you've then got to have the ability with your fingertips to put the ball in that area.
Yeah.
There's no point in thinking a good plan if you can't then deliver it in sort of, out.
Under pressure and in the game.
Oh, I think I want to take him a little bit wider, and it goes down leg side. Well, what's the point? You've got to be able to put the ball where you... Yeah, forever ticking along like that. No, I didn't realise it until I finished, really.
You just made me think of something when you mentioned your fingertips as well. Leg slip in place here for Bethel. Boland trying to end. Bethel squared up. An edge along the ground. Wide of the third slip and down towards third man. Out after it is Jake Weatherald. And that will be 2 more for England. 2 more for Bethel. 1 for 29. Move England. Bethel on to 12. Did you have issues with your fingers getting cut, and did you use Fry's balsam to harden up the spinning finger?
Yeah, a little bit. You used to get a little bit of problem with that. Fry's balsam, that's what gets rid of colds, isn't it?
Possibly.
That's what you put your head over the old pan.
Fry's balsam?
Yeah, and it gets rid of the blocked nasal. Have you been rubbing Fry's balsam on your finger?
Yeah, that's what I was told to by an English coach. I thought it was an English thing.
I was also told to have a little tinkle on them as well, but I think that someone might have been winding me up. I know Warney did.
Boland in and bowling, and a short ball that goes right over Carey, and that will be byes. That one really lifted. Bethel had to take evasive action. Carey reaching one-handed. Couldn't quite get to it. And away to the rope. And that one will count against the keeper.
Yeah, it's all when you get the alternate fingers. Ouch.
Yep.
Yep.
1 for 33. After the 4 byes. Bethel on 12, Duckett on 16. 1 ball to come in this. Boland over. And he rumbles again. The barrel-chested Boland. Going forward, Bethel. Rock solid on the defensive. And that is the end of the over. 1 for 33. Bethel on 12, Duckett on 16. Ali Mitchell is going to come in and join Phil Tufnell.
The Summer of Cricket on ABC Sport.
The Ashes Test Series. Head to the ABC Listen app and look for the Cricket Podcast for everything Ashes.
Good morning, Tuffers. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, Mitchellers. Haven't seen you. I've kept missing you yesterday.
Just saying, we managed to avoid each other for an entire day, didn't we? Not sure how that happened, but very nice to sit alongside you.
And you.
Who knows whether we will be still sitting alongside each other for a time tomorrow. There's a way to go before England take this match into a 5th day. They're still 150 runs away from making Australia bat again. 1 for 33. And it is Neser running in for his 2nd over. Angled away wide of Gully. And Duckett jogging gently through for the single, fielded down on the boundary in front of deep 3rd. Really disappointing to see Crawley out the way that he was, not offering a shot.
Bless him.
Going for the review.
Been criticised for playing too many shots.
And then all of a sudden...
All of a sudden he doesn't play a shot, it hoops back in and hits him on the pad. Great bit of bowling, though.
Oh, you've got to hand it to Stark, haven't you? 29 wickets in the series. What is he up to now, Rick? 431 in his career, is it?
It's a lot.
He's climbed the charts, hasn't he? He's overtaken, reeled in so many of the number of the greats on the way. Neser goes in, outside edge of the bat into the ground and fielded by Green in the gully. So there's still plenty of threat out there. Bethel on 12, Duckett on 17, trying to navigate. But yeah, Stark's been the absolute standout performer. How have you been amusing yourself, Tuffers, of an evening here in Sydney? Have you been enjoying the...
Absolutely, down at the
rocks,
bay,
the water?
And having a wander about. Love Sydney.
There's still so many England supporters here, aren't they? Locked in for what they're hoping is all 5 days, and you can see the flag strung up all around the SCG here. Neser in, forward. Solid defence from Bethel. The ball drops by his feet and there's no run.
Oh, I've seen a load staggering around town, you know.
Staggering?
No, well, it's hot.
Yes, precisely.
Yeah, 431, drawing level with Richard Hadley, no less. Well, Richard Hadley played 86 tests to Stark's 105.
Who's next on the list above Hadley now then?
Harath, the spinner.
Sri Lanka.
From Sri Lanka, 433, and Kapil Dev is 434.
They're within his sights. Neser over the wicket, defence again. Bethel getting his head well over the ball. Tuffers, we've had some inquiries about England's backroom staff, and in particular whether they have a fielding coach. This is coming from Adam in Adelaide. Are you the right person
Are they looking for one?
You're the right person to be talking to about this?
Listen, I know what I should have been doing. It's just a matter of putting it into practice, but I know how you're meant to do it.
Did you visualise fielding in your penguin pose when you were lying back in bed?
I didn't visualise fielding, no.
Neser in, pushing that one across Bethel. It's shaped to play, allowed it to go through to Carey.
Yeah.
The answer is they don't, do they?
No, they don't. The only coach they've got here is the spin bowling coach.
Jeetan Patel.
Yes, we haven't seen Shoaib, but also
David Saker's here, isn't he, as the fast bowling coach, but he's filled in for Tim Southee, who then replaced Jimmy Anderson, who had a good spell with the side when he retired. Yes, the question is, should they have a fielding
I think they should,
coach?
I think they should.
If so, who would it be?
I'm not sure who's in the game.
Over the wicket, getting in behind this one. Targeting on off stump there. Depends into the offside, no run. 1 for 34 at the end of the over, 149 behind.
Surrey and Botham always said to me, go for the middle one when you're fielding, Phil.
Go for the middle one. And that was How helpful?
No, but yeah, I mean, listen, you've got coaches for everything now, haven't you? You've got strength and conditioning and everything, and diet and psychology and everything. But, you know, that's all very well and good. But the three disciplines are batting, bowling and fielding. So you'd like to think that, I think Paul Collingwood was the fielding coach, wasn't he?
He was, yeah.
Yeah,
He's left
John
not
T.
replaced.
Yeah.
John T. Rhodes?
Yeah, and all these guys, you know.
John T's involved in coaching, isn't he, at the moment?
Yeah.
He's very much in the game.
It seems to have been. I mean, it's not given enough sort of credibility. Fielding, because you just sort of go, oh, come on, lads, we're in the field, and you kind of, you know, you do your eye catches in the morning and what have you. But, you know, there is a skill and an art, and I can remember the first time I saw John T. Rhodes. You know, it was like, what the hell?
Fielding at backward point,
absolutely.
diving. It's drinks, by the way, here at the SCG, if you're wondering why we've got a bit of extended time to have a chat here, 1 for 34.
World Cup, you know, the 92 World Cup, it was just like, what?
Who is this?
Yeah, what is going on here? You know what I mean? It was a wicket. It was a wicket-taking option.
Yeah. When you see some of the things that Marnus Labuschagne pulls off in the field here, and whether it is the way he chases a ball back to the boundary and he's got that dive time to perfection to flick it back in, the balance when you get the ball up, you're onto your feet to then aim and throw at the stumps, or whether you're in at cover and you're able to do that pick up and throw all in the one movement.
Absolutely. You know, and it's just like sometimes naturally you've got a couple of guys who are not so good in the field and a couple of guys that are brilliant in the field, you know, and you sort of have to hide a few boys, you know, but nowadays it's such a big part of the game. And they were tricky as well with John T, because they used to sort of like start him at cover point, and then I know you'd have a drinks break or something like that, and then you tap down again like that, and they'd move him to mid-on. And so you sort of go, yes, oh, no,
hang on.
What's he doing there? You know, and you'd play with your mind a little bit, and they'd move him around, so you didn't quite know where he was, and it would throw you, because every time you're looking for a quick single or something, is that him? Is that him? Is that him? No, it's not him. But he was incredible. You know, the other one is, of course, what was it? Rick, Colin Bland, is it? Colin Bland.
Yes, he was actually in the very first cricket match I saw live when the South Africans came to Launceston in northern Tasmania in 1964, it would have been. And he was electric in the field.
Yeah, amazing. It's a wicket-taking
Rotation.
Yeah. Well, the psychologist is the other thing, which I think when you're at an Ashes tour, you're on an Ashes tour, and the scrutiny from the press, the way the crowd are on you, the way the home media are all over you, the newspaper headlines, being doorstepped in the airport, which is something that doesn't happen in England. It's the norm for sports teams when they fly around the country domestically here. All these things, would as you would know, pile on a player, and that the person that Brendan McCullum has turned to at times, I think he was in Perth at the start of the tour, where I don't believe he stayed with them throughout. I'd need to check, but Gilbert Anoka was his name. All Blacks, exactly.
That's right. Yeah. I mean, you don't want a coach for everything. Sometimes you've got to be a big boy and work it out yourself. But I mean, there are sort of like batting, bowling, fielding. You can't keep them around.
But I'd suggest the sort of role of a psychologist. You think surely that actually is one role that you would need to have full time with the team, because that then is somebody who you can actually sit down with and talk to and offload on without any, with a sense of confidentiality that nothing's going to go back to the coach.
Doesn't need to be in a tracksuit though, and doesn't need to be in the dressing room.
That's an interesting point you make. New over down the leg side. Stark is back on, and it's through to Carey. 3 slips down the gully, still in place here. Duckett on 17. So you think just keeping that little bit of distance?
Well, absolutely, yeah. And I think also as well, like in football, in soccer, there's sort of like a director of football, isn't there? Sometimes it's good because when you're in that bubble, lots of things around you. Sometimes you just can't quite see the wood for the trees. When we're all lucky, we're sitting up here in an air conditioning box, going, "Oh, why isn't Stokes opening the bowling? Why isn't Tongue opening the bowling?" And they've made a few things, but from this sort of position, you can sort of see things a bit better. So someone like that, perhaps.
Stokes in. Overlook it here to Duckett, defending back up the pitch. Is that not Rob Key's kind of role as MD? Was he too close to
there you go.
Brendan
this is what this will all come out. This will all come out now as the dust settles, and we're all sitting there freezing cold.
Are you straight back home after this?
I am.
Good.
Yeah, and then we'll all start talking about it and see where we go from there. But
I'm visiting a lovely place about 3 hours drive north of Sydney, just after this, called Shoal Bay.
Lovely.
Yeah, I've never been there before.
Okay.
Looks beautiful from the photos I've seen.
Lovely. Shoal.
A little bit of shoal, as in like a shoal of fish.
Mackerel.
Could be mackerel. Could be Australian salmon. Not sure what is off the coast up there. Stark in again, outside the off stump, some shape away from Duckett and through to Carey. Here's another question which occurred to me, Tuffers, at the start of the day. Once Australia were all out for their 567. That was a lead of 83, which England are trying to eat into now. There are still 149 behind. If England, say, get a lead and Australia only set a target of, 30, say, and it's a little run chase, and it's Usman Khawaja's last test match. There's the big thanks Uzi written on the outfield, on the grass at the moment. He's due to come in at 5. He was only, made 17 in the first innings, sort of trudged off, didn't really acknowledge the crowd. As Stark bounds in over the wicket. That's a real lifter. It's gone through to Carey, but that was a corker of a delivery. Had Duckett having to flex his back sharply to take evasive action, and he still stood there, stock still, as if in shock about how that ball took off. Wow.
Just that little bit of bounce. A little bit of pace and bounce. Yeah, that did go through the top. That's gone past his chin.
Brilliant take by Carey. You have to say, one-handed arm fully stretched above his head.
Yeah. Whoosh. Oh.
Nearly taken the head, hasn't it?
He's just
flexed his back and then it's gone past the grill.
He's just sort of nestled in behind the line there, and it's just, whoa. That's the first one that's really taken off. Hot day today, though. It will start just easing those cracks open.
Watch this next delivery, and I'll come back to the point before. Yes. Stark is in again here to Duckett down the leg side, Fuller, and Duckett feels as if he's missed out then. Big gap if he could have flicked that through the square leg region. So given all of that, Tuffers, Usman Khawaja due to come in at 5. If it's a run chase of like 30, you'd think unlikely that you'd see him. Would Australia pop him up to open or give him the opportunity, ask him? What do you think? Is that too romantic? And you just need to stick with your batting order, get the job done, and, the game of cricket plays out how the game of cricket plays out.
We're not very romantic, us cricketers.
No.
Get the job done. I can remember Graham Thorpe, God bless him, and Alex Tudor.
Yes.
99. He was on 99, and they were thinking, well, shall we give Tudes his 100?
Stark in. Duckett flashes at this one and finds the boundary square. Oh no, hang on, he hasn't. The ball's really slowed up. I thought that had just whistled away. Picked up front of the rope, and he's ended up running 2. 1 for 36.
And we had a tale of Tufnell, Malcolm and Mullally, and we were going, don't even go there, get the run, just get the run and win the game, and then we could all have a cuddle afterwards.
Because it could go horribly the other way, couldn't it? Imagine if you have opted to, you've been given the chance, maybe given the option, Uzi, do you want to go and open the batting? Because we're only chasing 30, you can hit the winning runs and you can walk off raising your bat.
Yeah.
Or you might get out for 4.
Get your middle pole knocked out first ball.
Yeah, maybe just let the game...
Yes, don't mess with the cricketing gods.
Many a player has learnt that the hard way.
They have indeed.
Sure.
I'm sure he'd like to. I'm sure given the opportunity he might do.
Well, maybe the game will play out and it's enough of a...
Yeah.
Australia get forced to chase. And actually, Uzi is required, number 5. Keeper standing up here, Nisa in, and Bethel's getting in behind one. Defending into the offside. England are 147 behind in their second innings, 1 for 36. Bethel 12, Duckett 19. Crawley was out for 1, faced just 2 balls before he padded up to a Stark delivery. Didn't offer a shot and given out LBW. He reviewed it. It was umpire's call, so he had to go on his way.
Yeah, I like the approach, though, that England have taken here. I was thinking that they could be coming all guns blazing. That's what has been the approach, hasn't it? But it seems to have just shifted.
Around the wicket here to Bethel, and he's easing it out to a misfield. They think about a run, but it parried away towards head at mid-off, and there's no run. Yeah, it seems quite as if they're judging deliveries at the moment.
Yeah, at the moment. Yes.
Have to always put in that caveat.
Yeah, so... and I've been quite impressed with Bethel, and Duckett's been trying trying to leave the odd one and sort of get stuck in a bit. If the ball's there to hit it, obviously try and give it a whack, but it's just looked a little bit more composed.
Bethel waits with bat poised in the air as Nisa's around the wicket to him. A full delivery clipped away through mid-wicket along the ground in a composed manner. Bethel sprinting back for the second, picked up in the deep. It's just the 2. He's got a huge opportunity to really enhance his status, hasn't he? With all sort of the questions around him and Ollie Pope last year and building into the Ashes.
With everything slightly crumbling around this team at the moment and questions to be asked, you'll never get a bit of an opportunity to go right on a good pitch on a sunny day to just go, you know, right, I'm leaving Australia and I'm going to get myself a ton.
Yeah, who can leave this tour with their reputation as enhanced as it can be in the midst of the Ashes having been lost in 11 days?
Yeah.
Click towards mid-wicket again, finds a fielder though. Usman Khawaja's there at a catching position at short mid-wicket at the moment.
Yeah, that could be a box ticked, couldn't it? You know, and a real sort of, you know, little feather in your cap.
And the next tests for England are not until June. And Bethel's got an IPL deal. He played last year, didn't he? I presume he's
Well, he was captain of the T20 last.
Well, he did in September, captain England in the T20, yeah.
Out of nowhere.
Yeah, that did raise a few eyebrows at the time. Around the wicket, Nisa full, driven beautifully by Bethel, really just to ease that, and barely any follow through for 4 down to the pavilion. That is a kind of classy shot that has coaches purring about what he can do.
No, absolutely. Just a little bit too full from Nisa, and good foot movement. Good foot movement from Bethel there. And getting that front foot right out to the ball and just waiting for it, and didn't try and overhit it, just bonked it through extra cover.
That's his second boundary, 1 for 42. Faces up again, chips it down towards Boland, who's there at mid-on to end the over from Nisa. So 1 for 42, England having lost Crawley. They're 141 behind in their second innings. Bethel 18, Duckett on 19. And England looking to save some face in this final test match after a torrid day in the field yesterday in the face of the Travis Head 100 and the Steve Smith 100. Well, Smith added 9 to his overnight score. He was dismissed by a good delivery, I had to say, by Josh Tongue. Caught behind for 138, so the lead was 160 at that point. Bo Webster played a fine hand to be unbeaten on 71 at the point at which Stark and Boland were dismissed. So Tongue finishing with 3 for 97. And Australia's lead 183. So that's what England are now chipping away at in a bid to set Australia something. That is their task. Get through today. Get through to lunch. Build on a partnership, and that's what Australia thrived on. Partnership after partnership after partnership. And England have been sorely lacking with that throughout the series. Stark in again here. Duckett flexes his knees and looks to drive. Hasn't quite timed it, and Stark is able to field off his own bowling in his follow-through. Said goodbye to Phil Tufnell. Let me say hello to former Australia batsman coach Darren Lehmann.
Ali, how are you?
All right, thank you.
Nice day, isn't it? Beautiful day.
It's very well said. Not a cloud in the sky.
31,000 people in. Pretty good.
It is, isn't it, for day 4 of a test match in a series. We've had two-day test matches. People are hungry for test cricket.
Hungry for some cricket.
Despite that, Alison, we've just clicked over 800,000 for the series.
Right.
Only 486,000 in the one last time, which of course was COVID affected.
Yeah, well, absolutely. There's certainly appetite for Ashes cricket. Stark is in and able to clip this down towards fine leg. Duckett sets off busily for the first, turns and wants the second. Boland picking up in the deep. And it's a well run 2. Back they come again, 1 for 44.
Big buys.
Leg buys? Right. You're sorry, Rick.
Just going on with that, at 17-18 there was 866,000. And that's probably the record, apart from going right back to 1936-37 when there's 940,000 during the Depression.
Imagine if the Boxing Day test had gone into a 4th day or a 5th day. The number of people, it was sold out, wasn't it, for day 3, I think?
Might have exceeded that.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it's a fabulous sight, a full SCG, it really is. Stark in the bright sunshine across the green grass here, moves in, bowls full, duck it out through the vacant mid-wicket region, and that will go for 4, out to the Rawongle stand. There's some spectators in very bright yellow and red. Are they lifesavers? Both out there, surf lifesavers?
Surf lifesavers, dressing up.
Love it.
Yeah.
Do you enjoy the dress up?
I
Because
do.
It's a real thing in England,
It's
not
huge
quite
in
the
England.
same over here, is it?
Yeah, it's big in England, especially Edgbaston, isn't it?
Yes.
Finals day. They just dress up. Well,
the
every day.
test match at Edgbaston
Test
as well, yeah. It's quite a surreal sight when you go down into the sort of move into the outer, and there's space around the ground for all these sort of games of corridor cricket to break out as Stark moves in over the wicket here to Duckett, who's playing a lot more forcefully at that one, and it does bring an inside edge that squirts along the ground behind square to Nisa, and he walks through for 1. But yeah, you might see a whole group of fruit and veg having a game of cricket. We've got a banana bowling to an orange, who's the wicket keeper is a giant melon. Even a bunch of grapes.
They love it, don't they? Yeah, they love it. And
Usually a tomato in there somewhere as well.
It's literally an England culture thing, isn't it, the cricket? You get it a bit more here, but with more, like have the Richies for a day or lifesavers.
The Gabba troopers.
Yeah, the troopers, super troopers. But there's a few English that dress up, though, still.
Oh, have they come?
Yeah, a few
seen
of
them around?
do.
That's good, that's good.
Barmy Army.
2 slips a gully, backward point here. And the left-handed Bethel lets this one go. Yeah, it's great fun, but you've got to choose your day to do it, don't you? Because you don't want to turn up to the cricket in a sort of furry animal suit on a 40-degree day. Maybe that's what scuppers the fancy dress in Australia a little bit.
Yeah, and
that's why the surf lifesavers, they've chosen the right day to come in.
Right outfit.
Exactly. But also very sun safe. That's the other thing about them. I think they've all got
they would have
yellow, red caps on their heads, long sleeves as well, for the protection.
Sunscreen.
Yep.
Hopefully everyone's got sunscreen on today.
Because sunscreen and
it is quite warm.
50. Last ball of the over from Stark. Moves in here to Bethel, draws the hands inside the line at the last moment to channel outside off stump that might have tempted him into a shot. A dot ball to end the over. England 134 behind, 1 for 49, Duckett 24, Bethel 18.
It's normal cricket, isn't it, at the moment from England? It's almost like they're actually playing for careers, a couple of these boys, aren't they? Yeah, they're going, wow, things are changing. We need to buckle up and get some runs here because there's going to be some accountability when we get home to our own shores in, -7 in Northamptonshire, snowing at Wantage Road.
Snow there, was it?
Yes.
Seen photos, yeah. Oh, it looked very pretty with a little white covering.
Yeah, so very cold there. So, and then the wash-up, on the back of yesterday, I think if they play well, I think you said it before, Ali, if they play well this test match, they're probably okay. But the way they bowled, was ugly yesterday, wasn't it?
Yeah, there's a lot of opportunities for others to put their hands up in the bowling department. Josh Tongue has enhanced his reputation, and not least with dismissing Steve Smith again today. Around the wicket, Cameron Green into the attack, and the first ball is a good one. It moves away fractionally from the defensive bat of Duckett and goes through to Alex Carey. But yeah, Ben Duckett now, was he 24 not out? His best this whole series has been the 34 he got in the second innings at Melbourne. Returns for an opener, you need to be doing better than that.
What about Zach Crawley?
Yeah, he started with a pair, didn't he? Recovered
with a 0.
76 at Brisbane, and then an 85 second innings Adelaide.
Played
but then
quite well, but
nature of dismissals come into it as well. Duckett waits, bat poised in the air. Green around the wicket, short ball, and he pulls with aplomb, well in front of square for 4. Saw that nice and early.
Yeah, commanding his shot there for 4. One of his strengths, hitting square of the wicket. Green, for example, 50 runs up for England. In 12 with a bit overs, batting sensibly, still scoring quick enough. It's a good shot. Picked the right ball, put it in front of mid-wicket. Green didn't get that up enough. But going back to, say, Crawley, for example, with that duck, he probably averages under 30, Rick, now for the series.
With the 1, yeah.
Yeah, with a 0 today. I wonder what he averages for the series now. And that'd be his career average, and then his career average is probably not good enough.
Around the wicket. Green outside the off stump. Had a little play at that, did Duckett. He draws his hands inside the line as if, but I think that was a play and a miss.
And Bethel, for example, he looks pretty solid and good. Just hasn't made a first-class 100.
Yeah, which is
unbelievable.
It's a staggering stat, isn't it, that you earn a place in a Test side without a well. He only got his first professional 100 in any form of cricket in the one-day series against South Africa in September. So he'd been with the Test team, made a Test debut, all without having scored a 100 in the professional.
And they're making him about 3. I mean, it's a big ask. He's a very talented player.
Duckett awaits. Another one. It bounces a little and out of control. Drops safe though. He wasn't sure where that had gone initially. One hand came off the bat handle. Out towards point. No run.
Crawley 27.3.
That's his series average now.
Yep.
Well, there you go. It's under his career average. He's played over 60 Test matches. It's probably one they look at. I mean, Bethel, and the difference for me is Australia, when they bring a young player in, they normally get him to bat 6. You know, I'd like to see him bat 5 or 6 and give him a chance. It means Root or Brook have to bat 3, but you know what? Or Stokes. Either of those could do that. They're highly talented enough to do it.
Duckett awaits, full outside the off stump, driven, but only as far as short, extra cover. It was hit hard. Labuschagne there. He's pretty hard to get it past. And he proved an immovable object. 1 for 53, the score remains.
Probably, you know, that, no first-class 100s. I mean, if you made a couple, you could sort of get away with it a bit more, but you're picking on a hunch, aren't you? I mean, a lot of Ponting, Clark, Hussey, you know, they all made a lot of 100s before they played. So they've taken a real hunch on him and played okay, looked okay in Melbourne.
Looks to have a very well-organised defensive game, which is so important. Short ball pulled away again by Duckett. Well, he likes it there. Green is not getting up enough. And maybe not also the pace to trouble Duckett, who's a short man. He was really quick onto that again. Another area, as you said, of his strength. He's on to 32, 1 for 57 at the end of the over. England are 126 behind.
Yeah, lovely shot again. He's got to get a bit higher. Tall man, Cameron Green, a bit higher and make him hit it up almost. Very hard to keep it down when he's so short, but he's hit that in front. So he didn't get it up enough.
Some good news for England. This is a 53-run partnership now from 73 balls. So 1 for 57. Buff, I'm going to leave you. Corbin Middlemass coming in.
The Ashes Test Series.
Australia versus England.
5th Test.
Live from the SCG.
It's on your radio,
ABC Sport Digital Radio and the ABC Listen app.
Thanks, Ellie. Afternoon, Buff.
Afternoon, Corby.
1 for 57. Deficit 126 for England. Bethel and Duckett trying to take this game into a 5th day as Stark's on his way in and squared up there. Bethel, ball bobs up on the offside, but safe. Bouncing away past the gully fieldsman and down to the rope for 4. So Bethel into his 20s now. He's 22, not out. 1 for 61, and the lead is reduced to 122, Australia's way in the Test match.
Well, he's a little bit frustrated there, Mitchell Stark. Got it straightened, tried to hit it through the leg side, leading edge, and goes for 4. He wanted Weatherald around a bit more. It's harsh on the outside edge, ball. Yep. Ball goes to 4 like that. I mean, you don't mind nicking between the slippers, but that he's trying to hit that through mid-wicket.
Oh, good one from Harry here on the SMS coming through. As Stark is on his way in. He delivers to Bethel, who works the ball on the onside in front of mid-on, and there's no run there as the man loping in after it. Big Bo Webster zips it back into the keeper. So Webster, by the way, earlier today, 71 not out. Smith out for 138. Meanwhile, Stark went for 5 and Boland to first ball duck. Australia all out for 567. It was a 183-run lead in the Test. And the other talking point of the day was that Ben Stokes left the ground during his 28th over, which what has been reported as a hamstring complaint. Sorry, as a groin injury. Sorry, not a hamstring injury. It's a groin injury and an adductor concern for Ben Stokes, and he was out of here in his 28th over, and obviously we haven't seen him since. Well wide of the stumps, Mitchell Stark, and letting it past Bethel as he looks back to the umpire to say, do we get any additionals for that? not to be. Harry off the SMS. Given we're approaching the end of the series, I'd be interested to hear everybody's picks for a combined 11. Thanks for the great summer of cricket.
Combined? Well, Head's got to be at 1. That's an easy one. Tick.
Who are you going to put it to, though?
Well, that's a good question because it won't be any of the openers because they're not good enough.
It's got to be Crawley, doesn't it? Crawley was England's leading run scorer coming into the test.
Well, give us the top run scorers, please, Rick. Both sides. We can have a makeshift opener. That's what Australia have done.
Here comes Stark to Bethel, who's forward driving but can't beat Labuschagne, who fields at cover.
Well, Crawley's ended up with 273 in 10 outs. He's the first player for the series to be out 10 times.
At 27, so we're picking a bloke that averages 27.
It's either that or Weatherald or Duckett. Duckett's only made 27 twice.
Yeah, but hang on, we've got other players. Give us the top 6 run scorers, because Paddy Cummins doesn't matter where you bat, you just pick your best 6.
We're going with that theory.
Well, we have to today because there's no openers.
I think Crawley's going to be in the top handful of run scorers.
Okay, let's have a look.
Here comes Stark on his way in. Delivers to Bethel, who lets it pass on a 4th stump line. 1 for 61 England. The deficit is 122.
Well, Head, Carey, Crawley, Root and Brook before this test. I don't think any of the others have made enough runs.
Well, Smith?
Yeah, Smith would join them now.
Yep. Smith is averaging 70 or 80, so he has to go in. Smith's in there.
All right. So Smith and Root, ticks.
Yeah.
Brooks in. Carey's the keeper.
Yep.
It's probably pretty straightforward. And
Head.
You've got Head. You're going to need another couple of bats. As a drive here from Bethel, backward of point and backward of that catching man who's at a wide gully, away for 4. That's a nice stroke from Jacob Bethel as he laces it backward of point. So he moves to 26.
Yeah,
1
good.
for 65.
Went with the swing, a little bit of swing, but he plays with a slice, so if it does something, he's going to nick off. So as you can see, the only good thing he does there, he hits it late. So it's a bonus for him. Hits that late, so it goes along the ground. But if he hits that, he hits it in the air and it goes to gully or backward point. It's very hard to drive that ball square of the wicket through third man on the ground.
I think Crawley's even averaging 27's enough to get him in this team.
Stokes? What's Stokes done?
Yeah,
he's bowled quite well.
Unless you want to open with Smith, Root, Brook or Carey. And you can play 5 bowlers. Here comes Green around the wicket. Ball squares up, Duckett there. The ball balloons up on the leg side and, on the offside and just drops in front of the gully. They're going to scamper through for 1. Did you get a tickle on that? Just waiting for the scoreboard to tick over. He did. Moves to 33, so no leg byes. 1 for 66.
Well, it's a hard one, isn't it? Because, yeah, statistically, it's hard to fit another one in. I mean,
that was a miss, by the way, of the umpire. The ball balloons up there at the point. Had to have just come off his pad, and sure enough, it did. And yet it's been attributed here to the batsman. So 33 for Duckett. 1 for 66. Green's around the wicket. Bethel works the ball off his thigh pad. Backward of the square leg umpire for 1. And Carey runs all the way out the square leg from behind the stumps to do the fielding.
Well, can we open with Stokes?
Geez, you're getting funky now.
Well, I'm just saying, on one hand, England probably going to drop Crawley after the series, averaging 27. And we're trying to pick him in the combined team of the Ashes.
He's got a career average of 31, so he's only slightly south of that. Here comes Green on his way in again. He bowls to Duckett. Full-blooded drive. That's a shot. All the way to the boundary for 4. Slightly over-pitched, and that was met. Duckett to 37, 1 for 71.
Duckett could get 200, 250. Get his name up there.
He'd need 350, I think.
Anyway, leading wicket taker Stark's in. He's Cast. We're not. Oh. Well, Cast, Boland, Stoke, Nasser.
So Stark and Boland are in.
I think Tung's in.
I think he is too. He's made a late charge. Here comes Green on off stump and just rocking back and cutting that away is Duckett. Ball very close to his off peg, but gets one down to third man. So 1 for 72, Duckett to 38. England's deficit, the Lord Nelson, 111.
And we've got to have a spinner, so it's got to be Lyon. You only played one game, but you've got to have a spinner.
So you can bat anyone out of position, but you must have a spinner. Hasn't been a series for spinners.
He bowled very well in Adelaide. So he got injured.
No disputes there.
He almost won on the test match, actually, because he bowled one end, didn't he?
Here comes Green on his way in again. He bowls to Bethel. Oh, it is. Hops up on him. Ball comes off high off the bat and floors Bethel. Ends up over the top of the cordon. Duckett's trying to call him through for a single. The ball hits the rope and it's away for 4. And that was at the throat of Bethel. He took really evasive action. And now umpire Ashan Raza, after having a long look, has put them in the book here as leg bias. He missed one earlier in the over against Bethel. And now Bethel's checking his helmet. And that was a well-placed bouncer in at the throat of Jacob Bethel. Oh, off the lid. So it did clip his helmet. A good call from the umpire. Leg bias. No bat or glove involved.
Well, that did rise. And there's been a couple from around the wicket to the left-handers there. So that's the height of Green. Can get more bounce. And it's flown, hasn't it? Flew over and kept going. Good bouncer. Played actually okay. Dropped his hands away from it. Just checking the concussion rule and the helmet. Make sure that's all right. That's a better height that he's got to get. Green. I'll probably have to change the helmet. So a bit of a delay here. So while that delays, let's finish this side off. What do we got?
Yep.
So Lyon, for example.
Yep.
Yes. Two of the wickets should have played spin.
Yep.
Lyon's injured, but in Adelaide, he bowled one end really for a day and a bit, didn't he?
Yep.
In that heat, so the quicks can go to the other end.
Oh, I'm not disputing that. I just think in a series where there's been like 10 wickets in the entire series taken to spin. Both teams really haven't played a frontline spinner most of the way through.
Yeah, but you were asking me to pick it, aren't you?
Okay.
I'm playing a spinner.
All right.
I think they've got it wrong here. It was spun last night, and it would have spun, and if we had Lyon here, I guarantee Australia win.
All right, I've got Boland at 10, Tongue at 11, Stark at 8, and Lyon at 9. So there are our bowlers, the three quicks, Stark, Boland, Tongue, and Lyon.
And Stokes?
The keeper, Stokes at 7.
Yeah.
The keeper's Carey at 6. And then we essentially need... Well, you don't want to play Crawley, so we're taking him out. We need another batsman or another all-rounder. So say Smith opens just for the sake of the argument. Smith and Head. And then you've got Root at 3, Brook at 4. We need a number 5. Either that or you can pick Crawley and everyone moves down one.
2, 4, 6, 7, 8. Hang on, how many we got there? 2, 4, 6, 8, we got 11.
That's with Crawley in.
Oh, God.
I think if you
look, I'll give you your thing. You can have Crawley in.
Okay. So Head.
Are you happy now?
Yeah. Let me give it to people off the top. Head and Crawley are opening. Roots at 3. Smith's at 4. Brook is at 5. Carey at 6. Then Ben Stokes is at 7. Stark, Boland, Tongue, and Lyon the spinner. So let me do the quick count here. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 Aussies. And
what about
bombs.
How much did Michael Nessa average with the bat and ball?
It's not a silly shout.
So he could just do Crawley's job and open the batting.
Here we go. Nick Neese has got 18 wickets for the ball.
Yeah, that's a lot. That's a tick.
Well, he top scored with 35, didn't he? First innings in Melbourne.
And he batted well here.
Sorry, 14 wickets, averages 18 with the ball. So, 14 wickets, averaging 18. By the way, he's still got the chance to
get more.
As Green's on his way in here. Another short one to Bethel. And the same follow-up after the little pit stop from the dressing room as they checked out that helmet, and away they go. So 2 short balls to finish. A good one from Green, which hurried Bethel up. He's A-OK. 107 the deficit, 1 for 76 England.
Okay, he averages 18, 19 with the bat. Yeah? And he's had an effect in the Ashes where Crawley
Yep.
I suppose Crawley in Melbourne did a good job. Adelaide played well. 85. Can we have Nessa in the 12? He's had a pretty good year. Look, I'm ruthless. Crawley out. They've won one test match. 3. All right. Put Ness at opening. Get some laughter in the back. Why can't I do that?
Surely Elise Smith can open. He's opened before in Test cricket.
Or Stokes can open. Stokes can open.
He's going to bend his back and bowl a bunch of overs. He might not have to in that team.
Leave Crawley in there. Just have Ness in the 12. Ness had a good series, though, hasn't he? 7
Australians, 4 Englishmen. Head and Crawley up top.
There, Skipper.
Head and Crawley, and then Root, Smith, Brooke, Carey, Stokes.
Skipper makes a good point.
New over beginning, Nessa on cue, bowls a short one, and Duckett weaves out of the way.
I can open with Boland. He opened this test. That's a good point. Get Nessa in.
Stark, Lyon, Boland, Tongue, the four bowlers. So, despite Nathan Lyon really only playing a role in one test match, did play in Perth, didn't have a lot to do, left out in Brisbane, injured him in Adelaide.
I'll tell you what, there is more comments coming from the back of the bus here than I've ever had. Like, Dennis has actually got a really good point. A really good point.
Yep.
If I've got Lyon, why haven't I got Cummins? He played one test match, got Root out twice.
There you go.
Look out.
Ness is on his way in, bowls to Duckett, who just pushes out to point.
Put it this way, it's been a bowler's series, hasn't it? That's what you're saying. So,
your team's got holes in it all the way through.
Oh, it has. It has. Well, can I just pick the side that I would like to play then? Forget about stats on it for a second.
As in, if you had control over both dressing rooms and we're just playing a game in the park and you could pick anyone you wanted.
Yep.
This is what it would look like.
This is what I'd go with. Duckett head.
Wow. Anise is on his way in, around the wicket. Duckett's nicking. It's dropped. Put down by Green. He moved in front of Smith at first slip. And Green coming across from second has shelled it. Duckett given a life on 38, 1 for 76 England.
Well, he went across. They're well apart. They both could have got there because it sort of came off the handle, didn't it? And the thumb. It lifted and it sort of floated it. He got there. He'd normally take them. This just sums up how he's going, Cameron Green. It's one of those games at the moment. Bowled a good short ball. Hits on the helmet, goes over, 4-leg buys. He'd take that normally. He's got a good pair of hands. Smith would have taken it. He's sort of cut it off. Good bowling from Michael Nessa. Tell you what he's doing, going up more than down, isn't it, recently?
Smith couldn't hide his reaction where he threw his hands up. And even now he's got his hands out into Labuschagne at cover, and the pair of them are having a chat. And for Cam Green, well, there's no worse feeling in the sport, is there? Put one down in the field. Bit of extra bounce for Nisa off the glove and the handle of Duckett. And follow-up balls of Peach. Played all around at Duckett into the gloves of Carey. 1 for 76.
Wow. Would have been a big wicket just before lunch as well. Get another one. 2 down, they'd be happy with that. You get 3 or 4 in the next session. It could be over today. England will be just trying to get in front of the game to start with. Make Australia bat again. That'll be the first goal. Have a couple of partnerships. These two look really good, but things are starting to happen with the wicket.
Nisa comes in again, bowls to Duckett, sits up, he's cutting out towards deep backward point and working around there is Jake Weatherall does the fielding. Just a single for Duckett. He moves to 39, 1 for 77 England. And they trailed the test by 106. The man out, by the way, was Zach Crawley. He went up top. He was out for 1. He let a ball go, surprisingly, whacked into his pads. He reviewed it and immediately thought, oh, I'm not sure about reviewing those. And then when you looked at it closer and closer, you thought, actually, he might have a point here. It might be missing. Instead, it was catching the outside of the top of his off stump. And all it had to do was be clipping, and it came back as umpire's call. He was out. As Bethel chases the ball drifting down the leg side and playing a miss. Carey diving over to his right to retrieve it. 1 for 77. We'll get another over in before the lunch break. Bethel is on 27. Duckett's on 39. England trailing by 106.
Right, here we go. This is the side I'd pick. If I had a choice to pick both.
Yep.
Whoever I wanted, whenever I wanted, which I'm allowed to. Duckett, head. Stokes at 3. Smith 4. Root 5. Brooks 6. Carey 7. Stark 8. Cummins 9, Archer 10, Lyon 11.
There we go.
If I had to pick a side on ability, what I think would be a good side, that's what I'd go with.
It's a crew.
It's not bad. You can argue Duckett.
He's on strike now, and he's working a ball in the air just wide of Travis Head underneath the lid, and goes scurrying back out after it. There's going to be a single taken. It's Weatherald, my apologies, is underneath the helmet. 1 for 78. One more added to the score.
The reason I'm having Stokes at 3, he doesn't play baseball anyway.
I was about to say
he actually defends.
You've got to go behind both teams.
So he can actually bat 3 and block.
Yep.
That's what he does a lot of the time, and then he can play shots later on if he wants to, once he's in. But he's got a bit of backing underneath him.
And Archer over Hazelwood.
Well, Hazelwood's injured, so...
So that's a disqualifier now.
Oh.
Half those blokes are injured.
At least he's all played somewhere this series. Hazelwood he's down at the boozer.
Here comes Green on his way in at leg stump and controlled along the ground from Bethel out to mid-on.
I mean, I definitely have Hazelwood over Archer.
Okay.
But I'm just saying, you know, what I saw from... I actually think Archer was pretty good this series when he played.
He was.
Yeah. He ran in pretty much all game. Got some long overs, didn't he, in the heat in Adelaide?
So think about, imagine if he had someone at the other end that could just hold an end down for him.
Hang on. No. For our listeners there.
That's Buff closing his eyes, looking up, imagining. He's Green again. Bowls to Bethel and plays off the back foot out through point for 1. So 1 for 79. Bethel to 28. And trailing by 104 runs. England in the Test match. The Aussies all out for 567 earlier today. 567. Hundreds to Travis Head, of course, out yesterday for 163. Smith went today for 138. Webster finished 71 not out, his 5th half-century in Test cricket, his first in Ashes cricket. We'll see getting the opportunity here for the first time. Tongue with 3 wickets, Cast with 3, 2 for Stokes before he went off the ground injured with a groin complaint. The Aussies led by 183 on the first innings. Duckett still there, Green to him now. Duckett drops it on the offside of his feet. So Duckett's 39, Bethel's 28. England 1 for 79 before lunch on day 4 with the man out Crawley. LBW letting one go for 1.
Well, England will be okay in losing the 1 wicket. A reasonable job, put 70 in, 79 at the moment, eating into that lead. They'll get past them by sort of tea time, won't they? It's just the wicket column. They'll need a couple of sessions where they don't lose a wicket.
Duckett awaits, Green delivers. Duckett turns it away on the leg side and out underneath the helmet. Retrieved by Weatherald.
I'm impressed with Green's bowling in height here. He's made things happen, so didn't mind him starting after lunch or getting Scott Boland to switch around and bowl this end. Might be an option as well with the extra height. Seems like some have taken off a bit more from the Paddington end, bowling towards the Randwick end.
One slip. It's a floating gully. Green's in again. On off stump and up in the face of the bat. Duckett just runs it backward a point and he'll take another single. So some mature cricket here from England. After finding themselves 183 down at the end of the first innings, they are 1 for 80 at lunch on day 4. Duckett is 40 not out, his best score of the series. Bethel is 28 unbeaten. And England's deficit in the Test match is 103. They need to get there to make Australia bat again. So 183 is the target. If England gets to that point, this match will be going into a 4th innings. 1 for 80 at lunch on day 4. England. Nice is on his way in. Bowls to Duckett, who plays out to point, and there's no run.
Clemmy Alderman.
Yeah. Did you have Lamb at the strikers?
I did. He was a title-winning striker, so yes. Rashid Khan had to leave after the semi-final, right. And Liam O'Connor came in and bowled 4 overs for 25, I think, or 4 overs for 26. He gave him the nickname Snuff.
Okay.
And the reason for that is he made it at pains to tell all the boys that he wasn't interested in, he didn't know anything about stats or anything like that.
Here comes Nisa on his way in again. He bowls to Bethel, who's square driving. That's a nice shot for one. With the protection back, and Weatherall does the fielding out in the deep.
So he said, oh no, I don't really follow the game that closely, and I don't really know any stats. And then in the preceding days, not long after, he proceeded to reel off every stat under the sun, and he knew everything about every cricket match that ever been played. So we thought, well, you're an absolute nuffy. You're a snuffy. You're a cricket snuffy. So he became the snuff. Lovely lad, Lou. Lovely lad.
Here comes Nisa on his way into Bethel, and he beats him outside the off stump, so playing a miss.
I look forward to listening to him and the great Clemmy Alderman tonight.
It was actually, talk about sort of famous moments or moments that are part of Ashes folklore, and of course his 81 tour of England and the series that Mitchell Starc was having here, as he was sort of ticking off milestones, most wickets after this point in the series, and all of a sudden it was, since Terry Alderman, and I think at some point Terry left him and off and to the right, and it's
Terry's a wonderful bowler. 89 Ashes.
Yeah.
Well,
here comes Nisa on his way in, bowls to Bethel, who just drops it off his thigh pad out through square leg for one. Did I say 81 Ashes?
No, he did. He got 40 wickets in the 81 Ashes and 40 wickets in the 89 Ashes.
89 Ashes, of course.
But the 89 Ashes, the boys tell the story, like Steve Waugh tells the story. So they used to play like tour matches, like counties, between every single test. So all players, a 17-man squad, would be expected to play some of the games. But the great Terry Alderman, no, as he was a bit older and that, he was Test match Terry. He just played all the Test matches. Didn't play any of the tour games. They just saved the great man and it was a great strategy because he got so many wickets.
Nisa's on his way in, delivers and prodding forward. Duckett a play and a miss. So Duckett 41, Bethel 29. The deficit is exactly 100 at the moment for England to make the Aussies bat again. I spent plenty of days at the cricket with Terry Alderman. I was talking about the perfect upbringing and the opportunity to be able to learn about the game. We used to cover Sheffield Shield cricket and would literally go and get to sit down and talk about cricket with Terry Alderman for like hours on end, which was awesome. And you do an update every 15, 20 minutes or so, and the rest of the time you'd be sitting there chewing the fat, asking him questions about the game. And his Nisa around the wicket. Duckett miscues a drive, ends up out at mid-on. It's the end of the over, 1 for 83. Duckett 41, England trail by 100.
I remember a few years ago I went on an Australian Cricketers Association, ACA Masters Tour, and as a former player, recently retired, and Terry Alderman was one of the retired players that was on that tour. Like, you play the games and that, you do the coaching clinics and the functions and stuff. And I think I snuffed out Terry Alderman as much as anyone on that trip, because I grew up watching Terry.
Yeah.
Oh, I loved it. Ashes, 89 Ashes. I remember I was 14 years of age. I'm sitting up at night watching the games and watching Clemmy come in and bowl. And I really enjoyed his company. He's a lovely guy, as you know. And just telling us stories from those Ashes tours. Yeah, it was so much fun. Yeah, but I snuffed him out massively.
Who were your heroes growing up? Along with Terry.
Oh, obviously Terry. All the fast bowlers, basically. Like Billy McDermott, and Merv, the great man, DK Lilly.
Yes.
All those guys.
1 for 83.
Oh, and the great Malcolm Marshall, too.
And Boland's on his way in, delivers to Bethel, who gets a half volley, and he drives it out through backward point for one. And again, that fieldsman who's been a big thing in the series, the deep backward point, collects. That's Nisa on this occasion. Bethel to 30.
I actually wanted to call one of my sons Marshall, but Mrs. G wasn't having a bar of it. Marshall Gillespie.
Yeah.
Nice ring to it.
People that live through those great West Indian teams, they'll talk about them for hours.
How good was it? They were brilliant. Courtney Walden, Curtly Ambrose.
1 for 84, first 10 minutes after lunch. Boland on his way into Duckett, who drives, and he's got this through the gap. Through extra cover, just wide of Travis Header, who has to trot back from mid-off to retrieve it. 1 for 85, trailing by 98. Paul from Wagga off the SMS. Hi all. I understand Spencer Johnson is injured at the moment. Your opinion on whether he is test material after Mitchell Starc finishes up? Also, same question about Xavier Bartlett.
Well, first of all, I'll go. Spencer is injured at the moment. Do I think he's Test material? No, I don't.
Boland on his way in again, outside the off stump and well left by Bethel on a fourth stump line.
And the reason I say that, Corby, is the talent's there. There's absolutely no question. He has had a lot of injuries, and it's just very difficult for him to string a lot of games together. So I think the evidence over many years suggests that his body hasn't been able to hold up to it. So that, I think it's not far away from him just focusing purely on 2020. I mean, he hasn't played a first-class game for South Australia.
Yeah.
I don't think he played one all last year. He hasn't played one this year. So all the evidence, to me, suggests no.
Boland comes in again around the wicket to Bethel, and once more he lets it go. Playing a patient knock. He's 30 off 57.
But clearly a talented bowler and has got skills, but unfortunately his body, he's had a bad foot injury for many years. Really felt for him. It was a bad injury, and just it took him a long time to overcome that. And then, but I think he'll just focus on the short form cricket.
And even to put himself in a position from here to get picked, you'd have to play multiple Shield games.
Absolutely.
He's a little way off that.
Yeah, he is, yeah.
He's played 6 first-class games in his age 30.
Boland to Bethel, who thought about playing and then withdrew the bat very late and putting that down as a play to miss. He was flirting with that, and then as the ball almost passed him, he ripped the bat back up over his shoulder, but that is living dangerously to a rising ball outside the off-stump from Scott Boland.
It's very well bowled, Scott Boland. Just a bit short of a length, but it just shows this surface, Corby. He's just got enough in it if you're willing to bend your back and put the work in, as Scotty Boland always does.
2 slips in a gully. Bethel awaiting Boland, who comes around the wicket at him, and the Englishman just plays it back to the bowler. And that's the end of the over. So 1 for 85. 98 is the deficit for England 10 minutes after lunch. On day 4 here at the Sydney Cricket Ground. It's another glorious day. There's a bit of a light breeze for a bit of relief. Sun's got a bit of sting to it. High humidity again. Temperature expected to reach about 29 today. So very pleasant day at the cricket, particularly if you're in the shade. Corbin Middlemass and Jason Gillespie on ABC Sport. The SMS number 0467920222. Of course, been reminded of the famous graffiti in the UK. Thatcher out, LBW Alderman. Yeah, good set. Duckett's on strike. Chops on. Meesa's got him. Coming around the wicket. Duckett trying to squirt it away on the offside. Got a thick inside edge back onto his pegs. It's his highest score of the series, but it's just 42. Duckett is out. 2 for 85 England. 10 minutes after lunch on day 4.
Just the drag on there. Looking to play cross-bat shot through the offside. Similar dismissal we've seen Travis Head succumb to in this series. Ball may not have bounced as much as he anticipated. Duckett goes for 42. Good strike rate of 55 balls, strike rate of 76. England is still trailing Corby by 98 runs. That was a good partnership, 81 off 111 balls.
The Barmy Army will tell the story here. They're not boos, they're saying Root. Joe Root comes in at number 4 on the back of his first innings 100.
Is this the last time we see Joe Root in an Ashes Test match in Australia? Because you suspect he'll be playing the game next year, the 150 year anniversary game, the pink ball test in March, one-off test.
What do you think? He'll turn 39 in the next Ashes series.
I think he's a chance. He's been very robust. He's only missed I think he got dropped once early in his career, and he missed a test as he was on paternity leave. But he has not missed an actual test match through injury, which suggests he really looks after himself really well. So there's every chance. I mean, Usman Khawaja is playing this Test match. He's 39 years of age. And so I'd probably back him in, Joe Root. If he does that, he'll be the world's greatest run scorer by then, I would have thought.
He has got twin hundreds once previously. It was at Lords against Sri Lanka a couple of years ago for Joe Root. Immediately the keeper's up to the stumps and Nisa's on the way in. Bowls to Root. The ball just bobbles up on the on the leg side, and the reason for that, it rips past the outside edge of Root's bat, and Carey just bobbles it up. But that is an absolute seed to get ball one, and Root goes down to do a bit of gardening.
Yeah, just a bit of extra bounce. That's bounced a lot more than both Joe Root and Alex Carey anticipated. Just shows, as I touched on, just a little bit of spice in this surface if you're willing to bend your back.
Nisa in again, bowls to Root, who's forward defending, drops it out through cover point, takes a single. And Webster works around from cover to retrieve it, so 2 for 86. Root's off the mark.
And Corby, just to finish my point on Spencer Johnson, and I think Paul from Wagga asked about Xavier Bartlett. As Rick said, he's only played 6 first-class games, Spencer, through, and a lot of that's been through a lot of injuries and that, which we've touched on. And as I said, highly talented, but yeah, if he focuses on short form, I think he can prolong his career. Xavier Bartlett, I think he's a highly talented bowler, swings the ball at a brisk pace.
Keeper goes back, left-hander on strike. Bethel beaten outside the off stump. And the Aussies on song here after the lunch interval. 2 for 86, Bethel 30, Root 1.
I actually wondered whether Xavier Bartlett was ahead in the pecking order ahead of Jai Richardson, to be honest, and not through thinking Jai Richardson's not a talented bowler, but far from it. Just that he's had such a wretched run with injuries as well. And I tend to be of the belief you want to give players confidence by getting them some game time, some meaningful game time in the Shield.
Bethel on 30, Nisa to him again. Bethel walks at him and plays and misses. Looking to drive through cover. And the Aussies have got England unsettled here. And they're still 97 runs behind. They need to get to 183 just to make Australia bat again. Geez, they're bowling it from one end, Nisa from the other.
It's just relentless, isn't it?
They're right on their mark early here after lunch.
They certainly are. They're bowling absolutely beautifully. There's just enough spice in the surface. And these two are probably as good a bowlers in Australia to exploit that little bit of spice.
Nisa hustles in again, bowls to Bethel, who keeps out a ball on off stump, plays out to Stark at mid-on. Successful over for Michael Nisa, adds to his wickets column. He's now got 15 for the series, and keep in mind he hasn't played all the games. 2 for 86, England. They trail by 97 in the match.
Yeah, just finishing off my point with Jai Richardson. In an ideal world, it'd be great to... I'm of the belief you get a few Shield games under your belt, and not only does that give the selectors confidence and the captain and coach confidence, it actually gives the player confidence to go, you know what, my body is, I'm good, I'm okay. As I know, and having experienced it, that you do have lingering doubts if you haven't played any cricket.
Yeah.
About whether your body's going to handle it. It's, net sessions are one thing, but being able to come back spell after spell, having been in the field for long periods of time and still be able to bowl at the velocity that you want to bowl, I think that's really important.
Scott Boland to begin a new over, delivers here to Root, who just defends back past the non-striker, and Stark comes around from mid-on to retrieve it.
But yeah, I certainly think Xavier Bartlett could play a role. I know he's made a name for himself in the white ball cricket, but I actually think he's quite a good bowler in the longer form of the game.
Yep.
I like what I see.
It's good. It's good for Australian cricket, isn't it?
It certainly is. Because there is going to be a changing of the guard in terms of seam bowling. There's no doubt about that.
2 slips in a gully. Here comes Boland on his way in again. Delivers to Root, who drives uppishly out to mid-off. And Travis Head does the fielding. From Matt in the Central Coast, New South Wales, 0467920222. Dizzy I named my 14-year-old son Marshall after the great Malcolm and the Tiger Benji Marshall.
Matt, that's outstanding. And hello, young Marshall. And yeah, and after the Tiger, Benji Marshall, that's great.
Played back down in front of the non-striker again by Root, who's fresh at the crease. He's only faced the 5 balls, 2 for 86, trailing by 97.
How I first read that.
Yeah.
I was thinking he named his Tiger Benji.
Right.
And then I realised no.
You did well to pivot on the run. I was impressed with that.
I had to stop myself there.
Yes.
I was going, oh dear. Dizzy, you dopey.
Are you much of a rugby league man?
I don't mind my rugby league. Well, I was born here in Sydney, so first 10 years of my life I watched a bit of rugby league, so I know a bit about 80s rugby league. But
Boland to Root, and he's beaten outside the off stump, just prodding forward, and again Boland just gets one to nip slightly away from him. Root plays all around at 2 for 86, still trailing by 97. You got a team?
I did have.
Not so much anymore.
No, well, see, I loved the Illawarra Steelers. But, see, my brother goes to the St George Dragons.
I
didn't like the St George Dragons.
Yes.
Then they merged.
Yep.
I just couldn't go for them.
Right.
So if they demerge, I'm back on the Steelers bandwagon.
Root's on strike. Boland to him now. Root off the back foot, punches to backward point, and there's no run. I always say your biggest sporting rivals are always who your friends barrack for. So I'm an Essendon supporter in the AFL. I grew up in Perth. So for me, my biggest rivalry games every year is when the Bombers play either the Dockers or the Eagles. So even though the Dockers and the Eagles aren't necessarily Essendon's biggest rivals, but for me, they're the games that mattered most to me. Because when I went to school as a kid, you copped stick, obviously, if they beat your team and vice versa. So whoever all your friends barrack for, they're the teams you hate the most. So it doesn't matter if it's not necessarily the team's rival, it's your rival. As Boland's on the way in again. And Root wristily whips it along the ground to mid-on. Can't break the infield, so Bethel 30, Root 1. 2 for 86 at the end of the Boland over. That is a maiden. So he's now bowled 6 overs, Scott Boland, none for 7. The man out in the session, by the way, Duckett for 42. Tried to carve a ball away on the offside not long after lunch and played it back onto his stumps. Bowled by Nisa is how it goes in the book after an 81-run stand with Jacob Bethel. Earlier, his opening mate, Zach Crawley, was out for 1. LBW Stark letting a ball go. He reviewed it unsuccessfully. Came back as umpire's call, so they retained the review. Doesn't help him, though. The on-field decision upheld and Crawley out LBW for 1.
Corby, have you... has there been a recently born child who might have an Essendon membership? Is there any truth to that rumour?
Nisa's on his way in, bowls to Bethel, who on drives back down the ground for 4. That is a shot. And the precocious Jacob Bethel moves to 34. And the on drive is one of the most beautiful shots in cricket.
Absolutely no question. That was lovely. It was only fractionally over pitch by Michael Nisa. Jacob Bethel, those balance, absolutely spot on. Full face of the bat. It was 4 off the bat.
Left-handed Bethel awaits Nisa coming around the wicket. He's beaten outside the off stump. He's pulled the bat away as the ball flashed past his outside edge. Little Archie Cameron, who's Ben Cameron's little son. He's how old's Archie now? 16 weeks, 17 weeks, 16 weeks today. Yesterday.
So are you trying to get Archie to be an Essendon supporter?
So there's a lot going on in Archie's life at 16 weeks. His mum's a mad docker.
Right.
So I noticed there was a little purchase at Christmas, which was a purple jumper. His niece is on the way in, bowls to Bethel, who chops down on it and then has to just play some soccer as he moves the ball away with his foot to prevent it rolling back on the stumps. So essentially I thought, well, I've got to jump on the front foot here as the proud godfather. I thought, you know what, I'm going to buy him an Essendon membership. So I signed him up when he was born. So, and I think we all reside in Melbourne now, so I'm hopeful that if the boys can get it together, the vulnerable age is somewhere between 7 and 9, I think.
Right.
So I'm giving them 7 years. If they can just get it together in that window, As Nice is coming around the wicket, Bethel's forward and defends back to the bowler. Because, Fremantle's going to be on the other side of the country. He's going to be so far away.
Miles away.
They're never going to play Melbourne, whereas you could come with Uncle Corby to the footy every week, watch the Bombers, Nate Caddy running around.
Yeah.
So, but then again, given my...
I think your logic is sound.
Yeah. Given my experience supporting Essendon, you would argue who would want to bring any kind of child into that kind of experience. But
how did you come across supporting Essendon?
That's also a very good question. Bethel on 34, 2 slips and a gully, 2 for 90. Nice is around the wicket and defended away by Bethel out on the offside. I was a big James Hird fan as a kid. Loved James Hird. He won the Brownlow when I was 5. Had the cut under his eye after his little run-in with Andrew Dunkley. And then in 99, I went to the grand final with my dad. Essendon fans will remember heartbreak in the prelim. The Bombers lost the unlosable game. The Fraser Brown chase down tackle. And then the following year,
2000,
they won it. So in that
just
window,
solidified it, didn't it, for you?
Yep. And I was a bit of a contrarian kid. I loved sort of being opposite to everybody else. So they were my team. Nice is on the way in. Bowls to Bethel, who gets an edge. It goes wide of the gully. And Green got a hand on it on the way through, and they're going to trot through for 1. So Bethel moves to 35. 2 for 91 England. And they trail the test match by 92 runs. The voice of summer is ready to go after his lunch. And play is underway here. 2 for 91 England at present. They trail the test match by 92. All right, Jim Maxwell's in next. Grandstand Cricket, ABC Sport.
The Ashes.
Australia versus England.
It's on your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and the ABC Listen app.
Mr. Diz, how are you?
I'm excellent. Jim, how are you?
Well, it's all good to see so many people in the ground enjoying the summer weather and some competitive cricket. It'll be interesting to see how well, if at all, England can get their way out of this. 2 for 91. Boland around the wicket. He moves in towards Bethel. Bethel plays it nicely away on the onside for a single. So tell me what I've missed. I was just chatting to someone over lunch and I couldn't quite see. He played on, did he, Duckett?
Yes, he did. So it was around the wicket from Michael Neser, and he's just tried to play it with a 45-degree bat through the offside, and very similar to Travis Head dismissal earlier in the season. Very similar to that.
Right.
Yeah.
So
and he played quite well, Ben Duckett, and he was filthy with himself walking off. Smacked his bat against his pad in disappointment. He looked quite good and applied himself well. It was an 81-run partnership. They look good, him and Bethel.
So 2 slips gully, a backward point, the ring field, and Boland is going to come in from this Paddington end. He rolls into Root, who's forward with immaculate defence. I thought behind the stumps that it was a boof tick and not a tick boof, but I think it hit the bat.
It hit the bat.
Yeah.
I think his bat hit his pad at the same time.
Yeah. The excitement behind the stumps. The hope of a wicket. If the batsman makes a minor mistake or the bowler produces a jaff or something like that. But Australia are trying to do a bit of chiselling out here by hitting the spot near the off stump. Boland is in again and forward comes Root. Solid, immaculate in defence. He's the rock. If Australia want to win this game, you'd think they've got to get him fairly soon before he settles into the rhythm of another lengthy innings.
Here's the key wicket, isn't he?
100 in each innings? Could be. So there's no change certainly in the weather, and the pitch looks much the same as it's been for 3.5 days. Boland goes in again at Root, and Root's forward watchfully, looking for that movement that might trap him a leg before wicket.
And he's having to play well because Scott Boland is absolutely landing it on a 10-cent piece at the moment. Beautiful bowling from Scott Boland. Excellent rhythm. It's been excellent all series, really.
Yes, he's been the number 2 crackerjack, ahead of Neser probably, with Stark getting that first wicket in the first over. Boland again into Root again. The ball's sort of snaking in a bit towards the line of the off stump. Yes, this is very relentless pressure from Scott Boland, trying to zero in on mainly the LBW, but if he gets one to hold its line, the slips come into play potentially. And Australia did put down a chance prior to lunch. That was a ducket dropped by Green, diving across in front of Smith at slip. Got his hands to it, but it was probably Smith's catch. Boland in again. Forward he goes. Punches the way down towards mid-on. And Stark is there to collect it. And that is the end of a well-controlled over by Boland. None for 8 from 7 overs. 1 run from it. Bethel's 36 and Root is 1. And they've got a few runs to collect, but they're nicely on the way.
You summed it up beautifully, Jim. Boland got an absolutely relentless over. Literally hit every delivery, was almost identical. Top of the off stump. It's been a real feature of the Australians' bowling. I think it's been the big difference between these two sides has been the pace bowling and the disciplines of the pace bowling. It's been noticeable.
Now Michael Neser, 2 slips the gully behind the batsman as Bethel plays it away on the offside towards point. So as we look ahead to matches that are coming up in the next year or two for both sides, we look at Bethel and what do we think? He seems to have some ability.
I like the look of him, Jim. But in an absolute ideal world, I think give him an opportunity to grow and learn and develop in Test cricket. Not at number 3, maybe at number 5 or 6. Give him a chance. Give the young fella a chance.
Neser goes in, short lifting outside the off stump, and then it died into Carey's gloves. So I'm going to keep looking for an indication that there's perhaps something in this surface the more we go, but if anything, the pitch has got a bit slower at times. The odd effort ball, but
the odd effort ball has actually bounced a little bit more than the batters have anticipated. So there's still a little bit in there if you're willing to put in the grunt work.
Neser's trying to do that. He bowls to Bethel. Bethel is leaving at the death outside the off stump. He's a great workhorse, Michael Neser, and he'll go down as one of those kind of fringe occasional players in the game, but he's had his moments, and you sense that on a surface like this, if he gets it right, he can snatch a wicket or two quite quickly. And that's the test for these batsmen, because the quality accuracy of the bowling is such that they've got to make decisions every time. There's not many wasted deliveries. Neser moves in again, and he's back and just slides the cut down towards the fella in the deep, and Wethald is out there to lob it back. Who was the last person to score a century in both innings at the SCG? Probably Ricky Ponting in a test match.
One of only 3. You're quite right. Doug Walters and
against the West Indies. Yes.
Usman Khawaja.
Khawaja. We forget. Yes.
Last visit of the English.
Yeah. Last time. Thank you very much for the question, and there's the answer. And Joe Root has done it once. What's he going to do here? Cut straight to backward point, and he can't get through the field as it's collected by Labuschagne. So we've got Khawaja at slip, Smith second slip, and down in the gully, Green in the spot there with Neser down at the Randwick end as cover in the mid-off, mid-on square, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. So Here we go in the lovely afternoon sun. He runs in and bowls the ball that's defended, worked away by Root towards mid-wicket. And the umpire, Chris Gaffney, says over. So there we go. It's 2 for 93. England trailed by 90 runs. Bethel 37 and Root 1 with Crawley out in the first over. He didn't offer and was adjudged LBW as the ball just jagged back a little bit. And he was out for 1. Leg before to Stark, and Duckett chipping in to his stumps from Nisa for 22. Hello, Mr. Lehman's here. How are you, sir?
I'm very good, Skipper. Yourself?
Oh, I'm quite relaxed. Yes, quite relaxed.
That's good. I like it when you relax. You're a lot better person.
You need to get the energy going sometimes, but I'm saving it up.
Oh, yeah? Well,
I think we're going to be here tomorrow.
Well, the only way...
Fair chance.
The only way they win today, Australia, is if they pick up, say, 3 or 4 this session, really. Yep. If they don't, and England won't want to fold over, they'll want to make a big second innings score and get a draw out of this game.
The Tampa's arrived.
It's here. It's all just, you put it on cue, don't you?
Yep.
Obviously, we're going to have a bit of short pitch bowling. We're going to have a third man. The bat pads in, and Mitchell Stark's going to whack it in halfway down.
He's giving instruction now. You've got a Tampa there, son. There. That's the spot. See, just there where I put my front foot. Yeah, just over there. Yes, that's where it has to be. Flatten it out for me nicely. Yep.
Do it in England. Well, they fill up with that concrete stuff. No, they can't do it.
Yes, fill it up with that concrete stuff.
Cut them out here, didn't they?
Yeah, it's really fresh.
Then you kick it out.
They do it in England. It does a really good job. Really good job.
But it's
they did say something.
Different soil, though, isn't it?
Yeah, they couldn't.
Softer soil, marl.
Glue or something to the soil here. We did ask.
I think they tried a bit of glue and concrete, because if they just use what they do in England, it gets kicked out. Anyway, that seems to be the way it's managed at the moment. There's no hint that anything is going to be put into those footholds overnight. So we've got Stark on his way, charging in to bowl to the lefty, and Bethel plays it away. Easy off the stumps, hit the pitch, didn't bounce a great deal, and allowed him to comfortably push it out there on the onside. 2 for 94, Bethel 38. And Joe Root's back on strike. Boland been replaced by Stark down here. Just on the scoreboard for you, with the Australian innings going on to 567. And today Smith was caught by Smith, the keeper of Tongue, for 138. Stark bowled by Tongue for 5, and Boland out for a golden duck, caught by Brookett slip off Jack. And Webster was 71 not out. And out of that, Tongue took 3 for 97 and Cass 3 for 130. So just waiting for the field to settle into position and Stark to be happy enough with all of that. He's around the wicket, moving in towards Joe Root. And Root comes back and pushes the ball down on the onside, just getting over the bounce and playing it away well. So they look pretty comfortable at the moment on this surface. Kept thinking with the sun baking on it that it would perhaps crack and offer some variable bounce, but we're not seeing much of that.
Oh, a couple have gone up pre-lunch.
Yep.
But not down. As you said, not down. It's still pretty good wicket. As the ball gets softer, it'll play better. I think it'll turn. Just haven't seen any
spinners.
Yeah.
Stark comes in again. He slips into gully and bowls the ball that's defended stoutly by Root. So we might get a bit of this for the rest of the afternoon, unless they can somehow prize Root out. He's such an accomplished and careful player certainly in these circumstances, and he knows what he needs to do, because he's probably got in the back of his mind that the batting around him can be fragile, as we have seen in this series. So we're on a bright Wednesday afternoon light. Watching Stark go in from this northern end, and he goes forward in edges. Where did that go? Down to the boundary for 4 between second slip and gully. That was a false shot. And Steve Smith standing there applauding the delivery from Stark. He enticed Rudd to come forward, and he got a thick enough edge to send the ball away in the gap. It was in the air and down to the boundary, a third man for 4.
Well, nice bowling there. Got the length right. Big drive. Wasn't quite there. Threw his hands at it in the end. Just picked the gap, didn't it? It was one of those lucky ones. But nice bowling, Mitchell Stark.
Should he have a third slip? Should he move wider at second slip? 4 runs. Stark tries again, and Rudd's back across and behind the line and plays it away. There'll be some captains I know who say we're not going to have a third man. Not now while the premier bowler, strike bowler, is on. We're going to have him up in the slips. Take the risk.
Yeah, there'd be.
Would you do that?
There'd be some. I mean, I would like. They sort of hedge their bets really with the gully, haven't they? He's quite fine, Green, isn't he? You probably can go either way there. It's a bit of luck sometimes.
Yeah.
They've got 3 catches in, so that's good.
But it flew through that gap. Stark is coming to Rudd, and Rudd's back, and he twiddles it down into the gully, and Green gets his hands over it, and that's a good over from Stark. He was on the money. Could have had another pole. He has 1 for 36 from 7. It's 2 for 98.
It's been good all series. What's he up to now? 28, 29? 29 wickets.
Yeah.
I think, you know, we're talking about Mitchell Johnson having that unbelievable impact in 13 and 14.
37 wickets.
Yeah, it was unbelievable. I mean, Mitchell starts getting to the end of the line in the 5th test. He's starting to look a little bit tired, which is understandable. He's had to carry the whole attack, though, hasn't he? Each and every test match.
Well, that's true, and the numbers support that. 17 wickets in 2 tests. So if he didn't claim player of the series then, I think he probably has with his consistency since, and a few scores.
Sorry, that's 30. He's got to 30 because he had 27 coming in. 2 in the first innings.
Yeah, 30, right?
Okay.
30, but even better, 30, yeah. Yeah, well, it grows and it grows. Now, Bethel, the talented young lefty, is on strike, and Michael Neser is going to gallop in from the Clive Churchill Victor Trumper stand end. 2 slips and a gully. He bowls now, and Bethel's back and turns it away for a single. No one at home there through square leg, and he trots off. I just sometimes don't understand the need to have people out when your scoreboard pressure is all over England. Why not exert a bit more pressure? But there's this constant need, it seems to me. Okay, fine leg, I understand that. To have people out in the deep to save fours when you're trying to take wickets.
It's a new age, Jim. Sometimes they want to have the bloke back, so he thinks they're going to bounce him, and then he won't get as far forward, maybe.
Well, it's the old age in a way, as he bowls wide of the off stump. It's bowling down at the far end into the attack. I can see myself sitting down there 60 years ago. And the field placing for Mackenzie would have been 2 slips and a gully, a third man and a fine leg with a new ball. That's all you needed, 2 slips. If you got a wicket, you might put another slip in.
Well, wouldn't you have 3?
That was the conservative nature of it. They didn't want to give away an easy bouncer. They always had a third man. Always. He's become redundant, almost. As Boland draws him forward, he's hit on the pad and appeal for a back pad catch now. It certainly came off the pad and it leapt away out there on the offside. Boland's inquiring. Smith's having a look. Come on. What's the vote?
Yeah,
What's the vote? They're going to go for a replay? Yep.
They've gone for the catch more than anything else, I reckon.
I think it was the LBW's squawk to start, but then they felt it ricocheted off the bat.
It's going to be tight, this one.
What do you reckon?
Double noise?
TV umpire to director. We have a player review for court. Original decision is not out. I have checked both feet. Fair delivery. Front on, please.
Yeah, I think this is a little optimistic, but you got a few
Nice
in
and
the bag.
slow.
You put it up there. We're seeing the slow-mo replay, and umpire Dharma centre. It actually came back quite a way. Hit the front pad. Where did it go then? Did it hit a bit of glove on the way out?
Move forward. I would like to see anything.
I want to see if there's some deflection off the glove as it flew
Can it go
off
back
the
to
flap of
the
the
first
pad,
frame, please?
away on the offside and into the slip cordon.
It could have, you know. He looked a little bit guilty. Joe Root, he'll go, please don't. They need to see the other
back. Came back quite a bit.
We need to see the other end, don't we?
Well, there's no evidence of any bat involved.
Between the ball and the bat. Move
As they're
forward.
looking, yes, it's missed the
Nothing
bat
there.
by a
Okay.
margin.
Go back to Chris. Chris, there is nothing there. You can stay with your on-field call. Not out. You're on the screen.
So it popped up into the slip cordon and towards Webster down there. Green. But there was no nick. We're back with Boland. He has another crack at Root, and Root is beaten outside the off stump. Good delivery. It held its line, and he was probing, missing.
Smith was thinking if that's out, we could, you know, go through him, put pressure on him.
It's like that, isn't it?
Yes.
You sense if they get Root's wicket in particular, things might happen all of a sudden, even though they don't have a spinner.
No, and I don't mind the spin having a roll today for a fair bit, but it has to be obviously Travis Head or Bo Webster to bowl spin. He's tall.
Here's Boland again. He's running in, and back goes Root and pats the ball away down there on the onside. So we're having a few dots here as the game builds towards a fairly, well, it is now a fairly tense period of play, with Root trying to get himself established. The hum of expectation around the ground. Just listen, they're all quiet, they're all watching. They know this is a vital period of the game. As Boland comes in again at Root, and Root's back. He's cutting up. Did he get a nick? No. It was a good seed. It came back inside his bat and his body and almost nicked. 2 for 99. Ali Mitchell's coming in to join Darren Lemon.
The Ashes Test Series
Is on your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and the ABC Listen app.
Joe Root coming up against some quality bowling by the Australians. 2 for 99. 26 overs now into the second innings. Australia earlier, 567 all out. Josh Tongue 3 for 97. Steve Smith only added 9 to his overnight score, out for 138. Bo Webster finished unbeaten on 71, his fifth half century in his 8th test match. Crawley out for 1. Mitch Stark's 5th delivery opening the bowling. LBW offering no shots. And then a partnership of 81 developed between Duckett and Jacob Bethel until Duckett was bowled by Neser, an inside edge onto his leg, onto the stumps, out for 42. That was 2 for 85. Bethel now on 39, facing up 2 for 99. Short leg in place as Stark is over the wicket outside the off stump, and he's playing it late on the drive, a square drive really for 4. Out towards a bank of England flags that are strung up along the side of one of the races in the Brawangal stand. The boundary takes him on to 43. Darren Lehman, he is closing in on a significant score as the 100 is brought up.
Lovely shot. He's strong through that area, isn't he? A couple of drives through sort of third man, backward point, and then lovely cut shots. So no fear with the pace, has he? Looks like he's got time. He's not rushed. Imagine if his first class 100 is a test 100.
Imagine. Yeah, imagine.
Hang on, I'll do it again.
He's on 43. And he waits, and Stark bounds in, short ball, swaying out of the way. Good take again by Carey, leaping high, taking 2 gloves above his head. Well, this is his best score of the 2 test matches that he's played so far, coming in at Melbourne, where he made 40 of 46 balls in the second innings and got out at a time when he could have been there to been in the middle for the winning runs in that test match. 43 from 77 so far. He seems to have a very well organised defence as well, doesn't he? It's not about, attacking flare shots. He seems quite calm.
Yeah, I totally agree. He looks very accomplished so far.
He waits, bat poised. Stark moves in. England 2 for 103. Left arm over, letting one go. It's a little tighter to those stumps so far, showing good judgment, but that one was a little bit of a sharp intake of breath. England are 80 behind. A reminder that Ben Stokes is away, being assessed at, say away, presumably just there in the dressing room. We've seen him on the out in the front watching, but being assessed with right adductor. He left the field during his midway through the second over that he bowled this morning, and it would feel that he's unlikely to bat during this second innings.
Well, it'd bat if he has to save it or something like that.
Yeah, depending on the circumstance, you'd think. Stark moves in, again playing it late, squeezing it out square, past points, a sliding stop on the boundary, and Bethel back busily for the second as the throw comes back into Carey.
The advantage he's got, because they picked 8 batters, he can have a break, he can slide down a little bit.
Yeah, for sure.
Smith can go up to 6, that's no problems, and Jacks can go to 7, so he can actually wait until 8 down before he makes any decisions, and even then if he wanted to, he could probably go behind Cast, couldn't he? Yeah, so it's no rush for him.
England so far have got to make up the 78 runs that they are behind for reaching parity and seeing if they can start to build a lead. Stark moves in again to Bethel, bowls, turns square along the ground, fractionally behind square, picked up in the deep, just the one. Throw comes back into Carey.
Tell you what might happen though, if they've got some wickets early, they might not bat him, you know what I mean, like if it's going south.
And it just seems like an inevitable defeat.
Yeah, that's right, if there are not enough runs. But I can't see that. He'll bat. He's a tough character. And look, there's nothing to say they've just got to get a partnership going, knock the lead off first and foremost, and then you go about just trying to get the game out of Australia's reach, and maybe you can play baseball and have what's the wicket like in the last day? Who knows? Maybe it is a bit up and down.
Yeah, it might start to break up a little bit. You never know. Root, who's 5 from 25. He has been given precious little to work with here by Stark in particular. 2 slips and the gully. Lying in wait. Here's Stark around the wicket to the right hand and roots forward, looking to drive, but only finds cover along the ground, and there's no run. End of the over from Stark, so Bethel will be on strike for the start of the next. 46 not out from 80. The youngster, 22-year-old, so just his 6th test match, and he's already got 3 test 50s to his name after the way he impressed when he did get his opportunity, making a debut in New Zealand. 3 test matches, where he did bat at 3 then because Ollie Pope dropped down to keep... He kept wicket because Jamie Smith was on paternity leave, so Pope dropped down the order and Bethel hence came in at 3. Scored 50 not out in the second innings, a 96 and a 76, so he's been close to a test match 100 despite only having 1 professional century to his name and no first class 100.
He's done well in his limited opportunities. Certainly hasn't panicked against the fast bowling. I mean, he looks a more accomplished number 3 than Ollie Pope, and that's maybe a little bit harsh on Ollie Pope, but I think Ollie Pope's more of a 4 or a 5.
Boland in here, getting in behind one. Solid defence into the onside. There was the odd little skittish moment at the start of the partnership with Duckett, wasn't it, when they were just not quite communicating well enough, and you felt a run-out might have occurred at any moment, just maybe 2 or 3 times, and then they settled, putting on 81 off 111 balls.
I mean, if he can make it, and he's got to want to bat 3 for Warwickshire and play every game, and If you do that, and
But he won't, will he?
Mooney's
Because he'll be at the IPL, surely. This is the difficulty. Around the wicket, Boland, and allowing it to go through to Carey outside that off stump. If he plays for a team which gets to the final, so he was RCB, wasn't he, last season? Was that Andy Flower's team that won it?
I don't know.
So
I lose track of who's,
but if you're,
going.
I think if you make the final of the IPL this year and you're an English player, the final of the IPL is 3 days before the first test of the summer.
Am I right in saying the IPL finals, May 5 or something like that? May 6? Or is it?
Whatever it is, it's 3 days before the first test of the summer.
Oh, it might be June 5, June 6, something like that. Yeah.
In comes Boland, around the wicket. Forward is Bethel up towards extra cover, no run on the ground. So how do you get your red ball cricket unless you're able to work with a red ball in the nets when you're away in the IPL?
So Jacob Bethel plays in the IPL, might not play a game of red ball cricket until the first test match. Is that what you were saying?
Yeah.
Wow.
But that is the challenge that English cricket faces, just with the calendar and where the IPL sits. And imagine if the IPL was September, October into November, and the Australian players in the IPL played IPL right up until the first test of the summer. Swung away aerially, but safe out through deep mid-wicket. Back of a length from Boland, as well in front of square. Bethel back for 2, fielded in the deep in front of the Barongal stand.
Just before we continue on there, Stokes likely to bat per England media manager, so that's good news.
That is
Thanks
good news
for sending
from
that through.
Perspective.
Yeah. Continue on with the dates there.
Well, I'm now trying to look up the dates.
Vested and interested in this.
Well, I would say you would do as well.
Got a few players that play in the IPL for Northampton when I go back there, and I don't know when they're going to turn up and play at Wantage Road.
Boland running in towards us. Bethel is forward into the onside. Joe Root's not getting much of the striker at the moment. Bethel there on 48.
Are you going to grace your presence at Wantage Road this year for a game?
Well, do you know what? I think you and I might be being primed to have a bit of a chat pre-season if I'm not at the T20 World Cup in February.
Okay. Well, no, don't go there. Come and have a chat with us.
Have a chat.
Come and see your family.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'll let you know. Let you know how things unfold. But yeah, that would be an early.
Oh, is that for the supporters club? Is it?
It would be.
It would be
yes.
early season. Yeah.
That'd be February, exactly.
Yeah.
Have you got your flights planned over? Do you know when you're
I'm
arriving?
flying mid February 19. I get back. I tell you what, I've got a very good first day to get over jet lag.
Right. As Boland is moving in here. Bethel tucks it behind square on the leg side, jogs through for 1 to end the over. 2 for 108. England are 75 behind. Bethel on to 49.
It's one of those days where you fly in and you need a few days to acclimatise, don't you?
Yeah.
You know what it's like. Well, the day after I get there, I've got to take the sponsors down to Twickenham for England-Ireland.
Oh, what a hardship.
I said I can't do that. I can't possibly do that. So we go down to Twickenham and it's 100,000 people. It's unbelievable, though, isn't it? So,
Berth, I think you're going to be too tired to fulfil
you want that ticket.
I think you need a hostess, someone who doesn't live too far away from Twickenham.
It's a great day. The sponsors come down and we have we drive back. We don't drive, obviously. We get picked up and we get back to Wantage Road very late at night, let me tell you. And you're standing there waiting for a cab or an Uber, and let's say it could be an AM pickup.
Have you done Twickenham before?
Yeah, I did last year. I did England-Scotland. Great game. 12-10 after 10 minutes. I thought, wow, this is fantastic. Pretty 16-12, and I went, what a boring game. There's got to be more tries. There has to be more tries in rugby. Keep the ball in play, rugby coaches, please. And don't do that little kick over the top. Just keep it in play. Don't kick it out.
New over, Stark. Bethel is on 49 and Stark left arm over, gets a little bit of width and he cuts away towards the boundary. It goes for 4 and Jacob Bethel has a maiden Ashes 50 in the final test of the series here in Sydney. A player whom so much has been written about and talked about is seizing an opportunity.
Well, very good 50, Ali. Played well. And he had a couple of moments where the ball sort of flew off a length and got through those and has plenty of time when he's playing fast bowling. Tick. Hit some good areas square of the wicket. Tick. It's just probably got to be mindful of going too hard at the ball early, and that's about it. But outside that, he's got all the tools.
And Joe Root is still at the non-strikers end, 5 off 26. Bethel's on to 53, and Stark is in. Tuck square, jogging gently through for one. He's looking really very much in control out there. Rick, what are the numbers here for Bethel? Because this is his 4th 50 in his 6th Test match.
Yeah, it came off 87 balls and 7 fours.
Well, it can't be too often that Joe Root is almost playing the junior partner role, isn't he, at the moment? He's had a lot of good deliveries to contend with. He's playing his own game and waiting for his scoring opportunities, but Bethel's had a lot more of the strikes since he came out. And Root has been watching and admiring, and who better for Bethel to be learning from than batting out there with Root at the moment. Root facing up, 2 slips and the gully. He crouches over his bat, raises it now, and watches as Stark bounds towards him. Around the wicket, the tall left armour. Defence from Root, a little crab-like as that back foot swings around, back up the pitch and into Stark's hands.
Can you say he liked batting with Root, but he couldn't understand him in his press conference or something?
He was saying when Root talks about batting, he just doesn't really understand what he's talking about, which flummoxed me a little bit. I didn't quite get that, but he said, watching him. Yeah. I mean, people do take on board information in very different ways, and maybe Bethel is more of an observer rather than a listener.
Yep.
But you can only benefit from being around somebody like Root. Stark, in he goes again, a little bit of width, but Root's not timing it. He looks up towards the sky, looks at his bat, rehearses the stroke. How different a feeling, isn't it? One innings 160. Next innings he's really having to, it's a slow start here for him. He's having to be patient.
It's a sign of a great play though, isn't it? When they just fight through. Their bad days are still okay. They get through it somehow, and it might look ugly, but they know they just got to keep going until it all clicks, and then away you go. Because Steve Smith wasn't fluid in his first 20 yesterday, was he? A little bit edgy.
It's working through these difficult periods. England are 69 behind as Stark is in now to Root outside the off stump. Drop and run, just easing it behind point. Takes a single to move on to 6. England 2 for 115. One more ball here to come from Stark in this over. Duckett back in the pavilion out for 42. Only adding 4 more to what he was on when he was dropped by Cameron Green. Diving in front of Steve Smith from his position at second slip just before the lunch break. So any fears Green might have had about how costly that might have been. It didn't take long before Nisa had Duckett bowled inside edge onto leg onto stumps shortly after the lunch break. Bethel 54 not out. A slip, a gully, mid-wicket. And Stark in now, back over length and got up on his toes to fend it away towards points in a controlled manner. Jogs through for one. End of the over from Stark. Looks like drinks are being brought out onto the field here as well. Out come the ground staff with their brooms, their paint pots, their measuring sticks. It's 2 for 116. England in their second innings are still 67 behind. Bethel on 55. Root on 6. We're having a double change in commentary here. Aggers and Stewie Clark will be coming in with drinks on the field. This is Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport.
Serious fun for the whole families on ABC iView with Sean Tan's Tales from Outer Suburbia, Gardening Australia Junior, and
Do not watch this show.
Plus the best entertainment for the little ones. All where it's always free, always fun. ABC iView.
The Ashes live across Australia.
Australia versus England.
Duckett's on strike. Chops on. Misa's got him. Coming around the wicket. Duckett trying to squirt it away on the offside. Got a thick inside edge back onto his pegs. It's his highest score of the series, but it's just 42. Duckett is out. 2 for 85 England. 10 minutes after lunch on day 4.
Bethel is on 49 and Stark left arm over, gets a little bit of width and he cuts away towards the boundary. It goes for 4 and Jacob Bethel has a maiden Ashes 50. In the final test of the series here in Sydney, a player whom so much has been written about and talked about is seizing an opportunity
ABC Sport's coverage of the Ashes, Australia versus England.
It's on your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and the ABC Listen app.
Yeah, 2 for 116, lovely afternoon in Sydney. It's a gentle breeze, or a cloud to be seen. And the players having a drinks break, and those two lads are standing there again with their drinks. Rather like if you've ever been to England back in the day when you had glass milk bottles. The milkman used to bring them in little containers like that, you know, and you'd drop off a pint outside each door. They've got the equivalent to those. They're orange. I mean, they don't look like the old milkman's days, but they're just wandering around. They're completely lost. They're saying, oh, please come and take a drink. In fact, one now is bravely going over towards the England batsman saying, do you want one of these? No, thanks.
He got sent, didn't he?
He got a wave. Let's see, is he going to try the Aussies? I don't think so. No, the umpires, no. And it's another forlorn and rather wasted trip, frankly, for that golf buggy with the drinks bottle on top. As they load them up as full as they were when they set off, full of optimism about 5 minutes ago. Not a single drop. And there they go. Up they go. They're firing it up. And off she goes. A bit of a U-turn. It must be quite a heartbreaking job, that, you know, Stuart. I mean, for goodness sake.
You've been very amused by this, Gator.
Well, I have. You just think, come on, surely somebody's going to take a drink from them.
Just a sip.
Yeah, just to make them feel involved, really. At their back they come. It's a well-worn path now. You can see where they come over the boundary edge. Here he comes. Someone's actually filming them. That's rather nice. That's a bit of encouragement.
Yeah.
And then,
you don't think they've served a drink this...
Oh, no. They haven't served a drink all series. Down they go, down the concrete gangway. You'll see them again in an hour. But I don't know why we bother.
Oh, it's been very amusing. That's the beauty of Test cricket. It's the amusement of seeing little things.
Oh, absolutely. There's loads of things to look at.
The cricket's wonderful, sure. But
cameraman down here has just thrown a bottle of water over his head.
Yeah, I don't blame him.
Directly below us. He looks a bit warm.
He's a bit warm. Well, I think a few of the air conditioning may not be...
Got to say, our box, which is 2 or 3 down from here. No opening window, no air conditioning.
Isn't it where you wrap yourself in plastic and just lose a few?
I know. I've just done a half-hour stint in it. It's hot in there, let me tell you.
Wasn't it the full Monty where the guy was trying to lose weight and he wrapped himself in Glad wrap and then sat in the sauna trying to...
Was that full Monty?
Might have been the full Monty.
Might have been, yeah. Good chance. Well, the grounds are now. Why didn't he do this while the drinks were going on? He's got his tamper stick out there again and he's been tamping away at the footholes and now he's having to run off again with that big pole in his right hand. And that might have been done during the drinks break, I'd have thought. But anyway, it wasn't. It now has been done. So 2 for 116. 29 overs gone. Jacob Bethel here is playing a very important innings. Not necessarily even as far as this game is concerned, but as far as his future is concerned. Because we talk about him at number 3, and he's played very nicely. First ball after the break. Oh, it beats the bat, though. That was a
belter.
Perfect one, wasn't it, from Scott Boland? Round about the off stump, and you so often see a wicket fall after a drinks break, and that was just a millimetre away from finding the edge. Beautiful delivery from round the wicket.
Oh, geez, that's close to the outside.
Yeah.
Just down the line.
Lovely ball.
It's down the line, and then just fractionally goes, and it doesn't have to go much. People think that, you know, unless you can see it, it just got to go an inch or two. And
yeah.
Remember, they're trying to hit it in the middle of the bat, not the outside of the bat. So.
Boland again bowls, and it's too short this time. Bethel can go up on his toes and play down to gully. I just like his attitude. He's not played a single rash shot. I mean, this man is someone who's really is well known, or better known. He's only a youngster, but for his white ball cricket and not for his first class Test cricket, because he's hardly played any. But he's played an innings here that suggests he's certainly got the temperament.
Well, it's a hard job coming to Australia batting 3. Bouncy quick wickets.
In early.
Never sort of played you before.
Yeah.
And then you're against a good team, crowds against you.
Yeah, he's done well. Then comes Boland again. He goes over the wicket this time. This is the trick that they played in the first innings. And he pushes that one across him, but he's not going to learn. He's not going to do that again. He's learned his lesson. And he plays no shot. Brian's texting in from Bellerive Beach in Hobart. Beautiful summer day. Loving the call on the ABC. Tell Rick he's missing great weather here. So, it does sound. He hasn't put the temperature there. What would it be? Sort of 16, 17?
I think it would have a 2 in front of it.
Would it? Oh, okay.
It's due to be 28 or something today, don't it?
In Hobart?
Is this in Hobart?
In Hobart, come on.
Word.
There must be a mistake. Misprint.
Oh. Here's Boland, and that's tucked away off the pads. Comes away for a single, down to fine leg.
There's one here for you, Angus, just another one from Steve from the Gold Coast, I'm assuming. Ask Jonathan Agnew, former player, how he became a ball-by-ball commentator.
Oh, I see.
As opposed to an expert comment.
Yeah.
Or just comments like Dizzy and myself. They're not expert, they're just comments.
No, I know, we accept that. I don't know, really. Good question. I don't think I was probably a good enough player to be an expert. So.
I feel that way every day.
Yeah. I don't know. I think I give great credit to, we had a producer called Peter Baxter, who did it for a lot of years. In comes Boland, and little inside edge there into Root's pad, and he just thought I'd be better off doing that, really. So my first year, I'd never commented on anything. And so first year I was the expert summariser, sitting alongside Brian Johnston, great sort of the Alan McGilvray, I suppose, of BBC Radio. We're very similar. I mean, he's 50 years older than me. He's like a granddad.
Right.
But we're very similar. We have the same silly sense of humour. And I just sat beside Brian. I was an expert summariser, which is a bit ridiculous because the other two were Fred Truman and Trevor Bailey. And I think Brian spent much of that summer wondering who I was. In comes Boland again. Runs in and bowls. Oh, a nasty one.
Geez.
Oh, that's got him straight where it shouldn't. And poor old Joe Root was down on his knees there. That came back a long way and might have brushed the inside edge as well. He's up on his feet, but I think his eyes are watering. Whew, that came ripping back. Every now and then, you know, you get a ball.
Oh, yes.
Just,
yeah. That's a glove.
Might have been, a little bit high than absolute bullseye, but it was a nasty one. And yeah, so that was just it, really. So I think he's always felt that I was going to be doing this. But he's right, because not many players do the ball by ball. They do on telly, but that's different.
The people ask him, how do you do the ball? You do the commentary, and I said, well, I don't do the ball because that's actually a very specialised skill, and it takes a lot of time.
I think it's easier.
You reckon?
Yeah, this bit's easier than doing the expert.
I don't. See, I sit here and watch you do it and think, because you do it so naturally and so easily, as does Jim and all the guys. I'm like, I think it's much harder than sitting here. We sit here and I make random comments about things. Gee, look at the Barmy Army down there, or look at the people in the yellow, or you've got to go up and down, and you've got to ride the emotion of the game.
Yeah, that's the fun bit of it, really. Trying to put a bit of excitement into it when it needs it. Stark round the wicket, starts a new over. The first ball's a bouncer, and Bethel ducks underneath it. But all we're doing really is saying what you can see. And as long as you can kind of put that into words, and I mean, people talk about stats and research, and look, I don't sit down with anything because I've got Rick next to me who does the stats. That's his job. I think if you as a commentator, if you write out lots of notes, you're going to read them out. Because you've sat there and written them all. So I'd rather talk about what you can see and tell little stories along the way. And different people do it in different ways. But that happens to be the way that I ever go at it. In goes Stark. Round the wicket, is there any bowls? And Bethel goes for the hook shot. That went flying over his head. And was taken there by Carey. They're trying to lure him into this. They've got 3 out on the leg side boundary. One for the over. And I'm going to say that's probably the first loose shot that he's played, because there are 3 out and a short leg. And I just wonder why did he just duck? He just didn't duck into that and just let it go. So that's just
got big, didn't it? Really bounced on it, took off. And
I think I'd have liked him just to let that go, because there's 3 there waiting.
We got a fly slip in now. This is the good old-fashioned long stop.
Yep.
Behind the wicketkeeper, and in kids cricket where they put the man, just buys.
Long stop.
That's what long stop is.
Yeah, he is.
That's
right behind the keeper. Stark again runs up bowls, and he's hit on the pad there. Bethel right back in his stumps. I think he was waiting for the short ball again, because with this field you have every right to expect it. There is that fly slip, fine leg, deep backward square leg, deep square leg, and a short leg. So lots of legs in there, but they're all over the place. Then we have that fly slip. Long stop really behind the keeper.
And we've got our best fielder at cover. Boland, who's standing with his arms crossed and his legs crossed.
Well, I hope he's not chasing too much. We'll see. But this field tells you it's going to be short, of course. And there was the bluff there from Stark. On his way again. Left arm round the wicket, bowls full, but a poor ball down the leg side. That was ill directed.
It certainly was. Do you know we got royalty in the house today?
Maybe. Who's that?
Tyndall, Mike Tyndall and
Zara.
And Zara, is that her name?
Yeah, Zara Phillips.
Yeah, she's here. They're in the.
Oh,
they're next door. We've been graced by royalty.
Well, yes,
at the
she is.
Sydney Test match.
She's daughter of Princess Anne.
That's correct. She's next door. I bumped in there. I looked at this person and I looked at him and I went.
Is that in the posh lounge down there? Yeah, we're supposed to wear a jacket and I didn't the other day.
Yes.
That's the one. In goes Stark, bowls, and that's played away out into the offside. Well, she's a fine equestrian.
Yes.
Zara Phillips, as her mother was. Her mother was an Olympian, Princess Anne.
Yeah, no, she's in there. And look, you've got special privileges because I've granted you those that you don't need a jacket to go in there.
Am I all right to go in like this?
You can just wander in. Ooh. Because people look at Aggas. This is what happens. People walk up and they, who's that bloke? And then he opens his mouth and people go, oh, Jonathan.
So it's him.
Oh, Jonathan.
Yeah, it'd be nice to sort of have a voice disguiser sometime. Perhaps take a suck of that. What's that helium balloon?
Aggas.
Yeah. In goes Stark, round the wicket. Is there any bowls? Short again. Now that's better. Bethel just swayed out of the way of that. And it goes flying through to Carey. So 2 for 117, 66 behind. Good news from Jimmy and Tommy. The flatties are biting on the mighty Clarence River off Yamba. There you go. They're sitting there on the Clarence River, which I'm not familiar with. Where's the Clarence? Where's Yamba?
North.
Up north, way up north.
No, I think north of New. It's Yamba's north New South Wales, I think.
Is it?
Oh,
I didn't see it on my journey.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. mid-north coast, I think. That's where it is.
So the flatties, what's that, a flathead?
Flathead, yes.
Yeah, they're biting, lovely. Well, I hope you're enjoying that, Jimmy.
Are you a fisherman?
No.
Yeah, no, neither.
No, I'm not a fisherman. No good at that. But and meanwhile, Jai from FNQ, was that Far North?
Far North Queensland.
Oh, okay. Enjoying the coverage, making way on the golf course. Where it's warm up there. What are your thoughts on how Australia should juggle Green, Webster? Yeah, it's interesting. Here's a ball from Boland, which is played into the offside. I thought Webster looked well, a good player actually. I mean, Cameron Green seems to me, correct me if I'm wrong, he's quite an inconsistent cricketer, and I mean both his bat and ball, and he bowls some magnificent balls out there, but then tosses in half volleys and some long hops, and it's that consistency that he doesn't seem to have, that if he did with bat and ball would be brilliant cricketer.
Well, I think separating the two out, the bowling was going at a trajectory, and then he didn't basically bowl the whole of last year. He had to have surgery, and they put the metal things.
Beach ball invasion. It's blowing across the sight screen.
Security will get it.
Yeah, I'm afraid that is destined for an unhappy end. The stewards grabbed it. Look at it, they love it, don't they? He's grabbed it, and that's not got much longer for this world, I don't think.
He'll pop it in a second.
It's the glee in which they do it.
Yeah.
And on his way, he moves in and bowls and pushes that away to point. And there's no run. You know, he's been waiting and waiting and waiting all day. Now there it goes. He's done it. He's popped it.
There's a little, he'll have something a little sharp in his pocket.
Oh, it's a shame, because that was a nice one, a big one as well, a big blue and white one.
Do they have beach balls in England? Do they let them?
We do have some.
Do they let
Poor old Alex Hartley got a bit... Yeah, she had a bit of a bad experience with an inflatable something that I'm not really going to describe, but she on the western stand at Headingley, which wasn't good. No, we do have some inflatables,
right,
of different shapes and sizes. In comes Boland, and that's pushed away by Root to cover. What they do have now, these quite big party stands, these big temporary stands that go up. Old Trafford's got a monster. Is massive thing. It goes up all on one side. The scaffolding inside it is incredible. And that goes up at the start of the season. And depending on who the tourists are, it kind of goes all the way up or not quite so far up. But they use it for pop concerts. So
okay.
I'm sure they do. Do they do?
They occasionally have one here. They do it more next door at the football ground behind us.
Oh, yeah.
They have them in there, or they take you out to the Olympic Stadium, which is a bigger ground, and you can get more people in.
Yeah, nice.
Well, Rod Bransgrove's been around. He used to do them there, didn't he?
Oh, yes. This is Root trying to drive. A bit of a loose shot. That ball wasn't there for that stroke.
And when I say there, I mean the Rose Bowl, which was Southampton.
Yep.
But yeah, Rod's been in town. You were on the boat. Were you on the boat New Year's Eve?
No, I was in Cremorne.
Well, that's to say, that's pretty good.
Looking down over the harbour, that was a great view.
Yeah, lovely.
Because you get, when you're up there on that north side, you do get the whole width of the fireworks. So when you're on a boat, you're looking at the bridge, aren't you? And you get a bit from here and there. But when you're looking down, just a little bit set back on the North Shore,
yes,
see it all going off all over the city,
and the
coming
city
off
in
the roofs.
background.
Yeah, Bondi fireworks going. I mean, it was it was a terrific sight, I must say. Here comes Boland and pushed away into the onside, and something that our level of photography simply cannot do justice to, can it? That's the thing. You know, you see these wonderful fireworks pictures of Sydney and stuff, and you think, well, look at mine. Why don't mine look like that?
Yeah.
So I think that's, you sort of defer to the professionals, don't you?
100%. It's a very... Look, you need to experience it and see it firsthand.
Oh, it's brilliant.
And the pictures bring back the great memories.
Yeah. The people I was there with, a lot of we had some Brits there. I'd never seen it before. They were just... This is amazing. But then actually I watched the London ones.
They're usually pretty good.
They were okay. I think they gave you a good run for your money this year.
You see them on TV and they usually do a wonderful job.
Yeah. 2 for 117. Here comes Boland. Bowles a hit on the pad, leg before wicket. Big shout is out. Yeah, I felt it. Root losing his balance, full straight ball. I think he's going to have to review it. It's Joe Root, for goodness sake. Is it going down the leg side? That's the question. I think that's what Bethel's saying. I don't think Joe Root's confident about this, but he is going to review it. It looked full and straight from here, I'll be honest. His head just fell over. He lost his balance.
TV umpire to director. We have a player review for LBW. On-field decision is out. I have checked both feet. Fair delivery. Front on, please.
It's a typical Scott Boland delivery. Pitching just outside off stump, nipping back, hitting you around about the knee roll.
I think Root knows. I'm just looking at the picture, looking at Joe Root's face. He's looking at the screen. I think he knows he's struggling here. Let's have a look at the height.
Please go to the outrage, please. Would like to see that.
It is sort of
RPS,
bottom of the flap of the pad.
please.
Yeah, might be going over the top. Might be hitting. I think it'll be clipping the stumps.
I think he's out.
Yeah.
It might have been umpire's call.
Gap between the bat and the ball and the flat line. You can go to the ball.
He hasn't edged it. This is the big one, and I think it's going to be given out. But we'll see. Technology showing. The crowd will tell you first. There you go. It is umpire's call for a bail trimmer on Midland leg, and Joe Root is out. He looks very disappointed, but I think he knew it. Fair decision by the umpire. He just lost his balance there. He lost his shape, and that's the end of Joe Root for this series. Out for 6, 200s to his name. He's answered a few questions, but he can't do it all by himself. LBW to Boland for 6, a terrific breakthrough, and England are still minus 66 for 3, and they're in a bit of strife here now as Harry Brook makes his way out. Thoughts from you? And look, then I'm going to make room for Jim.
I think the ball nipped back nicely, and unfortunately for Joe Root, he's been dismissed. LBW, as he makes his way off the ground, he's not overly happy about it, but it is what it is. And Joe, well, will we see him again or not? There's a question that we probably don't know the answer to at the moment, but he's receiving a rousing reception as he leaves the ground. Jimmy's joined me in the commentary box.
I'm just giving him a little bit of applause because I don't know whether we'll ever see him here playing Test cricket. We hope so, but he's been such a magnificent player for so long.
Yeah, that's an interesting question. Will we see Joe Root? He didn't do the big farewell wave to the crowd, but that doesn't mean he won't. Just it looked like it probably was a fraction high, but the umpire probably looked at that and thought it was very adjacent. The ball nipped back nicely, a typical Scott Boland dismissal.
Yep.
And, well, unfortunately for Joe Root, he had to make his way from the ground.
Boland has probed very, very well. It's been a kind of clinical performance from Boland at Root. He's just been threatening that front pad.
He has. It's just been, we saw one nip back and hit Joe Root in
nether region, and we saw one nip back and he bit high and was just ball relentless, and then he finally got the length right. It nipped back as he hoped, trapped Root in front.
So at the other end, it's Green, bumper bowler. He bowls just outside the off stump, and he just got his bat out of the way. You assume the bumper strategy is about to be employed. We've got a fine leg, a deep backward square, and a man just in front, a deep square. We've got a third man, slip, gully, cover, mid-off, mid-on. So he's a bounce bowler, isn't he?
Well, they've got 3 on the onside, yes, but they've also got a slip and a gully and a cover and a mid-off. And sort of hedging their bet a bit here, the Australians.
They must think that Bethel might take on the bouncing ball. Let's see. Green around the wicket to him, and it holds its line outside the off stump. Maybe it's a bluff to make him think that and just bowl top of off stump and see if he nicks off.
Yeah, I think it is a bluff at the moment. I'm sure he'll throw in a short one every now and then, Green, but what I'd like to see Green do, and we've talked a lot about his bowling, and people are talking a lot about his place in the team. Well, why don't we try and pitch it up, nip him around, and see if he can get a couple of wickets? And that'll take away all the angst that's being created around his spot and his legitimacy of being an Australian Test cricketer, because we all see the potential. It's just we're looking at the numbers now.
Green is in, and he's on the back foot, sending the ball away through point, cover, point. And there's some protection out in the deep, but it's not going to prevent a 4.
Gee, that's a nice
timed
shot.
It nicely, didn't he?
That's a lovely looking shot on the back foot, punched it away.
So Jacob Bethel making a name for himself, as well as trying to make England force Australia to bat again with plenty to chase. He's 60 out of 121. They need another 52 to get rid of the deficit. Here comes Green again. He bowls bouncing outside the off stump. Bethel will have nothing to do with it, even though he may be tempted with no sort of fly third man to have a nudge over the slips. And at the moment, Australia a little in the ascendancy. The wicket of Joe Root is always a huge wicket. He was out for 6.
It is a huge wicket. He faced a lot of balls, Joe Root, for his 6, 30-plus balls. Unfortunately, just got one, and that's the thing with bowling. If you let him bowl to you, he will get one through your defences sooner rather than later.
So Green goes around the wicket again. It's short, and he gets out of it somehow. He tried to pull, and then he withdrew. Where was the contact as the ball goes down to the boundary? What are we looking at? Buys, yes. He looked to pull, then dropped his gloves, hands, bat, and it went awkwardly.
I think one of those funny sort of seams that after it pitches, the seam gets in a funny sort of position, and then it's swung. Like, yeah, look at that. It's in that like in-swinger. Big swing. It's a bit like, when you go to Lord's, when the ball passes the bat, and you see wicket keepers looking very silly sometimes. It's that after it pitches swing.
I thought he must have nicked it, but he didn't. It's 4 buys, and back and across he goes to Green and plays the ball down the pitch to end the over. 3 for 125. Brook is the new man who'll have strike. Bethel is 60. And Cameron Green just coming into the attack. Out today in his second innings. Crawley in the first over didn't play it. Stark was leg before wicket for 1. Duckett played on to Nisa for 42, and Root just out. LBW Boland for 6.
Boland will continue. Harry Brook yet to face a ball. Harry Brook in these situations has been very proactive. He's come running down the wicket, first ball. Now Carey is standing back, not coming up to the stumps. So the tactic the Australians have employed is Carey up to the stumps, forcing Brook to stay in his crease. And now the man at deep mid-off still going back.
Yep. Yes, he's gone right back to the boundary.
It's interesting because they used to feel as though giving away a single will. Not anymore. They're stopping the boundary now.
Boland it is to Brook. Brook goes back and knocks it into the turf. Past a diving Green in the gully. They collect a single down to Wetherill at third man. And Brook's off the mark.
He's off the mark. No, the Australian slip coordinates changed again with Usman Khawaja. He was out of there. He's now back in. Webster was standing at first, Smith obviously at 2, and big Cameron Green at gully. They've made a slight change again, the Australians. Usman's back in there. What's the theory behind that, Jim? Has there been any thoughts on what's...
Yeah, I don't know.
Uzi might have had a sore finger?
Yeah, he spent more time out of that spot than in it so far in this game. But now we've got Boland around the wicket. Bethel packs in behind it and plays down the pitch. So Khawaja at first. Smith wandering split second to third. Talking to Green out there about the tactics with his bowling. Labuschagne perennially on the move out there on the offside at cover point with a mid-off and mid-on. Webster just in front of square and a fine leg. So a very humid afternoon. 31 degrees or so. Boland around the wicket to Bethel. He's forward and pushes around the corner. Just allowed the ball to arrive and tucked it away for a single.
Are you professing to game ending today or tomorrow?
Tomorrow.
Australia bat again. Usman to make a...
Australia to bat again. Usman to open? I don't know.
Depends how many it is. We want to see Usman have a bat, don't we?
Yeah, that was strange yesterday when he walked off and didn't acknowledge the crowd. But maybe he felt that was unnecessary. It wasn't timely.
Yeah, maybe not.
2 slips, a 4th slip. He waits and pushes. Brook sends it dead at his feet. So what's your Nostradamus on the game?
Well, I was thinking tonight, but I'm starting to... I think they'll score more than 58 runs, so Australia are going to have to bat again, which means about lunchtime tomorrow, I think will be my guess. Lunchtime tomorrow. We're going to have a big lunch after the game.
Long lunch.
That's what I was hoping for at least. So.
You're getting hungry. Yes, well, something will occur, whatever it may be.
We're just calling.
Here we go. Kiwi's coming up now.
Yeah, he's up to the stumps.
Yes. Is this a mind game with Brook?
I think Brook's wandering around the crease. So
mid-off's coming up now.
Well, he doesn't. If they're prepared to give him that shot from standing still, but they're not going to let him run down the wicket. So Carey, geez, has been a gutsy display this by Alex Carey.
So here we go. Keeper standing up to Brook, who's on 1. Boland comes towards him and he's forward to it and sending it straight to cover on the bounce. And it's fielded out there by Labuschagne. 3 for 127. So they still need another 56 to make Australia bat again. And Bethel's played the innings that matters so far. Can he keep it going, keep concentrating and building here? And it looks like we're going to have Anisa, Boland, Stark and sundry others to try and do the business.
Webster bowls some spin?
Maybe. Here's Boland in. Forward he goes, pushes the ball out there on the offside. I don't think he's Tony Greig.
I'm sure he's not.
You remember that?
I do, yes.
He bowled both?
Yeah, I'm not sure he's not. Marnus does. He's the Marnus.
Yes.
I'll leave you on that note, Jim.
Well, yeah, well, I'm sure Marnus will be doing something from here to the end of the game that'll be influential. Maybe just a catch or a run out. He does get involved. And Stuart Clark's gone for a cup of char. And Fiddle Tufnell's coming in off his shorter run. Whew. The Godfather, how are you?
I'm all right.
Toughest has got some nice dark glasses on. It's probably more Jack Nicholson than the Godfather.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My wife says I look a little bit like Jack Nicholson.
Yeah.
In the right light. Cup of char, cup of Rosie Lee, that would be nice. It's a hot one out there, Jim.
It is.
Yeah.
And they've got 3 men on the boundary on the onside again. So you'd think he will bounce him. Let's see. Green moves in around the wicket and Bethel's punching the ball away. Thick edgily down towards third man. No chance of a catch. He's steered, you could say. 3 for 128. Now for Brook, what are they going to do here? Anticipation. Will he go on the romp, the ramp?
The romp. I don't know what the romp is, but I don't know. I just get the feeling that England have slightly changed tack here about their modus. What's it called? Operandi or something. Yeah. So I mean, he's only going to play one way, Harry, really. But just give yourself a bit of time.
Well, they've gone for the offside plan. Fly third man.
Yeah.
With a gully, a deep backward or wider third man, a deep cover, a wide mid on, a man in square, and 3 out on the boundary on the onside. Green bowls a short ball, and I think he was letting that go in the end, or attempting to. He didn't commit to the full horizontal shot and allowed it to strike him as it bounced through.
How long can he wait, though? That's the trouble. Everyone's there. The traps are set. Can he just let it go past for half an hour?
Well, he let that one go, and it took him up above the elbow and deflected to Smith, who's at about gully. Green comes in and bowls a shortish ball, and he just lets the ball travel quietly off his bat into the covers for a single and gets down the other end. He's 2. It's 3 for 129. So you're thinking of a more sober approach from Brook here?
Well, I think so. I think so. You know, that's the word has been going around that you've got to change. You've got to change what you've been thinking, boys.
Yep.
If you all want to stay, that's the hierarchy as well. You're going to have to just slightly tweak it. You know, you don't have to completely not play a shot.
Green comes up. Bethel pulls the short ball away in the air, wide of mid-wicket and out towards the boundary, and it goes for 4. He got enough of it in the meat, and it went past Travis Head and out to the boundary for 4. Well struck by Bethel from the short ball, which didn't get up around the thorax. It got up just above waist height, and he played it well.
Yep. Watched it all the way onto the middle of the bat, rolled the wrists, belted it through mid-wicket. Wow, nice shot up on his toes.
Bethel moves along to 68. Here he goes again on the back foot, slides it away off the middle of the bat through the covers. That's a beautifully timed back foot shot that goes all the way out for the ball boy to come out of his hutch down there and send the crumbs back to the field. And Bethel moves to 70 with that superbly timed shot. Brian Lara, baby, that was 277 all those years ago on that one.
Yeah, great sort of deep in his crease and up on his toes and just eased it through extra cover. No real sort of power in the shot, just a really good punch. That's the shot of a man who's in control at the moment.
Here comes Green. Bethel across, pushing down and away at cover to end the over. So we're about, when's tea time here? 3:10.
Yeah, 20 minutes.
25 minutes, yeah. So they're holding things together here and just urging the score along as they go. 3 for 137 at the end of the over. A couple of boundaries there for Bethel.
Yeah, I think, well, thankfully they didn't fall in a heap. I was thinking this morning as I was coming in, oh, crikey, you know, Steve Smith, 100. Everyone being flogged around. Mitchell Stark gets another 50, and then we all fall in a bit of a heap. But they've shown some pretty good fight here. And some good technique. Been impressed with Bethel. We might have found a number 3, Jim. Out of all the runes.
Yeah. the runes. The Ruins. Yeah, so down at the far end, Nisa's back for Boland. Keeper standing up again. 2 slips and a gullied behind him as Brook waits for Nisa, and he goes back, eases the ball away through point, backward point. He will turn for a second as Weatherald has to chase a good 30 metres to his right from square third man. Brook moves to 4, 3 for 339. 183, the first target for England to force Australia to bat again. Now
and then you never know. And then you never know.
Yep. Jack 6 for
there,
second inning.
Absolutely turning and bouncing, ripping gloves off, caught short legs.
Bethel, the match winner, with his left arm spin. Neser bowls now, and Brook tucks it away on the onside with a good clip towards mid-wicket, and Khawaja stops it. So Brooks just arrived after Root was LBW to Boland. It was a skinny decision. He was given out. He clearly hit him in front, but it looked high, and the replays revealed on review that it was clipping the bail.
Trimming.
Yep, trimming the bails. Neser runs to Brook. Brook goes away to the onside. Nice little clip there. A second run is off the boundary out there. Webster came in and fumbled from deep square leg. Brook 6. 3 for 141.
He does get movement though, doesn't he, Scotty Bowler? No other bowler really on this track has got that ball, the dart back.
So he's going to just keep working in at that line of the off stump. Neser approaches again. Brooks forward, and he clips him out square of the wicket and collects another run to take his total to 7. 3 for 142. Just here and there we've seen Boland and Neser get extra bounce.
Yeah, and movement. And that little bit of movement. Listen, there's always going to be a bit of movement out on there. There's a bit of grass on there and cracks and what have you. But especially Boland, he just hits that area. Got to be careful of it blowing your front pad off, as they say.
Now around the wicket to the left-hander, slip and fourth slip, let's say. And he makes his move. Neser to Bethel. Bethel back and plays the ball down and away out into the covers, but he's looked very complete with his technique and ball selection, shot selection, whatever you want to call it, but his judgment so far has been pretty good, and he's had a few useful nuts outside the off stump or around it that he's had to survive by playing or leaving. The acute judgment of that. You get a bit in between, you're out. Neser comes up, Bethel forward, defending, pushing through backward point for another run. So Bethel moves to 71. It's 3 for 143, and we've got about 20 minutes to go before tea. Phil Tufnell is here, and Corbin Middlemass is jumping into the chair.
ABC Sports coverage of the Ashes. Australia versus England.
Live from the SCG. It's on your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and the ABC Listen app.
Thank you, Jim. Afternoon, Tuffers.
Afternoon, mate.
3 for 143. England trail by 40. Bethel 71. Brooks 7.
Yeah. It's going to be a good pub quiz question, isn't it? Who got his first maiden first-class century at the SCG versus Australia?
Booking him in.
Well, just saying, done well.
Absolutely has. He's batted superb. Green's on his way in. He bowls around the wicket to Bethel, who squared drives. There's a man at deep point, as has been the case for much of the innings, and a nice boundary effort there from Usman Khawaja, diving low down to his left, saves 4, gets some support from Marnus on the spiff back into the keeper's end. Bethel with 2 more moves to 73.
He's been good at, he's strong there through extra cover, and also really good at just sort of laying back and deflecting it round that third man area. Good on his feet, right forward, right back, plays it late.
Root the last man out for 6, LBW. Bethel gets a short one. He pulls it into the outfield. There's 3 back on the leg side, and the man in deep backward square does the fielding. Picked up out there by Brendan Doggett, who's on the field for the time being. Single taken. Bethel was 74, the deficit to 37. So we're definitely back tomorrow.
Well,
37 down.
37. Another session. Yeah, I think we are. Still a good pitch, and the odd one's just lifted outside the off stump. There's a couple of brutish deliveries in this pitch, but yeah, I think we're back tomorrow, mate, which will be great.
Yeah. Green over the wicket, short to Brook. He's pulling, gets it through the infield, and there's going to be a single there, a hand on it from Stark on the way through at mid-wicket. Backed up by Webster coming off the boundary, so one more for Brook, moves to 8. 3 for 147 England. They trail the Test by 36 runs.
Draw's not out of the question. Draw?
I think remember last Ashes series, was it a draw? Maybe the one before. It was a draw to prevent a whitewash here, which England were able to hold Australia out. Might have been 2 ago. Given last time the Test series ended in Hobart. It was a 5th Test, given the reschedule due to COVID. That was a bit of an upside-down tour, wasn't it?
Yep.
Jacob Bethel, a shock of peroxide blonde hair at the back of his helmet. Green's on the way into him. A lifter outside the off stump, and he watches it pass through. Oh, and hits the helmet. So Carey hasn't taken that clean. Carey, a rare fumble for him with the gloves, and it trickles onto the helmet. And that will be 5 for England. Gee, we don't see this too often. 3 for 152. The umpire signals there'll be 5 byes going on the board. And the helmet has been hit that he's situated behind the keeper. And Carey is still just wringing out his hand. No one got him right on the finger. The byes, by the way, bring up the 150 for England. It was a ball which kept climbing as it passed the batsman, got Carey on the end of the finger on his left hand. And as the ball's fallen behind him, bouncing into the helmet. As Bethel turns it away through square leg for 1. 3 for 153.
I've got a question. There are 2 helmets there, aren't there?
Yeah.
If it had cannoned into both of them, do you get 10?
No, Phil.
No.
They're actually penalty runs.
Penalty runs, so they don't...
It's a different category of extras.
Right, so it doesn't go as byes?
No.
How would I write it on my scorecard that just says byes, leg byes, wides and no balls?
Right, P5.
There you go.
Penalty runs.
Penalty runs.
You learn something every day.
I thought they just went as byes. There you go. That's why we got Rick here.
Absolutely.
He's
always
all
on
over
it. Always on it.
Green's on the way in. Backing away and cutting. Thick edge from Brook. Bounces over where first slip would have been away for 4. He always chases the short stuff, Harry Brook. Anything that's dropped in short, whether he's hooking or cutting, he's chasing it. And so he is again there, a thick edge, but a boundary. Moves to 12. 3 for 157.
And it doesn't matter whether he's on 0.5 or 75.
Yeah.
It's interesting about Carey. It's 3 times in the last half hour he's fumbled. Whether there's something going on there, I don't know, but most uncharacteristic.
Yeah, absolutely. He's been superb. I went for an 8 once.
An 8?
Yeah, I went for an 8. Yeah.
Overthrows?
No. I was playing my mate at short leg, Middlesex 2's. No, Middlesex game it was. And sort of fine swept, went for 3.
Yep.
Sort of. He took the helmet off and was standing there sort of like dawdling, and the ball came whizzing back and he caught it in the helmet. Caught it in the helmet. I've got...
Yeah.
What are you doing? Neil McLaurin did that. Caught it in the helmet.
Imagine seeing that on the scorecard, just a big 8.
I know. Picked it out the helmet and threw it back.
Nisa around the wicket, defended by Bethel, back to the bowler.
Yeah, I wasn't happy.
You think for the amount of time... Yeah. I'm sure there'll be people on the ground today that'll be thinking, oh, what's the helmet behind the keeper? People that are new to cricket.
Yeah.
And they'll be thinking, oh, what happens if the ball was to hit the helmet? It feels like it's always a pretty newcomer's question to people in cricket. And we always say, yep, that'll be 5 runs. But you so rarely see it. Like, I can't remember too many matches that I'm lucky enough to cover a lot of cricket. But, gee, you so rarely see something like that happen. Fumbled by the keeper, rolls back onto the helmet, and 5 penalty runs. Nisa to Bethel, who turns it away to mid-wicket, and the fielding done by Khawaja.
And I don't know really why. Why'd you get 5 if it hits the helmet? I mean, why is it a penalty? You know, you've got to keep them somewhere.
I was obstructing the field.
Obstructing the field?
Just to prevent fielders doing exactly what you're saying, catching something with a hat or...
You could have witches' hats out there, just in place of fieldsmen.
Okay. All right.
Have you seen it often, Rick? I don't know if you...
I have.
Because Rick's community computer system even keep penalty run. Bethel defends out on the leg side, so 3 for 157. You've had it, obviously.
Oh, I've seen it. Well, played for 20 years.
Yeah.
I've seen it off. Yeah, I've seen it a few. Yeah.
Right. It feels like something the lower grade of cricket you watch, the more likely you are to see it.
Yeah.
I think batsmen can be awarded penalty runs against them for running on the pitch, for example. So the batting side can also have penalty runs imposed on them.
Yeah. Obviously, if you're wearing it at short leg and it hits you on the helmet, it's not 5 runs.
No. Neesa's on his way in again. Bowls to Bethel, who drives back to the bowler, and Neesa Fields on his follow through. The crowd catch, as you heard the oohs and ahs. 3 for 157.
I'm going to have to polish up on the laws of the game. You can be caught off the helmet, can't you? It's short leg like that, covers up, hits him on the helmet, goes up, caught.
Yes, that's out.
Yeah, that's out. Yeah.
Same way if it. Yeah.
I don't think it used to be. Can't remember.
Right. Jacob Bethel, 75 not out. Tell you more about him in just a moment for our Australian audience. Neesa has bowled well today on his way into Bethel, who defends out on the offside. So, born in Barbados, he's got this beautiful mixed accent between the Caribbean accent and the little bit of Londoner sort of creeping in nowadays, and a bit of a posh edge on all of it. He's only 22 years of age. He's a dynamic fieldsman. He considers himself an all-rounder. He told us that last night on the BBC and the ABC about his left arm finger spin. I know Ben Cameron made the comparison yesterday. Almost looks like Michael Clark in the way that he bowls with his left arm tweakers. Moves to England at 12 as Bethel whips the ball away past Khawaja at mid-wicket on the square leg side, and he'll pick up a single out towards the man in the deep. For 1, it's Weatherald who does the fielding. So 76 for Bethel. England need 25 more runs to make Australia bat for a second time.
I've always wondered when you stop becoming a part-timer, you know what I mean? Because people say, oh, he's a part-time spin bowler or a part-time seamer. When do you, what's the transition to becoming a non-part-timer?
That's a good point.
A fully employed spinner.
You have to bowl. You need to be regularly used, don't you?
Yeah.
Which you would. What he didn't. I mean, there wasn't an opportunity for him to bowl in Melbourne.
No. I mean, would you say Joe Root's a part-time spinner?
I would.
You would?
Yep.
He's got some wickets.
He's a full-time player, but a part-time bowler.
He must have nearly 100 wickets now, Joe. I bet he's got 70 odd. A genuine all-rounder.
Yeah.
And not a genuine, a fake all-rounder. Oh, well, just something I thought.
Here we go. Law change. Mitch Turner's just sent me a message. Law change for being caught off the helmets happened in 2017.
Yeah,
before that, it was dead ball.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. I thought so. I was definitely playing.
Yeah.
Yeah. A couple of the boys nutted them up the air, caught mid-on, you know, not out. I thought that was right.
Just on Bethel, so moved to England at 12 on a scholarship. Quickly rose through the ranks, played for Warwickshire, obviously. Got a bowling change here. Big Bo Webster's on, the keeper's up, and Bethel just defends back down the pitch. We saw him last season play for the Melbourne Renegades in our Big Bash competition. He was part of the Royal Challengers Bangalore, who broke that long title drought and lifted the IPL trophy last May. He's already captained England. In the process, he set a record, didn't he?
In Ireland, wasn't it?
Youngest ever England captain when he skippered the T20 team. He's only 22 now.
Yeah.
Webster around the wicket. Bethel confidently plays back to the bowler. But, I mean, the one thing that people talk about with Bethel, don't they, is that he's playing for England. Here he is. He's back in the team. He's clearly a player of national interest, as we would talk about them here in Australia.
Yeah.
And he doesn't own a first-class 100. In fact, he's got one professional 100 at all, which is an ODI 100. Yeah. He's only won since turning pro, playing open age cricket. 27 first-class matches, no hundreds. Bethel works it wide of mid-on. He's going to take a single and start comes up the field, and Bethel hustles through to get to 77.
Well, this will be one of the best places to get it off your back.
His current highest first-class score is, in fact, done in a test match. New Zealand, 96.
That's right.
was an interesting tour, wasn't it, where he made his debut. He got half centuries, I think, in all 3 second innings. So he missed out in the first innings, but got 50s in each of the 3 second innings that he played in New Zealand.
You don't mind having that on your CV.
Yeah.
Same in this series, isn't it? You got the 40 in the second innings at Melbourne.
That's right.
Now here.
He also, if you're a super keen cricket fan, and people that are involved in the grade cricket scene in Sydney certainly are, as Brooks on strike. Webster to Brook and plays a square drive out the point, and they get through for 1 as Bethel given the hurry up on the throw from Weatherald, but he's home, so 1 more for Brook, moves to 13. The deficit is 23. He actually played for Sydney Cricket Club in the summer of 22-23, so going back what's that, almost 3 summers ago now. Didn't have a heap of luck down here. What do you reckon his highest score was when he was 19, playing at the same club at Sydney Cricket Club that Brendan McCullum and Zach Crawley and Ollie Robinson and Joe Denley all played for?
48.
There's Bethel on strike here. He's on the back foot and punching out to mid-off. There's no run. 3 for 160. You're on the right track, given the fact that his lack of hundreds. 99.
Oh, no.
That's his top scorer in Sydney grade cricket.
Yeah.
Can today be the day for Jacob Bethel, for all his skill and his beautiful all-round game, which we've seen already in his 127-ball innings? Can he get to 3 figures? First, he's got to deal with Webster around the wicket, keeper up. Bethel confidently blocks it out on the offside. 77 not out, Brook 13, 3 for 160. Corbin, Middlemass and Phil Tufnell on grandstand cricket. We're 10 minutes away from the tea break. In fact, we're 5 minutes away from the tea break on day 4.
Yeah, I could do with a cup of rosé as well. It's a warm one here. God, it must be getting toasty in that bottom.
Oh.
It's the trumper, isn't it?
Yeah.
The Victor trumper.
The sun has a real sting to it too, doesn't it, when you're out in the sun?
They're still singing.
Yeah.
Oh.
Here we go. Bowling change.
What's happening?
Travis Head, one of his right arm offies, is going to have a roll here just before tea.
He's an occasional.
He's a part-timer.
He's a part-timer. Not with the bat, you know.
Yeah. The test match he's having. I think he's just about the most popular member of this Australian team at the moment. He's a fan favourite.
Yep.
Travis Head is ready to go. He's got a short leg and a first slip. He's on his way in. He bowls to Brook, who defends out on the leg side.
Ooh.
Bit there.
Little bit there. Little bit there from Mitch Stark's footprints. Just took a little bit there. There is something there for him to work with.
He comes down the track, Brook, and he laces it away through cover, and that will go for 4. Great use of the feet against the spinner. Brook comes down the track, takes it on the half volley, and flays it through cover for a boundary.
Yeah, it's a good shot. It's got to the pitch of the ball. He would have seen that first one spin out of the footholes as well. Slightly more flighted from Travis Head, but gets to the pitch of it. That's the main thing. You've got to get to it, otherwise it can go do you through the gate.
Head with the follow-up, rocking back and cutting Brook out through point. There's at least a couple here. In fact, it might be 4 again. Not quite. Inglis working round to his left does the fielding. 2 more for Harry Brook, moves to 19, 3 for 166. So just 17 runs now, the deficit for England. I'll give you a little call of the card coming up at the tea break. The last 3 Aussie wickets falling this morning, and then England getting to work in the morning session. Oh, a little full. He's still looking to cut Brook, and in the end he's got to use his football skills to soccer that away from the pegs. He's a chopper into the ground, trying to cut a ball too close to his stumps.
Yeah.
And then just had to tow it away with his right foot.
Yeah, always got to be careful cutting the off feet. He's done quite well there just to get a boot on that. That was going into the stumps.
The drive here from Brook out through cover. He gets 1. And that's the 50 partnership.
Yay. We've got some partnerships at last. You lot have had all the partnerships. We can have one, can't we?
3 for 167, trailing by just 16 now, England. Bethel 77, Brook 20.
It was a record, wasn't it? The partnerships, I don't know,
750 plus partnerships. Only one better in the history of the game.
Yeah.
Head around the wicket. He bowls to Bethel, who reaches for it and just pushes out past cover. There's a misfield from Webster, right in front of the Barmy Army too, who are well situated for that on the eastern grandstands in the O'Reilly and the Trumper stand. So single taken. We'll get another over in before the tea break. Brook to 20, and England need only 15 runs now to make the Aussies bat again.
Yeah, just a little bit of turn there for Travis Head. Keeps you honest. You can't just take too many liberties with him, because you might just get one that absolutely turns and bounces.
Is Joe Root back out here in 4 years' time for another away Ashes? He'll be 38, turning 39 when the next Ashes is here.
Slip of a lad. Slip of a lad.
Out for 6 earlier. New over starts. Bethel defends Webster on the offside. So ball now in its 41st over.
Yeah, I was over here with Eddie Hemmings. He was 41. Gucci might have been 40-odd when he retired. Gap might have been 40-odd. Yeah, easy. Well, I mean, he's got the hunger, hasn't he? He's got the appetite.
His numbers are incredible. We spoke about him a bit, what was it, 2 days ago now, when he got his big 100 here. 2,400 since the COVID shutdown.
Yeah.
As Bethel is trying to put a bit on that on the back foot drive out to Head, who fields at mid-off. Can't break the infield. The next best is 12 in that time, which is Kane Williamson. He's scored twice as many hundreds as anyone else.
We play a lot, mine.
You do? Still got to get them?
Absolutely. I never managed to.
Amazing.
He's a bit of a run machine.
When you think about it in that context, right, that his post-COVID career, he would have as many hundreds as everybody in England cricket history except Alistair Cook. As Bethel works it off, he's hit back onto the square leg umpire for 1, so Bethel to 79.
Love that.
It would also mean, just on the numbers alone, if you forgot that he even played before COVID ever and scored 1700s and thousands of runs, he's basically had a Hall of Fame career in the last 4 years alone.
After COVID, yeah.
Just that.
Amazing. Gets better, like a fine wine.
Yeah.
Gets better with a bit of age now. Hopefully there could be a few of them. Coming back here. I think Bethel will be back here.
3 for 169. England trailing by 14 on the stroke of tea. Webster's over the wicket, keeper up, and Brook goes after him and bobbles up back off his toe and back towards the bowler. Webster can't complete it. Just even to make us think about it, I think it was into the ground originally and ballooned up off his shoe.
Horrible hack.
No ball.
And a no ball, so none of that would have mattered anyway. One more for the Noe, so 3 for 170.
Yeah, no feet movement again. That's what I've been impressed with Bethel, actually. He moves his feet.
Webster in again to Brook, who thought about playing and then decides against it. Let it go, and Carey did well to stop it. And the juggle take up to the stumps.
There's been a couple of them today, haven't there? Absolute horrors. No real pace, Webster, but that's nearly it. Carey in the face from only just back of a length.
Got the helmet up, helmet on, up to the stumps. He did well to stop it with his right mid and then completed the catch with the left hand.
Juggler.
Carey stays up. Brook's on strike. Webster's on his way in, and Brook confidently defends. Compact out on the offside. 13 runs, the deficit on the stroke of tea.
Yeah, they've done all right. They've done all right. I was fearful this morning. But they're going to make Aussie back again and probably get us back here for tomorrow.
2 for 90 so far this session.
2 for 90. Here we go, last ball of the session. Brook's on strike. Webster to him now. Brook flays it away again, out through point. That'll be 4. It's a square drive. He's just hammered that out through the line of point. And Brook moves to 24, and all of a sudden England trail by just 9 runs at the tea break. And so all of a sudden Australia look like they will be batting again in this test. 3 for 174 England at tea. They trail by 9 runs. Bethel is 79, Brook is 24. England trailing the Test by 9 runs. Story of the day, Australia all out for 567. Steve Smith made 138. He added 9 to his overnight score. Webster finished not out on 71. Stark made only 5 and Boland out without scoring. 3 wickets for Cass and for Tongue. The Aussies all out for 567. They led by 183 on the first innings. Crawley didn't last long in the second dig. He was out LBW Stark for 1, letting the ball go. Duckett went for 42, bowled by Neser. He chopped 1 back on. And then Joe Root was adjudged leg before for 6 LBW off the bowling of Scott Boland. Bethel 79, Brooks 24. England 3 for 174 at the tea break. For those of you in regional WA, you are off to the Country Hour. And for everybody else, we continue on here on Grandstand Cricket. Just the rest of that card. The other figures worth noting is Scott Boland today, who has bowled like a demon. So 12 overs, 1 for 15. He's going at 1.25 and over. Incredible figures. 3 maidens. And he's also got, of course, the all-important wicket of Joe Root. It was given out. He sent it upstairs in the DRS. It came back just to be clipping the stump. Same thing really happened with Crawley on his LBW, albeit you feel a little more for Joe Root, who was given out, pressing forward, whereas Crawley let one go and was hit in line, and in the end that was clipping the stumps. And there's a little less sympathy when you don't use your bat and offer a shot. Crawley out for 1 leg before, Root out for 6 leg before, and then Duckett dragged 1 on. So has this game got another few twists and turns in it yet, with England about to go in front? They're 9 runs behind, they're 3 wickets down, and there's 4 sessions left in the Test match.
And it's almost level here. They need another 9 runs to make Australia bat again. Bethel an excellent 79, Brook 24. And at the moment, it does look as though we're going to have a good chunk, if not the whole of tomorrow, to sweat and dwell on what may be. What will happen, Darren Lehman? Where is the game going now? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Jim. Listeners, yeah, it was a great tea break and great letter sent through. How's it going to go? Well, they'll need a couple of wickets. If they do that, they start to control the game. So that's a challenge for Australia. But Bethel's played very well. Looking accomplished as a number 3. There's a little bit in the wicket if they get it in the right areas consistently enough. They combated that well. Green was a little bit expensive from an Australian point of view. I think we'll see the big guns on for the first hour, try and break the back, get a couple of wickets, and all of a sudden you just never know, do you? You never know where it can go in this last 2.5 hours.
Well, Bethel's done an outstanding job for England, given that Joe Root was out for 6. Maybe unlucky, maybe not. He was in front, hit him on the pad. The umpire gave him out. And according to the technology, the ball was clipping the stumps. That's enough. That's enough. And Boland got the prize wicket of Root for 6. So after the break, here's Boland, and there he goes, pushing to the offside. Another run for Bethel. He's moved to 80. And Chancellor's 80. 3 for 175. Chancellor's, Rick? Duckett was the one who gave the chance into the slip cordon, wasn't he? Yeah, that's right. Yes. See, you're busy scribbling away there.
Yeah, it's just
this is your diary for the season, is it?
It is, yeah. Just seeing what bowlers bowled in that particular spell, and Starks bowled 10 overs 4 in the last session. It's gone around the park a bit today, been a little bit expensive, which is fine. Had a couple of wickets there, you never know.
So Boland comes up to Brook, and Brooks pushing it. He almost nicked it to the keeper or someone alongside. Khawaja, Smith and Green nearby with a deep point, a cover, a long and wide mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, fine leg. Carey's back. He's not up to the stumps. He had a moment earlier when the ball bounced and he couldn't take it cleanly, and it flicked onto the helmet behind him, which was a bonus 5 runs for England. Boland comes in and sends him forward. Short arm jab back down the pitch. That letter from the gentleman wrote is exactly how I feel. Thanks, Jeremy, who was the one who wrote the letter. Cheers, John from Charlestown. Yes, it was a very moving letter about the circumstances around the game. The brush with fame, yes. We've all had a few of those. Some are quick, some last a little longer and produce a great conversation. At least the thought of one. As Boland runs in again, draws him forward, defending, killing the ball at his feet. And Brook walks away and says, no, you can come and pick it up. I'm not going to help you.
Who's the most famous person you've met?
Most famous person?
Queen or?
That Queen, no. Met the Duke of Edinburgh, had a very long conversation with him once. Bicentennial that year. Famous person. Lots of famous cricketers around. I worked with Gary Sobers. That was something.
That would have been something.
What a smart cricketer he was. Here comes another push from Brook. This time it's into a gap on the offside for a single. 3 for 176. I don't know. Who's your number one?
Oh, it'd have to be
outside of cricket.
Yeah, the Queen or the King. Or
what did you say to the Queen?
Your Majesty.
Well, you just polite and moved on.
Polite, yeah, didn't tell any of my jokes.
She brushed you and moved on.
Didn't tell any of my jokes. Thought I'd stay away from her. Yeah. The King, Nelson Mandela.
You met him? Yeah.
Quite good.
Yep.
Princess Di. There's a few there.
Around the wicket he bowls again, and it's pushed away just behind point. I'm sure somewhere in various experiences. I mean, who is a great man, a great woman? I'm sure. I remember meeting the Dalai Lama on some.
Oh, Dalai Lama.
trip.
Yep, done that.
Yeah.
Dharamsala up there. You've been up there?
No, it was. I think it was here. I think he was in Australia for some reason. But I'm always meeting famous people. I've got Rick Finlay here and Darren Lehman there.
Wow.
You're all famous in my book.
Yep. That's a nice thing to say.
Yeah,
Skipper.
Fame is a momentary curse for some. Sometimes it lasts for quite a while. I was on the edge of, I don't know about fame, but certainly people who have got a very dignified and imposing place in some ways in society. Royal family sitting in there at lunch with Mike Tyndall in there with his wife. But they're on the other side of the table. Back to the cricket. Here comes Nisa, driven square of the wicket on the offside. And it's racing out towards the boundary, and it goes away for 4. Wow, that was a shot. Plenty of former cricketers of note. I remember meeting Jack Gregory here in 1971. Harold Larwood, as we talked about before, in the dressing room. Lots of those.
There's a few there, isn't there? When you think about it, back in time. And Sir Donald Bradman.
I never met him. You obviously had a chat to him.
Yeah, played golf with him, actually.
Beautiful stroke for 4 there in between celebrity-itis. And Bethel pushes to the onside. They get another run. He's 86, 3 for 182. Who won?
He did. I was just in awe.
In a 4-ball?
3-ball.
Yeah.
Just a nice rucks in. I was trying to talk cricket. He was trying to talk golf.
Right.
So, yeah.
What was he playing off when that happened?
He's still playing under his age.
Yeah.
He would have been 70 then.
So he's playing off 12 or something?
Yes.
Less?
He's still playing pretty good. Still hit a good golf ball.
Nisa moves up now and he bowls to Brook. Brook goes forward and shuffles and gets a single just short of gully into the right. Well run. They're up level. 3 for 183. All square in the game. Brook 26, Bethel 86. 3 for 183.
We might be right with this window closed. It's now too hot, isn't it? You just can't get it right, can we? And I'm ruining everything. Yeah.
That's much cooler when you open the window. Thank you.
Sorry about that, Skipper.
Yeah.
You know, it's just,
whose idea was it to close the window?
Because it was just so hot at the back of the box, but up the front here, it's...
No one asked my permission to do that. around the wicket. Nisa comes in and is driven by Bethel, square of the wicket out to deep point for another run. And he's 87. And they're one in front. The Barmy Army are all over it down there in the Trumper stand and other places.
Well, they've batted well today, haven't they, really? They've just played normal cricket. I mean, I actually think they probably should bring the field up and actually make them try and get into baseball mode and pick up a couple of wickets. You know what I mean? Like make them hit it through the field a bit more rather than be calm and just placing it like that. I'd go the other way, bring the field up. And
we go in again, and back and across. He glides the ball down behind point towards third man. There'll be a couple of runs here for Brook, who's skimming along again. He's 28 off 28. It's 3 for 186. You see, there are people you get to know, whatever, and you don't think of them being famous. They're just lovely people who've had a record of some sort in life that's very worthy and contributed to the enjoyment, improvement of other people's lives. There's one that comes to mind. Over the wicket, Nisa bowls back and across. It's played down towards mid-on. And sometimes it's of necessity because you're doing a story, as it was, about a person or what they've achieved. And the one that comes to mind is no longer with us, sadly, is Murray Rose.
Oh, okay.
Talking about his exploits as a swimmer. And the various acts of gamesmanship that used to occur when they went to Japan. And there's the pool, go and swim in it. It was about 2 degrees. This is in preparation for the
Olympics?
Yeah, that's right. So that gave him a bit of a shock. Just little things like that. The games that people play to get some kind of advantage or steer you off your best. Now, around the wicket, Boland is in. Back goes Bethel. Good hit. And the throw hits the stumps. It ricochets. And it might go down to the boundary. Mr. Livewire, Labuschagne, pinged it at the stumps, and he's given 4 runs away. Unfortunately, he didn't mean to do that. But it sends Bethel into the 90s. He's 91.
You'd be happy with that, wouldn't you, as a batter? Just block one and get 4.
He was slightly out of his ground, but he was close enough for you to think, I suppose, he'll be safe. And he was. And the deflection from the stumps flew down to the boundary wide of Nisa. Boland in. Beats the edge. Ooh, that was a nervy shot in the 90s. He had a fiddle at the ball wide of the off stump and almost nicked it. 3 for 190. Joe Root out for 6. Duckett chipped into his stumps just after lunch from the bowling of Nisa for 42, and Crawley out in the first over. Didn't offer to Stark and was LBW for 1. So the game's just a little on the edge. You sense 1 wicket could be 2 if Boland bowls is forward right over the line of it and sending it quietly down towards mid-off. A partnership of 73 already, better than a runner ball.
Yeah, it's been quick. Brook does make the scoreboard tick over quite quickly, but then Bethel's obviously in form and the field's out and deep, and again they can't get any scoreboard pressure, the Australians, today. England have batted very well. I mean, they bet all day they're going to be 120 in front, aren't they, if they hold their wickets in hand.
Bethel taps, watches, waits for Boland, and he's back. It's an awkward bouncing ball, but he parries it off successfully around the corner down to Stark at fine leg. Bethel's 92. It's 3 for 191. A lovely afternoon here. Maybe a bit warm, but I think there's some breeze out there. A wafting breeze from the Norries today. And if you're not cool, we'll get into the shade. Go to the bar, please. Do something, slip, slop, slap. But go somewhere where you're out of the sun, because there's a fair bit of this ground that is exposed at this time of the day to the setting sun. Now, back over the wicket. Bolton comes in, puts forward. He's hit on the pad and appeal for LBW. Did he nick it into his pad? It was one of those hollers to the heavens that fades on the breeze, because the realisation was that it probably got an inside edge as he aimed that stroke. And yes, a big inside edge.
Big edge. Good bowling though. Right length, better length. I'd actually like to see the deep mid-off come up, Jim. I want to see him take it on. They need to get a wicket, because if they just cruise like this, a bit like Australia last night, they can get the lead up and not take too many risks, and then each over goes by. It's more of a chance to save the game. If not, get well in front to have a bowl at Australia tomorrow. They'd have to play Bazball at some stage to do that.
We might see that tomorrow as Bolton down the pitch he goes. Flicks it hard, wide of mid-on and out to the boundary for 4. That's a controlled Brook. He stepped a pace and a half, and it was up on his toes, and he sent it scurrying off wide of mid-on to the boundary. Beautiful shot. Brook is 32. It's 3 for 195, and they lead by 12.
Couple of SMSs coming through.
What have we got? Can they add those 3 days from Melbourne onto the end of this game?
That's a good one, that one.
Oh, well, if England bat long enough, they might need the extra days. No, tomorrow's it. Hi, everyone. Thanks for keeping me company driving to Jindabyne from Western Sydney. Climbing Mount Kosciuszko with my best mate and trying to catch a fish. Around the wicket, here comes Nisa. Pushed away on the offside. Fielded in his follow-through. Trying to catch a fish. There's been no better listening than Grandstand Sports. That's Rachel. Thank you. And I hope you catch a... Well, you can't catch sharks up there, but you'll get a decent fish. And, you know, if it's a little one, don't forget to throw it back. And start all over again. How big do they have to be before you take them home and put them in the fridge?
Legal.
Around the wicket, Nisa draws him forward in defence on the offside. What is legal?
Well, different for different species, isn't it? Yeah, so a whiting. I think whiting might be 30 centimetres.
I'd never put a whiting back. I'd eat it. It doesn't. I don't care what size.
Oh yeah, don't say that. That's incriminating yourself.
Is it?
Yeah.
I've never caught one though.
Oh, okay, there you go. Right, you're safe.
They're the most beautiful fish.
They'd be after rainbow trout up there.
Yes, yes. There's a slip, there's a gully, there's Nisa. And the pull shot away out towards deep mid-wicket. It's scurrying across the turf and it goes for 4. Webster can't cut it off. The good hit from Bethel. He's 96. Equal top score for him in Test cricket in his brief career.
Well, I tell you,
and a chance of 100.
The Australian team haven't done to this young man. They haven't bowled very full. He's cut and driven wide balls, but just be a bit tighter, a bit straighter, a bit fuller.
Nisa setting him up, comes in again. Forward he goes, clips it hard to mid-wicket, but he can't get through the infield. And the score stays on 3 for 199. Bethel within a stroke of his maiden Test century. He's only been around for 5 minutes.
I wonder if Dizzy got 100 before he got his 200.
Hey?
So what I'm saying, this guy's going to get his first class 100 is going to be a Test 100.
Yes.
The person in the box here who did that, Jason Gillespie.
Bethel waits forward. He goes to defend back up the offside of the pitch.
This is going to be happy.
You want Rick to do some chasing?
Yeah, I wonder if there's that many.
Who scored their maiden first class 100 in a Test match, other than Dizzy? There'll be someone. There'll be a few actually going back.
Tony Mann, would have he done it?
Might have.
Chance.
Yeah, he could bat. But yeah, there'll be someone.
Johnson.
Yep.
That's a good one. Declan from the back.
Forward he goes. Nicked onto pad and appeal there for something or other, but I don't think they're going to carry on with that. Looked like he nicked it into his pad to me. And now there's talk about What are we going to do? We're going to have a shot at the stumps, as they say these days, in another place. Steve Smith, he's looking for some consensus, and what he gets is thumbs down. So that is the end of the over. 3 for 199. Bethel 96, and Brooke out there on 32.
Well, there's a few of them actually, Jim.
Yeah, a long list.
Yeah, long list. A couple Dev.
Yeah.
Ian Healy.
Who's coming in here? Oh, it's Ali. She's going to join you just as Bethel gets close to his mark.
The Ashes 2026, live across Australia.
The Ashes is on your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and the ABC Listen app.
Well, it's Brooke who is on strike here. 2 slips in the gully in the hot sunshine in Sydney. Boland moves in, and Brooks steers wide of Green at gully. That's deep backward point. Weatherald moves in to pick up, and a single is added, which brings Bethel back on strike on 96. Buff, what other names have you got?
Yeah,
the 200 is up as well for England, I should add. 3 for 200 and 17 ahead.
Dizzy's done, obviously. His maiden first-class 100 was a test 100.
There's quite a few bowlers, I think that would be. Oh, Kumar.
Kumar Sangakkara, that's a bit of a surprise. Gus Atkinson.
Again, a bowler. He did that at
Yasir Shah from Pakistan leg spin in Adelaide. I remember that one.
Jacob Bethel, 22 years of age, waits here. 96 not out. Boland around the wicket. He lets that one go. Through to the keeper it goes.
He's doing this so I can get through a few.
Yeah.
Jack Russell.
Yes, England keeper.
I said Ian Healy. Sir Clay Mustag. Marlon Samuels. Stuart Broad.
Yes, and that would have been. He's only got one Test 100, hasn't he?
Yes.
Broad. So it was the famous spot fixing test against Pakistan at Lords 2010. He always felt that his 100 was a little bit sort of besmirched because of what went on in the aftermath of that Test match. I think Jonathan Trott might have got 100 that match as well. Bethel on 96. Boland moves in around the wicket to the left-hander again. Lets another one go by. Taking all of his patience and his concentration here to wait for the correct ball.
Just a couple others to finish. Jason Holder, Pandya from India.
Have you said Ian Healy?
Ian Healy, yes.
Yeah. There's probably a few from back in the day as
Julian.
Well. All right.
Oh no, Bernard Julian from West Indies, not Brendan Julian.
I think Kumar Sangakkara definitely surprises me the most out of that lot as a prime top order bat.
Yeah, that does surprise me, Kumar Sangakkara. Wonderful player.
I'll tell you what, if Bethel follows in his footsteps, he'll be doing all right. Bethel on 96. Boland in, driving into the pitch and into the hand of Boland in his follow through.
Do you believe in omens?
I do when it suits me.
Do you? I expected that answer from you, Ali, actually. But I think he's going to get 100 because you're sitting in the chair and calling it. So I believe that it's sort of meant to be, a little bit of that. So what are you going to say? You ready to go?
I'll call the moment as I said. Who knows what he's going to do if he gets to his 100? What will the celebrations be?
Is it going to be a lucky one, or is it going to be...
Well, it could be streaky, it could be glorious drive, it could be a wonderful cut. Bethel's on 96. Boland is in, and he's almost taken the outside edge. Drew the hands inside the line. Through to Carey it goes.
You let it go. Don't worry, Ali, you're safe. He's still there. It's just having an English person on, calling, I think it's just meant to be.
Well, it's a moment for him, isn't it? A real moment, given the noise around him that followed him all of last summer. He stayed at the IPL with England's full blessing, which meant that he wasn't there to keep his Test place, having debuted in New Zealand. Ollie Pope then came back in the side against Zimbabwe and India, scored hundreds, kept his place. Bethel now in this 5th Test of the Ashes. On 96, Boland in around the wicket, and he's forward defending, and he'll take one hit. A sprawling stop from Green. He moves on to 97. It's down the non-striker's end.
He's only got 20 minutes to do it, by the way.
Sorry, it's the end of the over. He'll stay on strike.
Oh, yes, yeah.
Beg your pardon. 3 for 201. England ahead by 18. But it's also the context of, the Ashes is gone, but he's playing a really important innings for this team. Turning a deficit into a lead. A partnership with Joe Root that was only worth 32, but I felt when he was batting with Root was very much the the junior partner then, wasn't he? Bethel just was playing really smartly, as he has done throughout, calmly. He's faced 152 balls for his 97. This is no bazballing, if you like. This is a real test cricket innings.
Yeah, and you ask yourself, where's it been for the summer? I mean, the way they've played this innings has been excellent. Although they're still scoring at 4 and over. You know, they're not scoring slow, but there's just no risk. They're playing really nicely today.
Well, he's going to now have to face a spell from Mitchell Starc. What a time.
This is perfect for him, though. He'll get a looster on the pads and he'll be able to whip it through square leg for 4.
And so much spoken about him. So much expected of him from a very young age. It was Brian Lara who said at age 11, you bat better than I did at age 11, when he came across him in the Caribbean. Bethel's on 97. Here's a new spell from Mitchell Starc. Australia looking to dismiss him. He's easing it into the offside. He's through for 1. Moves on to 98. And this little ripple of applause going around the ground. It feels like a very full ground again all of a sudden. There's some gaps here in the bright sunshine underneath the scoreboard, but whether England fans are, anyone who might have been at the bar, anyone who might have been thinking of going for a little comfort break, make sure they're in the seats at the moment to witness a special moment. And probably something of a bit of symmetry that we've seen Joe Root score 100 on this ground, and in the same test match, Jacob Bethel on the cusp of 100. I don't know whether I should wait till if he gets to his 3 figures to tell a little story about the two of them.
Ooh.
Said, do I believe in omens? Mockers, commentators curse. Brooks on 33. Here's Starc, left arm around the wickets outside the off stump. He chops it away down towards deep backward points. Takes 1. So Bethel will be facing up again. 3 for 203. And England are 20 ahead. So can Bethel do it this over? He's now got 4 balls to face from Starc. And the field switches around again for the left-hander. Slip, big gap to Gully. A deep third. It's a fine leg. Khawaja's jogging back to the deep point boundary, slightly behind square cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Bethel on 98 to face Australia's chief destroyer, Mitchell Starc. Starc is left arm over to Bethel, clips him behind square, down to fine leg. He's jogging through for another single. He's content to get there in ones. He's on to 99.
Wasn't fast, was he? I'd be sprinting down, just in case you have a misfield or something like that.
He's looked the epitome of calmness, hasn't he? I can only really remember a couple of false shots. Or any rash shots.
Yeah. Looks a good player, doesn't he? I mean, that's the risk you take. I mean, the interesting thing, have England batted well, Australia bowled as well, but England have batted well when the wickets hasn't done much. They like flat wickets, don't they?
They have really profited on flat wickets.
Yes, the game style suits.
Starc moves into Brook. Around the wicket he goes, and Brook outside the off stump steers it away down to deep backward point again and takes another single. 3 for 205, the lead up to 22. 2 more balls in this over. Bethel and Brook have just picked off 4 singles so far.
Well, for the future of England cricket, they need Bethel to get 100 here. And they can work on that technique for 4 years' time when the wickets probably do more than Sydney, to be fair. And Brook needs to get 100 as well. He'll be back in 4 years' time, won't he?
Oh, these two together have got a big role to play in the future of this England Test team.
I'm throwing it wide and up there and let him go for it.
The field's coming up on the offside. Bethel's on 99. Never scored a first-class 100 before. Starc is in and he's swaying out of the way of a sharp bouncer. Starc is not going to let him have this easily. Neither should he. 145 kilometres per hour nearly. Bethel watchful. He was dismissed. I just reminded myself what happened to him in New Zealand when he was on 96. He was caught behind. He snicked off to Tim Southey.
Oh, OK.
He will not want that to happen again. Not on 99 in an Ashes Test match. England's lead is 22. Last ball of Starc's over. New over of a new spell from Starc. He often strikes in the first ball of a spell, first over of a spell. Bethel on 99. Stark is in. He's ducking underneath a short ball. Well bowled Stark. He's ensuring that this theatre is going to stretch on a little in the agony of the 90s for Bethel, if indeed he's feeling any agony. We'll stretch out a little further as well. 3 for 205. The England lead 22.
Well, it'll be his first one, so he won't know how he's felt before, will he?
Very true.
Just go and play.
Amazing, isn't it, to think you're in this situation. You've never scored 100 against a red ball before. Only got his first 100 in any professional cricket in the ODI series against South Africa last September. Picked for England, makes a test debut. He went on afterwards to captain England in the T20s. They played in Ireland.
Youngest captain for a long period of time, wasn't he?
He was. I can't remember what the exact record was, but I mean, it raised a lot of eyebrows, but he's just been earmarked for such a long time as a special talent. Brook to face Boland. England's lead is up to 22. 2 slips and a gully. Boland's finding that channel outside the off stump, and Brook is watching it go by. How do you feel Brook has been playing during his innings?
Yeah, very good this innings. I mean, he needs to get 100 so he doesn't come back in 4 years' time having any doubts. You know, you can play in your mind over a period of time, so you'll never get a better opportunity because the field's out. I actually think Australia are missing a bit of a trick here. They could bring the field up for a while because they need to try and get the wicket. They can't let him just knock it around for 4 or 5 and over for the rest of the day because they'll be too far in front. You know, if they don't get any wickets, then they've got to get 8 wickets quickly.
Steve Smith's there at first slip. Quite a gap there to Khawaja. He's just asked him to take a step to his left. So first, what do you call that then? Buff, a sort of wideish first slip. Gap to maybe third and then gully. Brook angles it out towards the covers. Labuschagne is there. Skips forward to pick up and no run. Now, an SMS has come in here. Hi, everyone. Just been on a 5-day camping trip down the far south coast of New South Wales. From Sydney, managed to follow the ABC coverage across the FM frequencies and was listening to you guys at some pretty wild and idyllic spots along the coast. That's great to hear. It says, especially loving listening to all the pommy imports that you've had on too. Aggers, Tuffers and Ali, thanks all, says the message. Love the coverage and the passion for the sports. We do have the passion and we love bringing it to you as well. Boland's pulling out his run up here. Not sure what has caused that. He's retreating though. Harry Brook rehearsed a stroke and is now fiddling with the Velcro around his gloves. Oh, I'd love to know where those idyllic spots were on the coast.
Anywhere on the coast in Australia is going to be pretty idyllic.
Glorious part of the country to be exploring in this kind of weather as well.
Not too many bad ones.
Brook on 35 from 36 balls now as Boland moves in. Squats off an inside edge, square towards mid-wicket. The sprawling stop, just the one. Nobody backing up on the boundary in front of the Bill O'Reilly stand, so a good bit of work there by Nisa. Might have just grazed the elbow, I think, going down there on the grass, and possibly it's the same right arm that he was struck on yesterday as well. So a little bit of soreness, but all eyes turn back again to Jacob Bethel. He's on 99, and so with that, Steve Smith is waving his arms. He has Khawaja at first slip, Smith at second, Green in the gully. He's bringing up backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Jacob Bethel. Bethel's on 99. Boland in, around the wickets. Bethel is forward, back up the pitch. Boland a little bit of keepy-uppy before he grabs the ball. It's wonderful, isn't it? The crowd are getting behind Boland as he's running in. A real moment of theatre. That's what they're waiting for.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic crowd once again. What are we up to? The 38,668. We get a final number. Normally it drinks on the today. Hopefully that pushes to 40. It'd be great to have 40 first 4 days, 40 plus. Almost 50,000 on day one.
Here we go again. Boland runs in with Bethel on 99. Boland up to the crease. Bowls now. Bethel defends. He's not in any hurry here. This is saying a lot about him as a cricketer, really, isn't it?
It is. He's just playing each ball on its merits. And, you'd almost think about pinching one there to Heady, because He's a tortoise in the field, Heady. he wouldn't even know, Heady. He wouldn't even know the kid's on 99. He just plays the game.
You'd often see at some point a sort of a panicked single or a drop in a dart, even thinking about it, and he's just not even thinking about a run. Last ball of the over. Bethell, 99 not out. Boland in. Bethell clips it towards mid-wicket. Labuschagne is there to field. He's wedged on 99 a little longer. 3 for 206 at the end of the over. England's lead is 23 with just that single from the Boland over. He's bowled 16 overs, 1 for 30. He has been exemplary. So Brook 36 from 37 balls. Still been scoring at a really positive pace, almost sort of without effort this time.
And that's the trick to their batting going forward. Batting like this, just field out. I mean, and they're going to have to change, because what's going to happen is people are going to do this to them back at home because they just keep going. But if they change, they just see how you can score at 4 and over without trying. By the end of the day, if you do it, you're getting 400 in a day. How many more do you want? I mean, they want 550, right? But 400 with less hassle, you can go hard the next day if you need to, if you want to catch up some. But it's been excellent batting. So mid-off's back. I think now they should go the other way, have them up for a bit and try and get the wickets.
Brook awaits, slip in a gully. Stark continues around the wicket, backing away now. Tried to loft him away over the cordon, but missed and into the gloves of Carey. And very Brook. I mean, there's nobody down at deep third, so the shot was on if he was able to uppercut. And lift it over. Big swish of the bat. Doesn't always look pretty when you do that and you miss. A little ungainly. A real buzz around the crowd. I bet there's a few people who now really either want to drink or want to go to the toilet, and they've been waiting and waiting to see if Bethell gets to his 100. And they don't move from their seats. It's Brook who's on strike. Stark moves in, angles it into Brook, and he defends from the crease. Stark will pick up and there's no run.
There will be a few English as well. So the first 100, they can say, Jacob Bethell could play for 10 years, 12 years, play 100 test matches.
To say you were here to
for
see
his
him.
first 100 in the Ashes series. It's pretty special.
I'm sure his England teammates are gathering on the
balcony,
little balcony viewing area.
Yeah, they're ready to go. They'd be getting nervous too.
He's leaning on his bat handle at the moment, Bethell down the non-striker's end. Born in Barbados, British passport, of course. Blonde bleached locks. Brook this time, covering up on off stump. Stark moves forward to pick up. Shall I tell the little story about Joe Root? I feel I've got time here with Stark bowling.
Yes.
So you always hear, Joe has been a backer of Bethell, and he met him when Bethell was 10 years old in Barbados. Their dads played together at Sheffield Collegiate Cricket Club, in Yorkshire. Joe was on an England tour. They played a one-day in Barbados, so they met up with the Bethells afterwards and went round to their house. But also Joe watched Jacob play at the age of 10 in an under-12s match and reckoned he scored 100 in like 20 overs in this under-12s match. And he said he just had shots everywhere. As Stark is in around the wicket now to Brook. He does try to uppercut, misses again, and into the gloves of Carey. So he's seen Jacob score all these runs, and then they're back at the Bethells' house afterwards and around the swimming pool, and Jacob's there just said hitting a ball on a string relentlessly. Your mind goes to Bradman, doesn't it, in the old sort of golf ball with a single stump.
And that would have been Joe as well when
probably,
he was that
yes.
age.
And then he said later in the evening, Jacob had gone inside and he went into the living room to see what was going on, and Jacob was there glued to Grand Designs on the telly.
Oh,
the
really?
show? As a 10-year-old. He said to him, it said to him that he was an old soul at that stage, age 10. Stark moves in around the wicket to Brook, fires on down the leg side. Brook goes to follow but misses, and with the angle it's taken by Carey moving across to his left. But he then tried to get Yorkshire to sign Bethell. He was age 10 then, through age 11, age 12, and of course he then went to Warwickshire because he got a scholarship. Forgetting now which school it was, he got a scholarship to. Yeah, that's right, rugby school. And Michael Powell was director of cricket there. So hence the link up with Warwickshire, and Yorkshire never signed him. But Root was, there's a talent here, and he saw it when he was just 10 years old. But that idea of that sort of mature head on very young shoulders there, glued to Grand Designs.
Grand Designs.
Yeah, I think it was the cricket which caught the eye the most. Stark around the wicket. Another one down the leg side, left alone by Brook that time. So
I'm going to leave you two.
Right, okay.
But Tuffers is coming in, so you're going to literally
there you go. Tuffers and Aggers are coming. We're having a double change with Bethel on 99. This is the game. This is the game.
It's not fair.
The lead is 23. 3 for 206. Aggers and Tuffers coming right in.
The Ashes 2026 5th Test.
Live from the SCG. The Ashes is on your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and the ABC Listen app.
Well, Jacob Bethel, the spotlight fully focused on the young man. He'd become only the 5th Englishman to score his first Test century, being his first-class century as well. So it doesn't happen very often, does it, in the whole of Test cricket? I think Gus Atkinson was the last. Stuart Broad's in there, Jack Russell.
Yes.
And then a little-known fella back in the 1800s, I think, in South Africa. So it does not happen very often.
Oh, hello, this is interesting.
Yeah, they're bringing Webster. Yeah. Webster bowling his off-spin to Bethel on 99. Crowded field. Webster round the wicket, bowls to him. He comes forward, plays that cautiously to mid-wicket. It's been a terrific innings. I have to say, he's not played a rash shot.
No.
A really, really excellent innings. A young man.
Composed.
Crowd expectant, certainly the English here, as Webster comes round the wicket, bowls, and Bethel punches up to mid-off. He's set off there. He's set off a couple of yards, and Brooks said, no, I'm not coming for that.
It's not a bad ploy bowling the off. He actually can set a ring field.
Absolutely, he got to hit it.
Yeah.
Dare he go down the ground?
Oh, you old Bazballer.
Webster comes in, bowls to Bethel. He does go down the ground and smashes him away into the leg side. That's the way to do it. And Jacob Bethel reaches his first Test century. And for all the England supporters who've watched this with broken hearts over the last few months, this is the future. Young man at number 3. He's never scored a first-class 100 before. He comes with an immense reputation for promise and potential, nothing more. His dad, I see, actually, he's just having a bit of a quiet cry in the crowd there. Wonderful to be here. And this young man's going to score a lot more of these. Terrific innings. That was the first really ambitious shot that he's played throughout his innings. 162 balls. And everyone can just relax again, and he's got that monkey off his back.
Yeah, well played, Jacob Bethel. Really well played. Into the first over, John, of course.
Yep.
Yeah, again.
Yeah, under immense pressure then. Webster moves in, bowls to him. Back he goes and hits that hard into the offside, out towards deep point. But it's true, he's hardly played a bad shot. He's missed a couple of times, of course.
Yeah.
But in terms of what we talked about with England and the approach to batting and stuff,
skittish.
And given that he is primarily at the moment, although he's very young, known for his T20 batting, this has been an innings of real quality of number 3 at Test match level. Webster again bowls, and Brook pushes him out towards wide mid-off, and there's no run. How many balls is he on 99 for, Rick?
Doesn't
seem like a lot.
7 dot balls before he hit the 4.
7 dot balls, okay.
You called it, John, actually. You said,
go down.
Is he going to go down?
Down the pitch. Felt like it, didn't it? Here's Webster bowls. Bethel tucks that away to a straight mid-on, so picks up a single there, which is well taken. 213, the loss of the 3 wickets. Brook 37, but Bethel 105. And give us his particulars, Rick. Go on. Cheering supporters up.
In this innings?
Yeah. Balls face and Bookman.
At the moment he's faced 164 balls. And he's got 105, and he's hit 17 fours.
17 fours.
And he's the 176th English player to hit a century for England out of the 718 who've played for England.
Excellent. And I think I might say so. I think he's the 5th Englishman whose first class 100 actually was his Test 100.
Yeah.
So that's quite a rare event.
Absolutely. I'm surprised he didn't pop out a YMCA dance there. That would have been a bit ironic. Yeah. What a fantastic knock. Composed, assured, unruffled, just what you want from a number 3 if you lose someone in the first inning, in the first over.
Yeah.
Well played.
Now this groundsman's out again with his tamping equipment. And this seems to happen every time that Mitchell Starc comes on to bowl. This chap is summoned somewhere from the groundsman's shed to come out with this piece of equipment and basically thrash the ground with it for a while. And it must be rock hard, isn't it? I mean, it's like having a go at your patio. And he's done his bit, and now he runs off holding it in his left hand and heading back from where he came, somewhere in the depths of the groundsman's area, way to our left.
I think it's the same chap as well.
I think it is. I mean, he's at his job. I think this is one job.
Patio thrasher.
Yeah. Do you think it is? I mean, you know, must be quite a complicated piece of equipment.
I should imagine he's got other things to do, cut a bit of grass.
Well, I don't know, but anyway, he's the one who always appears, looks after Mitchell Starc's footholds. Starc on the way, moves in, bowls to Bethell, who stands up and plays a ball that's short of a length into the leg side. And mid-on walks in. It was a lovely shot of his dad sitting there in the crowd.
Yeah.
It's an unusual background. I mean, you know, raised in Barbados. He came to England when he was 13 to go to school. And he's not got a strong Bayesian accent, but when you talk to him, there's just every now and then you get that sort of that Bayesian lilt.
Yeah, yeah.
Went to rugby school and has always been talked of very, very highly indeed.
Yes, he has.
Starc runs in, bowls full, and Bethell, well, aims to drive through the offside, but there's a rare loose shot there, rare misjudgment. It came off an inside edge and was fielded at fine leg. So another single though, 214 for 3. Brook 37.
He'll be feeling relieved tonight.
Oh yes.
Not only done a job for his side, you know, facing a bit of a hole, weren't they, the England side, but just to get that off his bike, because it was starting to follow him around a bit, wasn't it?
Yeah.
What you're doing here, you haven't scored a first-class 100.
Well, that was the easy sledge, wasn't it?
It wasn't it?
Root's got rid of his. And,
yes.
And Bethell's got rid of his. He's leaning on his bat. And Starc makes his way in once again. Left arm over the wicket. Bowls to Harry Brook. Oh, what's he doing?
What is that shot?
See, stepped away and, well, he played a nothing ramping sort of a shot there. It was a horrible shot. It's all so disappointing. Why didn't you just bat, Harry?
Yeah.
Look at how Bethell's played. He's got 100.
Yeah.
Look how Root played. He got 100. Look how Smith played. He got 100. Look how Webster played. He got 71. And this is just, it's just giving a wicket away, really. Saying, there you go, I've got 30 odd. That'll do.
Yeah, 30 odd. When your back's against the wall, trying to grind your team out of a bit of a hole.
Yeah.
Yeah. Something not right in the noggin there, John, I think.
Well, I just don't understand it. Starc again moves in, bowls, and now he charges him, carves him straight through slip, catchable height, 4 runs.
Well, he's got 4 for it somehow.
Yeah, but if there'd been a second slip, it'd have gone straight to him. But 100 partnership comes up. I don't know what Brook's going to do here. He's got 41. And the lead's nowhere near really big enough for this, unless, of course, he suddenly goes berserk, rides his luck. But, you know, charging Mitchell Starc and carving like that. Anyway.
Anyway.
Well, what can you say? We've been saying
we've said it for a while.
Saying it for weeks.
Yeah, we have.
We've got a third man going down. So I think Smith has decided here that Brook is going to go into sort of unloading mode as a fine third man, or not all the way to the boundary, but a long off. And Starc runs in, bowls very full, and Brook flicks it quite firm. It was a misfield at mid-on. It's quite unusual. They'll come back only for 1 run, actually. A bit of a fumble there in the field, and they take 1 run. It was Neeser there. 218 for 3. In fact, 219 for 3. Brook 42. So England lead by 36. There's a day to go. And there's also an hour and 50 minutes to go.
New ball. I've lost track of it. How many? Oh, we've still got 30.
Oh, yeah. Wild out till that.
Yeah.
Bethell waits for Stark. He's on that runway again. There's well-worn patches. Over the wicket, bowls. Bethell drives firmly into Stark's left hand. Ball bounces out. Bit of a crowd catch there. It's picked up at mid-on. And there's no run. Umpire Raza calls over. And it's 2:19 for 3. There's a royalty in our Test match special box. I mean, I know it's hot.
I know.
I know there's no air conditioning. And the window won't open.
No.
But we've had the 22nd in line to the throne in there.
No, she gave me a little cuddle when I...
Did she?
I know, Zara.
You can't go cuddling.
Well, no,
princesses.
she gave me a note of hers like that. She gave me a little thing.
She's a princess.
I know she is, but...
You can't go cuddling.
I know her. She's been on Question of Sport a couple of times. Well, I wasn't going to, And Mike was there, of course, and he gave me a big...
Speaking of an eye.
Big slap on my back.
Yeah.
It's nice to see him, isn't it?
Yes. Oh, excellent. Talking about... In fact, funnily enough, we Brits will remember the handing out of the World Cup winning rugby medals here in 2003.
Oh, careful.
We remember how generously they were handed out. Here's Webster. He's hit on the pad. Brook on the back foot. There's a peel flag before wicket. The umpire says no. He runs down to third man.
We're in the wrong box here, John.
Well, I know. We're telling the story. I like John Howard very much. He loves his cricket.
Yeah.
He didn't look happy bunny handing out those medals, did he? No. And so we did talk a bit about that. Oh, having a review of this.
Oh, hello.
Brook was on the back foot.
Taking everyone by a bit surprise.
Webster liked it.
Yeah.
And Brook was on the back foot.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. Original on-field decision is not out. I have checked both feeds. Fair delivery, front on, please.
Brook's having a conversation, or trying to, with Carey, I think. He and Bethell are having a conversation. He stepped away a bit.
Nice and slow. Okay, would like to go to the artery, yes, please.
All right, is he struck outside the line of off stump or not?
I don't think so.
Did he hit it or not?
I don't think so.
Gap between bat and the ball. You can go to the ball tracking.
All right, where's this going?
On-field decision is not out. Impact in line. Wicket sitting.
He's out. He's out.
You need to check their decision.
Hitting Midland leg. Harry Brooks out LBW to Webster, who is convinced that was out. Yeah, not a great shot from Brook there. He got himself in a bit of a tangle. Same story. Got in, got out. 42. And there's a fourth wicket for Australia, with England leading by 36 runs. We'll see if Ben Stokes is going to come out and bat now, as the time has passed for the time that he's been off the field with his groin strain. Looking at that, though, well, he's got in a bit of a mess there, Tuffers.
Yeah, looking to cut the offie.
Yeah.
Looking to cut the big offie. Just landed in a Stark foothold and turned. Luckily, it didn't bounce. And as you said, he's got a little bit half cock, as we say, not quite forward, not quite back, and it's just done him for the pace off the pitch and slammed into the sort of the back thigh pad, the inside thigh.
Jamie Smith is coming out to bat, but the drinks are on the field. This is Grandstand on ABC Sport.
On the ABC Listen app, stream a wide range of free audiobooks from the likes of Kate Morton, James Patterson, Candice Fox and William McInnes.
A man's got to have a hobby.
No catch, no cost. Find free audiobooks on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
The Ashes.
Australia versus England.
It's on your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio and the ABC Listen app.
Webster comes in, bowls to Bethell. He does go down the ground and smashes him away into the leg side.
This is brilliant. Transforming.
That's the way to do it. And Jacob Bethell reaches his first Test century. And for all the England supporters who've watched this with broken hearts over the last few months, this is the future. His dad, I see, actually, he's just having a bit of a quiet cry in the crowd there. Wonderful to be here. And this young man's going to score a lot more of these. There we go. So, in fact, it's Will Jacks who's come out to bat. It certainly isn't Ben Stokes. The eagle-eyed Corbin spotted the 85 on the back. So Will Jacks, that's a bit of an odd one. What's happened to Jamie Smith then? He's carded to come in next.
I think he might be told off for the first dig.
I think that's it. He's got a naughty chair somewhere at the back of the back of the dressing room. He's sitting there, not allowed off it.
No.
Well, that could be true. Off comes the drinks cart again. They do keep ploughing on, those two, and they're determined that one day someone's going to take a drink. Anyway, off they come. And there's a bit of a bonus wicket, really, because funny enough, looking at the replay, Webster was his first indication to Smith, who was saying, what about a review, was it might have been a bit high. You see him with his hands going like that, which I suppose is what the umpire thought as well. Lovely emotional scenes watching Jacob Bethel's parents there up in the stands, watching their son score his first Test century here on a sun-drenched SCG. What a moment for that fam. 4 for 219 though is the situation. As Webster bowls and Jacks on the back foot, plays that away square into the offside, and there's no run.
Just got a bit of spin, didn't it? Spin and spun past his edge. He sort of opened the face and tried to ease it through point.
Webster again bowls. Oh, what's Jacks doing here? He's gone for a huge hit into the leg side. He's not caught, is he? What's this? Second ball. Will Jacks, promoted, has had a slog and caught it deep mid-wicket. What is that?
I don't know what that is. What sort of knock was that? Hold on.
England are 36 in the lead. They've got an injured captain. Jacks is promoted, and second ball he slogs Webster to deep mid-wicket. Nice catch, mind you, but what on earth that's all about, I have no idea.
Scotty Boland with the catch. Great catch, tumbling forward, but it's just biting out of that rough for Beau Webster, and he's bowling it in there at a nice sort of pace, and he's blocked one ball and then slogged it up in the air.
Well, not for the first time in this match, Tuffers.
Absolutely speechless.
That's speechless. I really don't know what to say. And now Jamie Smith does come out. Let's hear from Prash at Willoughby. He says, hey Aggers, thanks for your concern for the sports drink, guys. You'll be happy to know that my mate was one yesterday, and he managed an offload AdBlue, is it? No, a blue ice, no sugar, or AdBlue. That's what you put in your diesel cars. He offloaded a blue ice, no sugar, to Joe Root. Well, that's excellent, and well done, Joe, for taking it. Yeah. Like I say, but if you're drunk, if you're drunk on AdBlue, you might be in trouble.
Might have a bit of a tummy.
Anyway, there's a cursor in the wrong place there. Well, that
I don't.
I know, Tuffers. I know. Just tough as it's nearly ended. You can nearly draw the curtains.
Just a nice off spinner, outside off stump, into a little bit of rough. Second ball, have a massive heave and get caught deep in wicket.
And what does Bethel think? I mean, look at the way Bethel's batted.
Yes, exactly. Incredible.
Yep. So they're 5 down now. Jamie Smith has come out. And Webster moves in, bowls to him, and he leans forward and plays an off spinner back up the pitch. And yeah, there's no run.
That's not as bad as Jamie's first innings, is it? It's not far off.
Webster bowls, and that's tucked away, and the big man goes down and fields off his own bowl. Did you know, I've kind of given up considering this. No. I have.
You could put a few of those dismissals in a swag bag.
Oh yeah, you could.
There's been loads of them. That took me completely by surprise.
Well, me too. I didn't expect that.
No, nor did I. I didn't know. I thought the game had stopped or something.
He's Webster bowls, and Smith off the mark. He pushes a single out towards deep cover. He's going to be on strike. I think they know what he's going to get. from the fast bowler at this end. Lots of short stuff. Men set out of the deep. And there we go. So let's see what happens here. Stark has removed his cap. He's ready to go. I don't understand that, Tuffers. Honestly, seriously, I don't think anybody could possibly understand that. I don't think Jax understands it.
No, perhaps it's just completely scrambled mind.
There's talk, and I'm sure people have picked it up within Australia, that going forward, the thought is that Brendan McCullum, who's the coach, is going to have to accept that things have to be done differently. The bosses here, Richard Gould, and the chairman of England Wales Cricket Board. That's what the word is going forwards. But you look at that.
That's incredible.
Is that the way he's been told to play? Was it a plan? He's gone out ahead of Jamie Smith.
Where's the cricketing intelligence there?
I've no idea. But look at this. 3 out of the leg side trap. Jamie Smith on strike. And Stark goes round the wicket. He bowls to him. It's full. And Smith comes shuffling forward. Smith, who played the real horror shot of...
it's in the, what did you call it?
It's in the pantheon of horror dismissals in this series. It's actually at the top. Great word, pantheon, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Oh.
I know. Well, indeed, that's in there. The Jax, I mean, he's in there.
Oh, without a doubt. I'm saying that's probably number 2.
Does a pantheon have to be a certain size, Rick, or can it be actually expanded? I mean, this is a large pantheon, isn't it? Or is it just a pantheon?
That's beyond my pay grade, I'm sure.
Is it? Well, it's like having a semi-detached house and a detached house. I mean,
you need a mansion for this lot.
Wow. Smith on strike. In goes Stark round the wicket, bowls to him, and he plays that away from off stump again, just short of a length.
Well, I think that might be a plan. Because why would he come in front of?
Yep, Smith.
Yeah. I reckon he might have been told, right, go in there and really get after Webster. Really? But I don't know. But then I'm just trying to think. Why would he do that second ball?
Lead of 36.
Lead of 36. You've got a chap there on 100 who's fought and battled and played beautifully.
Run towards the danger.
Well, you may as well jump in the shark's mouth.
Yeah. Here goes Stark round the wicket again, bowls, and Smith once more has not had the short ball that he knows is coming. He's a compulsive hooker. There's 3 out there waiting. And that was a full ball again. Pushed away out to mid-off, polishing the ball. Good news about the drinks. I'm glad Joe Root took one. I think probably if you had to look at the England side and think who would actually be kindly enough to take one of their drinks, it would be Joe, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
I think it would. Stark rather, wheels round. They've had 3 balls in this over. Smith waits, bat raised, in goes Stark. Is it the bouncer? No, but it's short of a length, and he's pushed that away for a run to get off the mark. In fact, that's his second now out to cover. So Bethell down on strike, and maybe calm will be restored for a moment. I wondered, didn't you, the conversation when Jax walked out, it was a drinks break. You think Bethell might say, "Oh, a bit surprised to you, mate. What's going on?"
Yeah.
I thought the skipper was next, but he's got a groin strain. Well, I thought Smith would be next, but he's not coming. So what's he doing out here? Or I've come to give it to the off spinner. Oh, right. Okay, a bit surprised. We only lead by 36, you know. No, you watch this. Yeah.
See ya.
Well, see you later. Stark on the way, bowls to Bethell, short and wide of the off stump. There's no stroke from the left-hander. Taken by Carey behind the stumps. A little more life in the flags as the afternoon draws into late afternoon. Just fluttering now on the poles. A beautiful day. God, wives might have enjoyed themselves, Tuffers, down there at Coogee.
Oh, I hope we got some.
Wow.
I think they're upstairs on the top bit.
Are they?
Yeah.
At the pavilion?
Yeah.
It's not for some, isn't it? We'll just carry on working, you know.
Oh, absolutely. Sweating in this box.
Stark runs in, bowls, and Bethell drives him nicely along the ground to mid-off, where it's fielded by Head. So the end of the over, some eventful cricket going on there. And at the end of our little stint, it's 5 for 221. So England lead by just 38 runs. And we've got Corbin and Stewart coming in here.
This is cricket on ABC Sport.
Australia versus England on the ABC Listen app.
Head to the Sport tab for live coverage and analysis of the Ashes.
Thank you, Tuffers. Thank you, Aggers. 5 for 221, and Bo Webster on his way in with his offies as he rolls to Smith, who just stands up and drops the ball out on the offside. So Bethel's 100. That's a story in itself. It's his first class 100. Comes on in a test match is what I'm trying to spit out. Jamie Smith's there on 2. Webster a quicker one. Smith backs away and just, rather than a full-blooded cut shot, just plays with the horizontal bat out through point. The drama in the session has been caused by Bo Webster. He's picked up a couple of wickets. Brook for 42, and then Jacks for a second baller as Smith just pushes away again on the offside. Good afternoon, Saf.
G'day, Corby. G'day, everybody. Webster's picked up a couple of wickets, hasn't he? With his wily off-spinners. Bit of rough there for him to work with. Landing at the nice spot. Big man, 197, I think, or 202 or something.
Again on off stump, cracked away by Smith, out through cover for 4. So that's through the infield. Jamie Smith, his first boundary moves to 6. England's lead to 42. So England are 5 for 225, but the shorthand way of saying that is they're effectively 5 for 42 in what is now a second innings match.
Yeah, they're going to need to keep going for a little period of time here, otherwise Australia is going to probably do a number on him, aren't they?
Yeah. Here's Webster pressing forward. He beats Smith.
That's Doozer, I think.
Outside the off stump, playing a miss, prodding forward. Webster can't believe it. What do you make of his offies?
They're pretty good. He's got a couple of turns, bit of bounce. Well, he's going to get bounced. He's enormous. But yeah, he's wily. The odd ball's turning, the odd one's going straight on. It's late in the game. You'd expect that.
Webster outside. Oh, that pops up too outside the off stump. Turned and bounced. Back into the right-hander off his pad and rolls away on the offside. So Webster a real handful. 5 overs, 2 for 20. 5 for 225 for England. The lead is 42.
That one turned and bounced. That was that's ripped out of the rough. Look at that big puff of dust. That's Mitchell Stark's footmarks that you're bowling into there. Amazing. Be a big crater out there. If you went out there now, can't quite see it because it's not as brown as the wicket used to be, but there'd be big footmarks there, that uneven bounce. And as much as they sweep them and try and flatten them out with the roller, they're still there. Like the roller can't flatten them back down to nothing. And that's where Bo Webster's landing those balls, and they're just bouncing.
Bowling change here. Michael Neese is going to have a roll from our end. So we're at the Paddington end of the ground in the Noble/Bradman stand.
I thought they might do that with potentially Marnus Labuschagne to the Bethel. Over the wicket or around the wicket into the footmark created by the right-hander bowling. His leg is spinning back in, just on an even bounce.
Bethel's on 106. Neese is coming around the wicket to him. He's beaten outside the off-stump. A play and a miss. Slaps into the gloves of keeper Carey, and that looked like it just straightened. After the angle coming around the wicket to the lefty, and yet pitched and went past his outside edge and his off-stump into the gloves of the keeper.
Maybe a little bit of reverse swing, perhaps. It's the ball now. The ball's 50 overs old. It's pretty scuffed around. That surface would be pretty abrasive by now.
I was trying to allude to you, the replay's on, but it's a side-on replay. That's not going to help a whole lot. And he comes again, Neese with the keeper up. Bethel bat and ball here as he plays out to Head, who fields at mid-off. Just quickly on the men out today. So Australia all out 567. Steve Smith 138, added 9 to his overnight score. Webster was 71 not out, his 5th half century in Test cricket. And then England 183 behind on the first innings. So that was the first number they had to get to. Crawley let one go, was out leg before off the bowling of Stark. His back line of Nice is on his way in again. He bowls here to Bethel and plays a back foot punch out through cover. Labuschagne turns and chases it in front of the old green roof grandstands. Will be picked up by Weatherald, who moves around from deep point to do the fielding. The rest of that card, Duckett chopped one on 42 off the bowling of Nisa. Joe Root out for 6. LBW off the bowling of Scott Boland. And then Harry Brook, after putting on a neat partnership worth just over 100 runs with Jacob Bethel, he was out for 42. It's pretty low-key. Webster was only kind of interested. They decided to review, was given not out, and the DRS overturned it. Out for 42, Brook, LBW Webster. As Nice is in at the stumps, and a back foot leg glance there worked on the onside, fielded by Khawaja, who's got it at mid-wicket. And then 2 balls later, Webster soon had Will Jacks, who was out caught trying to play the slog sweep. Second ball for a duck, and Green took a superb outfield catch to give Webster 2 wickets in the innings and 2 wickets in the same over.
I was going to say, should we? At what point do we give player ratings? Do we do that? We should do player ratings.
Nisa outside the off stump and a back foot drive from Bethel to cover. 5 for 227. For the series or for the test?
No, series. Today, we probably should do that tomorrow morning early, unless you want to start picking off a few now. Let's start with England. I don't really want to do Australia at the moment.
Why are you a bit nervous?
No, I want to save that for tomorrow.
Okay.
What do you think? I'm just going to cow down and not give an opinion?
I was worried that Cat might have your tongue.
No, the tongue's still here.
Nisa around the wicket, bowls in at the hip of Bethel, bounces off his pad and runs away. I don't know if it came off his pad or came off Carey. He was up to the stumps. They're going to be buys. Came off Carey. So 1 more added. 5 for 228. Lead is 45. All right.
He did well then, Carey, just to stop that. It was way down leg side. Put his hand out, which takes he's got a sore finger, as we've already seen.
Yeah.
The Australian players, it's easy. They're all going to get 10s from me. 10.
Yes.
10.
5 for 228. The lead is 45. Let's
go play ratings. Come on. Let's
Crawley.
He hasn't got 100, has he?
5 star. I want his stars out of 5. So he's got, what did we work out earlier? Average 27 for the series, out 10 times. He's got 2 scores. Puts him in the top 6 leading run scorers in the series.
He averaged 27.
That's top 6 in the series.
2
stars.
What would you give him?
He might get 3 based on the fact it was a low scoring series, but
okay.
You're the analyst. Ben Duckett, he got his top score of the series today, which was 42.
1.5.
Webster, wide of the stumps, cracked away by Bethel, but there's a man out there, just a single. Greenfield's in front of the O'Reilly stand.
Yeah, 1.5 I'm giving him.
That's generous. If you're giving Crawley only 2 and you're going to give Duckett 1.5.
All right, okay, let me show. Troy's 2.5. I'll give you an extra half.
Yep.
Okay.
Joe Root?
9.
Out of 5.
Told you. 4.5.
Webster's on his way in. Back foot punch by Smith back to the bowler.
It's got to be 4.5. I think I could give him 5 out of 5, but I think it's going to be hard to get 5 out of 5 from me.
Harry Brook? I like a bit of a what might have been series for Harry.
It's an interesting one with Harry.
Webster. Almost chopped it back on. A lazy-looking shot from Jamie Smith, and in the end got a bottom edge. Almost dragged it onto his stumps, and the ball ricochets out towards backward square for 1. So Smith moves to 7, the lead to 47.
I think we would have been better off going out of 10. We could have done this.
Okay.
We could have. Let's go out of 10. So you get 5, 3.
So Crawley
5
out of 10. Duckett
3.
Root
9.
Cool.
Well, you're not giving him 9.
Wow.
Too
high. It's got two awesome scores.
Jesus, you're a bit hard, Arthur. 9. You got 9, mate. You got 200.
Harry Brook
6.5. I think he's got more in him. I think he's a good player.
Webster over the wicket to the lefty Bethel, who rocks back and takes the ball down towards mid-on, gets a single and calls Smith through. So Bethel to 110, 5 for 231.
Yeah, 6.5. What are you giving? What are you going to give?
Oh, I'm not a player ratings guy. So I think given the fact, you're a former Test cricketer, that's why you're paid to these opinions.
But if you think I'm wrong, tell me.
Yep.
I need your opinion too.
Okay, I can do that.
Yeah.
Will Jacks? Webster to the right-hander. Smith forward defends back to Webster.
Will Jacks bowling. Can't give you much for that. Thought he batted well in Adelaide. Dreadfully bad shot before.
He's got lots of starts.
3.5. 3.
Webster to Smith, who comes down the track and drives along the ground a long on for a single. The lead's up to 49. England 5 wickets down. Stokes still to bat. Hurt his groin earlier today. He was due to come in at the fall of the 4th wicket. He's been pushed down the order a couple of times already. It's the end of Webster's over. 4 from it. 5 for 232. England final session on day 4. Smith?
3. Mate, you know what? I would have given him more, but I'm just taking a point off for the shot he played in Adelaide.
Okay.
And I'm taking another point off for getting out to Marnus. You can't get 5 if you got out to Marnus.
Bethel? Small sample size?
Small sample size. I quite like the look of him. I'm going to give him a... He's got 100. Joe Root's the only other from England. Is it anyone get 100 from England? I don't think so. No. On a small sample size, he's a tough one because he's looked good out there and he's still going at the moment, so he could peel off a big one. I'm going to give him...
He's only played 2 tests.
2 tests.
Got a 40 in the second innings in Melbourne.
6.
Low scoring game.
6.
No. Too low.
Too low, you reckon?
Neesa's on his way in, bowls to Smith. Neesa slips over after delivering the ball, and Smith just keeps it down, defends to Khawaja.
7. Okay, I'll give him a 7.
7.5 trending.
7.5 trending, okay. Well, if he keeps going here, those numbers. So in his 2 tests, he's got a test 100 now. I'm okay. No, I'm good with that. 7 plus.
Stokes?
I'm going to give him a 7. You think that's high?
I think higher. I think he's played his heart out.
Yeah, but he hasn't. The numbers don't reflect that. He's played his heart. Effort-wise, I'm giving him a 9.
Smith's on strike. Neesa's on his way in. He's hit. Ball balloons up into the gully. You think 2 noises. An inside edge onto the pad. If he didn't hit it, it would have been pretty salmon. Not out. Lead 49 for England. 5 for 232.
Yeah, no, I'm sticking with 7 on that one. I think he's bowled well. I think he's batting. He's a bit... The Bazball thing, a bit confusing, so...
Stokes, 183 runs at 20. 15 wickets at 25. Gee, I thought he...
Bowling's been good. That's what I said. His batting's been a bit...
I thought he'd averaged more than 20. I remember, obviously, they had a couple of memorable knocks in that bunch. As Neesa's on his way in. Went at the stumps and defended by Smith out on the offside. He had that knock in Adelaide, didn't he, where... It was
good knock, but really
proper
round out an innings.
I didn't realise it was that skinny. That's probably fair enough, though. Ollie Pope, who unfortunately lost his place in the team.
2.
Yeah. The bowlers.
I think he's got more to offer, though. I think there's something about Ollie. Okay. I reckon he can play. Maybe not in Australia with the extra bounce.
I agree too. And maybe not at number 3.
Yes, I don't think number 3 is the answer.
Neesa to Smith. Whips it away. Does he beat mid-on? No. Scott Boland got a hand on it. Knocked it on. In rugby league terms, he goes back, collects, and they trot through for 1. So Smith to 9. 5 for 233. The lead's up to 50. So England effectively 5 for 50 in what is now a second innings game. All right, the bowlers. Cass, 22 wickets at 28. He is England's leading wicket taker.
5. Way too short.
Josh Tongue, 15 wickets at 21. He only played the 3 tests.
6.5.
6.5. Okay.
Oh, I could go 7. I thought he bowled well in Adelaide.
I think he's one of the few that
in Melbourne. Yeah.
Enhance his reputation.
Yeah, I think he looked good, son. I was a bit skinny with him.
Jofra, 9 wickets at 27 before he got hurt.
You know what, Jofra? I think Jofra's a wonderful bowler. But you can't... What's frustrating with Jofra is when the game was over, he bowled. He was a big, tough guy.
Neesa on his way in, comes around the wicket, bowls to Bethel, who drives into the ground. And Shane Fields at cover. The old crowd catch. 5 for 233 here as we about, an hour and 10 minutes away from stumps on day 4.
Yeah, he was a tough guy there in Brisbane. You know,
he was.
And it's unbecoming.
I thought he bowled really well. I would have loved to see what he was like if he actually had someone tying down an end with him.
And he wasn't using as just the stock bowler, just bowl.
Bethel on 110, lets the ball pass wide of the stumps. End of the Neesa over, just the one from it. England lead by 50, 5 for 233. Bethel's 110 not out. His first class 100 comes in a test match. Jamie Smith is on 9. Earlier today, carnage for England with Crawley out for 1. They got some mini partnerships going here and there, but they're a long way behind in the game. Duckett out for 42. Chopped one on. Root was judged leg before for 6. Brook leg before for 42. And Will Jacks slog sweep out to deep mid-wicket, caught for a second ball duck. They're the men out. So you give me a number on Archer?
No, I haven't yet. I'm going to go with 4.
Oh,
hang on. He's got 9 wickets at 27 and 3. He's got 3 wickets a test.
Way too low. Okay.
You sure?
Out of 10.
Well, he came with a reputation as being...
Webster to Smith, comes down the track and drives through cover point. It's a good shot. Nice use of the feet from Jamie Smith. Labuschagne runs back wholeheartedly and does the fielding. I think a couple there for Smith.
Potential-wise and the ability to knock teams over and all the rest. Yeah, absolutely. Big raps.
Yep.
Didn't deliver. And then you can't... If you can bowl 147s, 150s, you can't come out and bowl 132s. Yep. I didn't have the luxury of bowling 157s. I bowled popgun 132s. Right. He bowls 150s.
Webster tosses one up. A late cut here from Smith. That's a nice shot. There's protection back on the boundary. It's Boland. Ball gets to him. They turn for 2 and come back. So England's lead to 54. Smith to 13. All right, Atkinson. 6 wickets at 47.
Oh, thought he bowled better than that. What did they give Archer for?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm about the same.
All right.
Maybe 3.5.
Yeah, I thought Archer probably had a better campaign than Atkinson.
Well, his stats say he did.
What about Mark Wood? Remember him from Perth? As Webster outside the off stump and Smith is cutting to cover point. Can't get it through. Marnus, who fields. Only played the 1 test in the end.
Mark Wood.
Didn't get a wicket.
No wickets. I'm not sure he's troubling the scorers, is he?
No. Webster on off stump and defended away with Smith on the offside.
I'll give him a half for pace.
Yep.
But that's it.
I think he hit Cam Green in the lead at one point in Perth, and we're sitting around thinking, gee, the fastest attack to ever come out and tour Australia and everything else. And
West Indians.
Webster tosses one up, drive along the ground from Jamie Smith for 1. That was how it was built. It was built as, England have never sent an attack like this out to Australia. The quickest attack that they've sent this century, so on and so forth. But not to be.
Wouldn't mind them seeing Bowl Marnus or Smith put them all on the boundaries by wide hit up the air.
Shane from Ballin is with you. We need to give Marnus a bowl against Smith.
Like that, good plan. I actually wouldn't mind him seeing bowl leg spinners into the footmarks. See if he can get one to keep low or turn or bounce.
Webster's coming around. Bethel, the lefty, just whips it away through square leg for 1. So single off the last ball. Bethel to 111. The Lord Nelson. Smith's 14, 5 for 239. England lead the test by 56 runs, but in what is now a second innings game, effectively 5 for 56. How about this? Little commentary change. Ben Cameron is coming in next to join Stuart Clark on Grandstand Cricket.
ABC Sports coverage of the Ashes.
Australia versus England. It's on your radio,
ABC Sport Digital Radio,
and the ABC Listen app.
Who would have thought it? A spinner at the SCG.
And got 2 wickets. And got 2 wickets. I was talking to Stuart McGill a little while ago, and he was very, very disappointed that he wasn't seeing the spinner in action. But yeah, 2 wickets by Webster. Good to see. Wouldn't mind Marnus into the footmarks, try and spin it into the left-hander from Bethel. See what happens. Give it a try.
Michael Neser running away from the Paddington end. In and bowling now and letting it pass on the way through to the keeper is Bethel.
Yeah, okay. You've seen him run around. You've been busy, haven't you? You're busy these test matches out the back. And, then you're a bit on air and then, you're trying to keep everyone under control. And
it's like herding cats.
It's like herding cats. You got Buff running around doing his thing. You got me all over the place. Dizzy doing his thing. Tuffer's sort of floating in and out when he needs to. It's hard work for you.
The only one I don't have to worry about is Rick Finlay.
Rick's there all the time. He's like the Rock. Rock in the corner. Where's Rick in the corner?
Floating wide slip. Neser around the wicket to Bethel, who's on the drive without timing into the covers where it's fielded. A couple of short covers in position for the Aussies. So they've got the slip, the deep backward point, the backward point in what would be the ring or just slightly deeper in the white ball game. Almost a deep cover point, the 2 sort of catching covers, mid-off, mid-on. And then a deep backward square as well.
It's an old school field. It's like a slower ball, chip it up and cover.
Neser again and flashing Bethel, a play and a miss, and he whacks his bat on the deck.
This is the old school SCG on these wickets, that 2 short covers. If there's no pace in the wicket, drive at one and just chip it up to the man there, or maybe play across one, get hit in the pad. So Neser doing that sort of grunt work type role from the members' end.
Very nearly the Lord Nelson.
Well, that's Lord Nelson and your Lord, you know who.
Bethel on 111. Picks up his bat again as Neser approaches. He's driving this time, straight to the short cover, knocked down. And through the ring it goes, and they'll take a single. Marnus Labuschagne unable to field cleanly in there. 5 for 239. Bethel along to 112.
It's certainly turned into a real grind, has it now? The England lead by 57. 5 down. We don't know whether Stokes is going to bat. We'd imagine he'll have them. Can't imagine, though, when you have a groin injury or any sort of injury, right, so you limp off the ground, it's been early, you're icing. You sort of think that night, I should be right, but then you go to sleep that night, and then you wake up in the morning and...
That's when it hurts the most.
Yeah, and you get up and you go, oh, no, that's not good.
Over the wicket to the right-hander, Neser in and bowling, and hopping Smith. Able to fend it away on the onside.
There's trouble with the footmarks there. He's just big craters starting to form. You can see him, bloke with the old,
Tampa.
The Tampa man who'll come out and he'll flatten it out.
It's got a lot of airtime, the Tampa, over the Test summer.
Starkey.
My coffee every morning.
Starkey.
Into the machine.
He's on call when Starkey's bowling. He's just sitting near the edge there with his big malady-looking thing.
Lead of 57 for England at the moment. Carey up at the stumps. Short mid-wicket, regulation mid-wicket. 2 short covers. Neser in and bowling now, and Smith forcing off the back foot. Just to the edge of the square along the ground, straight to Marnus Labuschagne. He's energetic as always. That is the end of the Neser over. 5 for 240. Bethel on 112, Smith on 14. England leading by 57.
I think I saw Smith just rave out to Travis Head then to... It is very warm out there. We're sitting here now. We're hot.
It's warm at the front of the box, isn't it?
Yeah. So, well, it's where all the pressure is. That's why it's warm out here. You've got to be careful what you say. You've got to be thinking about things. You're on your feet the whole time. You got Rick's in the corner. He's banging stats at you. You're flying everywhere. But it's very warm out there as well. And the players are... it's this time of day that... This used to be a real test when you knew who's with you or not, because a lot of players, occasionally you'd catch them just looking up at the clock. You knew you were in for a long day when at 11:30 someone's looking for the clock and thinking, what time's drinks, what time's lunch. But now's when, it's now when the concentration goes. It's now when...
Travis Head into the attack, coming around the wicket, trying to sweep his Bethel. Off the pad, it trickles out on the onside.
It's now's the time where...
Guys start to drift a little bit.
You're drifting, you're thinking about what's for dinner tonight, what's on to dinner, where are we going. Back in the day, it was how many beers was I going to have?
Head in again, giving it some air. Bethel on the drive and beats the short extra cover, and they'll trot through for 1 along the ground. Down to the long off.
Back in when I first started in Buff's era, what time's the bar open? Should we get back to the hotel? We have a shower now. Straight at the bar, we meet there. Doesn't happen anymore. That doesn't happen now. It's very, very professional now. But back in yesteryear, it was a lot more social.
Smith on strike, so Head's going to bowl right arm over the wicket here to Smith, who's going forward and knocking it very nonchalantly down the ground. Single down to long on. The field will flip around again for the left-hander.
Back in the old days, can you imagine that, the two change rooms haven't changed at the SCG. So in the old, people would go, at the end of the day, you'd go and have a drink with the opposition the day of the game, every day.
Head in again, sweeping Bethel, through backward square leg. Along the deck, and Boland out there will run it in and fire it back. 2 more for Bethel, 2 more for England. 5 for 244, a lead of 61.
You go and you have a drink with the opposition, you talk about the day. You wouldn't be able to get from your change room across the other side in that bar now. Imagine the people there. And
Head bowls again, going back Bethel, a false stroke, a little inside edge onto the pad.
You stop for a selfie, you stop for this, photo here, photo there. You take about 4 steps. The other team had been gone home by the time you got there.
Slip in place, Carey goes down. Head to the left-handed Bethel, who's driving through the covers, well timed for protection in the deep. Big Bo comes around and fires it back, keeping it to just a single. Good work in the deep out there. 5 for 245. Bethel on 116, Smith on 15. That lead is 62. What's the path to victory for England here, Stu? Because we know about Bazball. They don't like to play for the draw. They play to win. That's what they speak about. Only 2 draws in the time under Brendan McCullum. So how would they be looking at it if they are eyeing a victory?
Well, the victory is going to come with, firstly, these two putting on a really, really big partnership and be batting tonight. So if they're batting tonight with an hour to go, they'll probably score another 40 or 50. They'll field out and maybe get a few more than that. So they're 115 in front, so they're going along all right. They've got to bat for the whole first session tomorrow, and they've got to play some more positive cricket without getting out. We don't know about Stokes, so he may or may not come out and play some shots. We're going to get 200 ahead and then try and bowl them out in the afternoon.
Mesa continuing around the wicket. Bethel on the square drive, but straight to the fielder.
This is the old 7-2 field, isn't it? We haven't seen this one. Wide outside off stump. Smith
just walking away from that. Sort of floating first slip.
And Bethel knows where the ball's going to be. He's not bowling anywhere near the stumps. So he's moving across the stumps. I don't know if he's got the old swing it back in late, try and trap him in front. But the Australians are going through very much different plans. They've gone away from the short ball stuff. They've gone to full and wide.
Nisa in and bowling again to Bethel. Shimmying across, he goes straight and he just gets it away, picks it off his stumps. Through square leg. It was nearly the 3-card trick from the Aussies. Bethel survives. He's on 116. England 5 for 246.
This is a good delivery, because Bethel came down the wicket and walked across his stumps. Michael Nisa saw it and fired it in full and wide, trying to hit the base of leg stump.
He very nearly outfoxed a young, precocious English batsman. So the field flips over here for Smith. With Jamie Smith, a floating first slip. Short third man. 2 catching covers mid-off. Nisa delivering now, and he's gliding it away through the gully. It was aerial, but nobody there. And down to the rope for 4. Another boundary for England. 5 for 250.
I'm not sure he meant to hit that there. He sort of almost tried to sway out of the way, and whether he was trying to glide that to third man or not, he got it into the gap very nicely. Went at catching height through the gully region. Big high back lift. I'll give him credit. He was trying to go over the top of slip there. Got enough bat on it to make it race away.
Leg side field, mid on, catching mid wicket. Forward square leg and a deep backward square. Nisa in now. Smith forcing off the back foot. Back foot drive down to mid-off. Fielded low down by Travis Head.
And whilst he's played some average shots in this series, I think he's a bit of a player of the future for them.
You like him?
Yeah, I do. I think... I'm not sure I've had him as wicket keeper. Everyone tells me that Folkes is the better wicket keeper in England. This guy looks like a fairly decent batsman, though. He looks like if he's given the sole responsibility of batting at 5, 6, he could do some... And he scores quickly too, so he can really take the game away from teams.
Nisa arrives again, goes full, just fending away from the body slightly there, Smith, but a successful defensive stroke into the covers. 2 catches away there, Labuschagne and Usman Khawaja.
How are you sweating there, big guy?
Oh, it's hot. It is warm, isn't it?
You're nervous.
Nah.
You're saying the wrong thing. Getting your inflections the wrong way.
Why?
Oh, he's got him. No, sorry. No, that was a dot. I'm a bit nervous. Are you right?
No, it's hot. It's warm.
Don't worry, man. It's okay. We'll sort it out. We're good. We've been through worse. Trust me.
There goes Nisa again. Rumbling in. Right arm over the wicket to Smith, who's just pushing back down the onside of the pitch. England leading by 67, 5 for 250.
I'm out, my friend. It's been a pleasure, an absolute pleasure commentating with you. I don't know if I've ever done it before. It's a first for me.
We did it in Adelaide last year.
Did you? Were you there?
Yep.
Oh, was that when Jimbo was sick? Maybe Jimmy.
Yeah, Jim went down with dysentery.
Dysentery or red wine poison, I call it.
Thank you, Stu. There is Stuart Clark. 5 for 250. Grandstand cricket on ABC Sport. Jason Gillespie about to step back in. It is warm down the front here, Diz, isn't it?
It is, Benny. Hello to you and Hello to all our listeners.
Travis Head is going to continue. Carey up to the stump. Steve Smith at first slip. Backward point, deep point. 2 covers as Head bowls and driving Bethel. Almost smearing it down towards long off for a single.
Geez, you do have a bit of a beat on here.
Little beat on, like you on the walk this morning.
I did, yeah. It was a schoolboy error. It's been a sweaty day. A beautiful day here in Sydney.
Head trying again, giving it some air, and Smith watchfully nudging back down the pitch.
Some decent turn there on this day 4 surface in Sydney. Who'd have thought?
In comes Head again with some air. Smith whacking it along the ground for a single. 5 for 252. 118 Bethel. Smith just working his way along. Gets up to 20. What's going on here? The beach ball is just bouncing around as Head goes very wide with his next delivery. Good take from Carey.
Beach balls always get taken by the security, don't they? And to the boos of everyone.
On the Bill O'Reilly stand. Head quick between deliveries. Goes again very wide. Quarter wide.
Oh, yeah, it's a shocking delivery.
Head will try again. Fires in another quick flatter one. Bethel statuesque as he lets it pass. What do you think of Head's bowling? You would have seen a lot of it. Dizzy, can he be better than a part-timer?
I think he is better than a part-timer.
Delivers once more. Bethel driving into the covers. Can't beat Labuschagne. And is the end of the over. 5 for 253. Bethel on 118. Smith on 20. England's lead is 70.
Looks like we're going to see a bit of Australia's 6th seamer.
Oh, you don't like this, do you?
I'll explain it again. The reason I blew up was because Australia had 5 seamers, including Cameron Green, including Bo Webster, and they'd barely been used. It just made no sense.
Yeah.
And then it blew up in my face because got a wicket.
And also
one of the silliest shots I've seen in Test history.
Now we're seeing Bo Webster, the off spinner.
That's well.
So the field spreads. We'll get to that in a moment because Marnus is on his way in. He's bowling here to Smith, the bouncer. The intimidator, Marnus Labuschagne, the enforcer.
It's clearly the Australians are playing to Jamie Smith's ego here. Is he going to take the bait?
So they've got a deep cover about
exactly
3/4 of the way to the boundary.
Where he was caught in the first innings.
Marnus right arm over the wicket with his medium. Smith fending at a ball wide of the off stump, uppishly through point. They've only got a deep point. And now the field will change for the set batsman in Bethel. How much will it change, though? That's the question. 5 for 254. Our England, Bethel 118, Smith on 21.
The thing for England here is they know Marnus has probably got 2, maybe 3 overs of this inning. That's it.
The field is spread again. 3 out on the leg side, 3 out on the offside. Marnus with his mediums, delivering to Bethel, who's pulling forcefully down into the ground. And the field skips around. They all know where they're moving to as Smith comes back on strike. So that deep cover that he was caught at during the first innings, deep point, looks like Steve Smith is moving into a gully sort of position. They've got a very fine third man, fine leg, deep backward square, deep square leg. And Cam Green is out towards the cow corner boundary. Marnus into Smith. And he defends. Marnus sprawling after it. He can't quite field it on the sprawl, and they'll take a single.
Wow.
For 256. Bethel 119. Smith's on 22.
Looks like Jamie Smith might have learnt from his calamitous dismissal in the first innings.
Don't get out to Marnus.
Jeez, he copped it, didn't
The
he?
Jonathan Agnew video clip was very good, wasn't it?
Yes.
You haven't seen it on the BBC social media. England's lead 73. Here comes Marnus again, around the wicket to Bethel, ducking under it. It is a heat wave that is hitting so much of southern part of the country. Melbourne, I think, feels like temperature earlier today of 44.
Yeah. Adelaide's been hot too.
Yep. It was 43 on Christmas in Perth. That was hot.
Yeah.
Got a little lacquer up there.
Were you sweating as much as you are now?
Yep. Marnus bowling again and pulling is Bethel. More. I was in the water. So 42 right now in Adelaide, according to John in Torrensville.
Oh, gee, that's close to where I live. In Adelaide. Mrs. G said it's going to be very warm today. On my walk in, I checked in at home and said it was going to be stinking hot, were her words.
It's like Bo Webster might be coming back into the attack, so I've seen enough of Travis Head.
Yeah, Travis Head was getting a little bit twist on the surface, out of the surface. Don't know how much off-spin Bo Webster's been bowling, but...
Coming around the wicket to the left-hander, angling in. He tucks it around the corner very neatly, Bethel. And he'll turn and come back for two.
But he's been very tidy, Bo.
Five for 259, Bethel on 122. He's on strike again. Quite a wide, fine leg, deep mid-wicket, deepish mid-on, mid-wicket as well. The beach ball is bobbling around, Webster firing it in. Bethel punches it back to the bowler. The security guard's got the beach ball.
No.
And he's departed the scene with it. Webster gives it some air. Bethel down the track and punching on the drive along the ground, down to long off. 5 for 260. Bethel 123, Smith on 22.
Good use of the feet from young Bethel. You can see why he's been so highly thought of, Benny, in the England hierarchy, England setup.
Smith facing up. Webster with his off spin. Down the track goes Smith. Very watchful forward defensive.
Getting a bit of purchase out of this surface. Bo Webster.
Webster trotting in again. Bowling to Smith, short and wide. He carves it away through the offside, through the covers, and it skips away into the rope. Short ball with width, and Smith puts it away.
Rocked back. He only had to beat. There was two fielders in front of the wicket on the offside. So plenty of room, plenty of gaps. So you see a change here. Benny Steve Smith's moving out into a cover. He's dropping Travis Head out to deep point.
That English lead up to 81. Webster bowling. Forward Smith, defensive.
Over drinks.
And that will be a drink. So England 5 for 264. Smith on 26. Bethel on 123. England lead by 81 runs. As we will have a drink at a very hot SCG. It's hot around the country. Corbin Middlemass will join Jason Gillespie on the other side of it.
The Ashes 2026.
Australia versus England.
It's on your radio
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
and the ABC Listen app.
Thank you, Ben. It's a bit warm, Diz.
You have to wipe the headset, wipe your chair.
What? He can sweat with the best of them. Ben Cameron. It is warm up here.
It is very warm. It is defence.
He's perspiring.
But it's not helping. He's wearing a black shirt.
No. It's shown up a little bit in various parts, but he's doing a great job.
He certainly is.
This is Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport. 0467920222, the SMS number. Drinks in the final session, so a much-needed hydration station for our cricketers out there in what is a pretty warm final session. The not-out bats, by the way, Jacob Bethel's on 123. This is his first class 100, so never previously had a red ball 100 until this innings here. He's 123 not out at test level. That's a pretty exclusive club to be part of. Jamie Smith's 26 not out. England lead the test by 81 runs. So essentially, they're essentially 5 for 81 is the shorthand of that in what is now a straight shootout second innings match. The crowd, by the way, 39,372. That was during the drinks break. So
great crowd.
Takes us over 181,693. And given the fact this match looks like it's going to go into tomorrow, that is a huge opportunity. They don't really sell day 5 tickets. And
Adelaide was about 220.
Yes,
223.
223.
So there you go. You can get the chance to get along tomorrow. And what a day to come to. So you could see a fair bit of cricket. Regardless, you're going to see the Australian cricket team presented with the urn, which
absolutely
there are always special days when that happens. So even if you're in the area and you're thinking about what you can do tomorrow, get down here. It's a day that, if you've got young kids in particular, or even if you're a big kid and you're a big cricket fan, to be able to see the team presented the urn is a day that you're going to remember. So that will happen tomorrow, regardless of what happens in the contest, whether it's a draw or it's unlikely to be that. But whether Australia win or England win, that the urn will be presented, obviously, at the completion of the Test match.
It'll be Usman Khawaja's last day as a Test cricketer tomorrow as well. So fans of Uzi, get down and give him a farewell.
Would you, to ensure he gets a hit, would you open the batting with him?
I mean, the focus is to win the Test match. So you do what's required to win the game. That's just my thoughts.
5 for 264. England lead by 81 runs. We're about 3/4 of an hour away from Stumps on day 4. Of course, we'll be down there for Grandstand at Stumps coming up. So Stuart Clark and Jason Gillespie join myself for that as Labuschagne bowls the first ball after drinks. It's short, is put away by Bethel. Pick up, throw at the bowler's end, a run out. Clean pick up, Weatherald got it towards Labuschagne. He whips the bails off at the bowler's end, and Jamie Smith is run out, short of his ground, out for 26. Now the Aussies are pressing for a 4-1 series win. England 6 down with a lead of just 81.
Wow, it's a nice piece of work from Jakey Weatherald. He moved quickly, didn't he?
Smith came 2/3 of the way down the pitch and then was sent back by Bethel. And the throw was right alongside the stumps. Marnus collected on the bounce, whipped the bails off, and Smith was barely in the frame. 26 run out, Weatherald after a 41 ball stay at the crease. And the skipper passes him at the gate. So here comes Ben Stokes, who walks out to bat at number 8.
How does Ben Stokes play this, considering he's got a groin injury? Darren Lehman's indicating at the back of the box that he'll probably just block.
Yep.
Obviously with Jacob Bethel in there. Take easy singles maybe, rely on boundaries. Yeah, that probably ends an underwhelming tour for the England wicketkeeper Jamie Smith.
Jamie Smith departs twice as much to the bowling of Labuschagne, even though it was a run out, but it was Labuschagne bowling again.
Little run out there for Jake Weatherald to be his first in Test cricket.
Absolutely. He moved very quickly to his left. Jake Weatherald is just in front of the square leg umpire. He moved beautifully, and it was an excellent throw, bounce throw to Marnus Labuschagne at the bowler's end. Good piece of work.
Always an unsettling feeling, but Bethell joined by his captain. The young man still on strike, gets a short one. He pulls it into the same spot. This time just backward a square and splits the two fielders. And Stokes is lucky to skip down the wicket with that bad groin. Bethell gets a single for it, moves to 124, but having just been involved in a run out, I think that's probably a pretty good indication to Jacob Bethell. There'll be very few singles, or certainly no quick singles, with Ben Stokes hobbled, but in at number 8.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how Ben Stokes plays this. Does he just defend, knowing he's got Jacob Bethell at the other end, who's well set, just grind it out, stay nice and patient, basically just block and block. We've seen Ben Stokes do that in his Test career to good effect.
It's been a tough series for him. Stokes awaits Marnus at short, and he ducks underneath it. And the leg side trap set. He's got this very unorthodox field we saw when Mitchell Starc came out to bat, where it's a 3-6 field. There's a man at point. He's 3/4 of the way to the boundary. The gully's almost a catching backward point. He's so wide. And then there's a third man, and they're the only 3 players on the offside. 3-6 field. And then there's mid-wicket, deep square leg, regulation mid-wicket, backward square, fine leg, short leg, as Marnus again digs one in short, and Stokes happy just to buckle over and weave out of the way. And of course, this pair had a little... I wouldn't have
interaction.
That's probably the way to put it. They had an interaction.
What were you going to say?
Something that wouldn't have been as apt as that.
Right.
And Marnus Labuschagne was out there batting. Stokes put his arm around him earlier in the test, back on day 1, as Stokes defends along the ground, and then just shuffles down the pitch, picks up a single, and he's off the mark. 6 for 266, calls Bethell through.
So it looks like he can run in straight lines a bit slowly. The test will be sort of getting onto the front foot or pushing onto the back foot.
Yeah. Stark's got him, I think, 4 times in the series already, Ben Stokes, and 13 times in his career as another short ball. And Bethell just weaves out of the way. All to wide. Balloon's a long way over his helmet, and Alex Carey was ready to go and retrieve the helmet, but he'll have to bowl it again, Marnus.
I suspect, Corby, that Marnus was brought on because Jamie Smith was in.
Gotcha.
And I just wonder if this is his last over.
Bring Starc back.
Yes.
Marnus around the wicket. Bethell, swivel pull shot. Fieldsman there. Big cry of no. Collected by Steve Smith at backward square, and that's the end of the over. So Marnus has bowled a couple of overs. 6 for 267. The England score effectively 6 for 84. That is the lead in the Test match. Hey team, Sam here, loving the coverage, helping me beat the heat here in Adelaide. Speaking of player interactions, I remember being a young kid when Jason was playing a Shield match for the Redbacks. I was keen to get his autograph and shouting, "Dizzy, Dizzy." He turned around to me as he walked past and said, "It's Jason, mate." Still got the autograph. Seems like Dizzy has stuck these days from Sam.
Yeah, that was the very early days of Dizzy. I wasn't quite sure I liked my nickname. It was thrust upon me. But once you get given a nickname,
that's it.
You're stuck with it, aren't you?
That's great.
Darren Lehman to the back of the box, so yeah, it's probably better than Big Nose.
You had a little, you had a similar incident yesterday, didn't you, outside the ground? As Bo Webster's on his way in, coming around the wicket, bowls to Stokes, who defends the tall off-spinner to cover.
Had this young fan come and say, "Jackson, can you please sign my bat?" Actually, my name's Jason. Funny enough, my son's name's Jackson, so yeah.
Silly point comes in underneath the nose of Stokes, who rocks back, cuts, caught. Smith takes the catch at first slip. Webster's got 3 with his offies. And the England captain departs for 1. England 7 for 267. Stokes goes for 1. And Australia's deficit is only 84, and they have 7 England second innings wickets.
That caps off a pretty rotten day for the England captain, Bo Webster. But innocuous delivery, short and wide. He's only succeeded in edging it to the safe hands of Steve Smith at first slip. As Ben Stokes walks off. Bitterly disappointed look on his face. He'd be hurting, England captain.
He's out for one, having faced 5 balls. Court Smith bowled Webster. 7 for 267. And all the while, Jacob Bethel, who came in at first drop, has faced over 200 balls. He's 124 not out. And we're into the bowlers. Bryden Cass walks out to bat. And it's Potts and Tongue, so down to 9-10 Jack in the batting lineup. Pete in Adelaide. My dizzy moment. This is a thing now.
Jeez.
I was getting married at Adelaide Oval on the day of the district final, so grade cricket final in 2006. We're having photos and a car drive past. The window goes down. Congratulations, the stranger says. There's a first ball here to Cass, who comes down the track, hopping at Bo Webster and defending on the offside. It was dizzy. Well, you're just a romantic at heart.
I don't remember it specifically, but no doubt it was me.
Yeah, sounds like something you do. Here's Webster in again, bowls to Cass. He lets it go outside the off stump. What do you made of Bo Webster's offies, by the way, today? So
solid.
Must be said, he largely bowls now in Shield cricket medium pace. He's really almost the first change bowler for Tasmania, and really since the COVID shutdown and his work with Adam Griffith, we've hardly seen him bowl spin. As Cass again just squirts a defensive shot away on the offside. Still one to come in the over. Rick, you'd be a good person to ask. You obviously watch him play a fair bit of Shield cricket.
Yes, initially he was bowling what we're seeing now. And for some reason, best known to himself, he's swapped to the medium pace. But he's...
Cass back defending on the offside, end of the over.
He's using some of those skills he learnt early in his career.
7 for 267, Bethel 124, Cass yet to score, and the man out in the over, Ben Stokes, looking to cut, thick edge, caught by Steve Smith at first slip off the bowling of Webster. All right, on the SMS, hey Corbin, Dizzy, I've loved listening all summer, wanting to pass on a massive thanks to Dizzy. 20 years ago, I chose to research Dizzy for a school project. I'd wanted more info than I could find online, so I sent him an email with more questions, and my 9-year-old self was very overawed and excited when Cricket Australia passed on the email, and I got a response directly from Dizzy. And we've also, just stand by here, Marnus is on his way in as he delivers to Bethel. It's short, he cracks away a pull shot along the ground. Out to deep mid-wicket for a single, so Bethel to 129. And she's also sent in the laminated response that she still has from Claire in Newport.
Oh, thanks, Claire. Very nice. Thank you very much.
Did you do many school projects for people back in the day?
Done a few. Like you get the odd letter or email asking for some questions for projects. Try to answer it as best you can. Yeah. Certainly don't want to give responses as War and Peace, but you try your best.
Cass on strike. He's got the bumper plan from Marnus, who stayed on here. So short ball ducking underneath that. Cass through to the keeper. Lead is 85 for England. 85. Doesn't feel like that's going to be nearly enough.
Cass can bat. No question. You got Bethel here on 125 not out. So still plenty of opportunity to score some more runs here.
Here comes Marnus on his lane again. Bowls another short one and balloons over the head of Cass, and wide has been signalled from square leg. As if the day couldn't get any worse. Injury to Stokes. And now you see that compounded a little bit by a run out, which sent him out there to begin with. Tough whole day for England. Headed towards a 4-1 defeat. Short, cracked away by Cass into the leg side. He's picked the gap beautifully here. Diving effort unsuccessful. Trying to whip it back in. Nisa goes sprawling into the rope and the Toblerone, as we call it. The padding on the boundary rope, 4 runs. So Cass off the mark.
Fantastic shot from Bryden Cass. At the top of the bounce. Well executed pull shot.
Marnus in again. He bowls to Carse, who drops it out on the offside, takes a single. Leads up to 91. Bryden Carse. 30-year-old that has... He's got one Test 50. I think from memory.
Has he got any first-class
hundreds? He certainly does. Let me look this up quickly. I've got this here somewhere. Not that many pages of paper here. Carse. This is Bethel, who rocks back and just dabs the ball away through backward point for one. Settles on the single. He's got 2 first-class hundreds and 6 50s in red ball cricket. Bryden Carse with a high score of 108 not out in first-class cricket. His top Test score is 56.
So he can certainly hold a bat.
Had to get the whiteout out on my scorecard, so...
Yeah, it's a busy scorecard, that.
It's a day four clanger. In the same field, and everyone back behind square. Very few straight. Marnus with the bumper plan. He bowls a short one outside the off stump, and Carse lets it go through. It's the end of the over, so the lead is 92. England effectively 7 for 92. Bethel's 126 and Carse on 5. Half an hour away from stumps on day 4. The Aussies on top here at the SCG. Double change to take you home, Darren Lehmann and Ali Mitchell.
This is cricket on ABC Sport.
Australia versus England. 5th Test.
Live from the SCG.
On the ABC Listen app.
Head to the Sport tab for live coverage and analysis of the Ashes.
A warm day here in Sydney. Around the wicket, a little bit more spin. Sweeping is Bethel here for 4 behind square. Very well executed shot. With Beau Webster continuing here, having picked up 3 wickets. Now Buff.
Off spin.
Off spin.
Yeah, spun and bounced the last little bit, which he was always going to. But he's bowled quite well and aided by a couple of indifferent shots, a silly run out.
Bethel is now on 130. Faces up again here, playing out through the offside. Bounce into the hands of Neser at backward point. Steve Smith is there at slip. He's making a field change now, sending Weatherald from mid-wicket back into the deep and then pulling deep mid-wicket around to deep backward square. In fact, it's going 2/3 of the way back, not all the way to the boundary at deep mid-wicket. Webster around the wicket again, working this along the ground to long on. Bethel jogs through for 1.
They just can't afford a wicket for the rest of the evening, England.
No, the lead's only 97.
And they'll score quickly like this, so they'll get it to 20 or 30. So it'll be 120, 130 at stumps, roughly. But they can't afford to have any more wickets.
Another 25 minutes. Fired a little bit quicker. Shout of catch it towards short leg, but the ball drops harmlessly on the edge of the pitch. Evading Travis Head under the helmet there. So Carse survives. It's there on 5 from 9 balls faced. Over the wicket here to the right-hander, reaching forward. Single being taken to mid-off. Picked up by Stark, and they're safely through. What a horrible run-out that was. I mean, they're never pretty, are they, run-outs? But
no.
For it to be Jamie Smith gone as well, yeah, it's not been a good series for the youngster.
Yeah, he's struggled, hasn't he? I mean, he's got a lot of talent. We know that. We've seen that.
Webster around the wicket, and Bethel is back cutting, chops into the ground and into the hands of Labuschagne at extra cover. End of the over. 7 for 281. England's lead is 98. Bethel on 131. Carse on 6. Yeah, the 2 wickets in 3 balls. As Brook was LBW to Webster with his off spin. But then Jack's 2 balls later, a horrible slog out into the deep. Second ball that he'd faced, and a very good tumbling catch by Cameron Green. But that always just sends a bit of panic, doesn't it? 2 wickets in 3 balls for no run, and out comes Jamie Smith to partner Bethel. The run out happens. Smith gone for 26, and then Ben Stokes, struggling with that groin, came out to bat. Didn't look comfortable, did he? The couple that he ducked under seemed to give him a little bit of pain, but then one that bounced a bit and fenced to Smith at first slip, giving Webster his 3rd wicket. So Stokes finishes his series on 0 and then 1 as Travis Head's continuing here, and the back foot cast trying to stroke it out towards the covers, finds green, and there's no run.
And the average is slowly going down, aren't they, all their batters in this last test match? Obviously apart from Root and now Bethel.
Head moves in, flatter delivery, reaching forward cast, defends up towards mid-on.
They're actually trying to get their over rate back, aren't they?
Well, they were -6, so they're now -3. So between Travis Head and Bo Webster and a bit of Labuschagne, they are moving in the right direction. Head over the wicket, use of the feet here, cast, drilling it down the ground for 4. Along the ground it goes towards us. And a forceful shot executed well.
It's almost like they're trying to get through. Hopefully they pick up, which they have. They've picked up those 3 wickets sort of from nowhere. So it's been a good ploy. You don't want to give too many runs away either. Catch 22 for the Australian team. They don't want to be chasing a nasty little 180, do they?
Head goes in, pulling it across the line this time, cast out to deep mid-wicket. The ball runs from bright sunshine into the shade of the Barongal stand where it's swept up. And another one is added, 7 for 286. The lead 103. What in your mind is a nasty little run chase on a 5th day?
Oh, 180 to 200 will be a nasty one. Because 200 is still going to take them close to lunch, isn't it? On the 5th day. So you only have 2 sessions, so...
Around the wicket, going back, pulling across the line, and should go for 4. Mid-wicket up, runs into the boundary rope. So this certainly does help that lead.
No Stokes, of course.
No Stokes to bowl, we assume. I mean, he's come out to bat.
What we're seeing out here. Yeah.
No spinner. No Stokes. Bethel might spin a few.
Well, I mean, it could,
have one of those games.
Around the wicket here too, the left-handed Bethel's going back, covering up, Head fielding off his own bowling. Ends the over here from Travis Head, 7 for 290. The lead is 107. Rick?
A bit of history about first innings leads here. This 183 is actually the 3rd highest Australian lead at Sydney over England in test matches. The other 2 are actually in the same series in 1894-95. And the first one of those, England in their 3rd innings made 437, setting Australia 177 to win, and they bowled them out for 166. So they turned that one around. And the other one that was a first innings lead of 261, by the way, which is a huge lead. The second one, that series, 219, Australia went on to win that one by an innings and plenty.
So you're saying there is a portent, there is a
precedent.
Precedent, yes. Right, England have got to stay out here for much longer yet. Pots and tongue still to come, but certainly when it comes to bowling and defending, or who knows what they might get up to, trying to take Australia wickets for a win even. At the moment we're going into the final day with win, lose or draw on the cards, you have to say.
And tie,
get up to well.
Say.
Outside the off stump, Webster's continuing here. Carey with his helmet on up to the stumps for the spinner, and Steve Smith there at first slip, short leg there, and now Travis Head is trotting back to deep backward square, looking right into the lowering sun here. Outside the off stump, cast stretches for it. The ball rolls out to the offside. Picked up by Nisa, wearing the baggy green cap. I think the baggy greens are very woolen. They'll be hot on your head on a warm day, aren't they?
Yeah.
Webster in again, full low, full toss. Oh, it's gone through the hands of Webster. It's drilled along the ground. Should be cut off in front of the sight screen. Oh no, it's gone for 4. Who was that tracking across at the far end? Kawaja couldn't reach it.
Uzi's in retirement mode. He probably should have got that, to be fair.
The ball
he might not have picked it up quick enough. Yeah, but he hit it hard to go through, bust through Bo Webster's hands and end up for 4.
Well, we've seen Cast used as a pinch hitter in this series once already, haven't we? He does hit a firm ball, and he does so again. This will go towards Kawaja at long on, and he jogs forward as the ball rolls gently towards him, and Cast has picked up another one. 16 he's on to, 7 for 295. England, the lead 112, and the field moves around again for Jacob Bethel, who brought up a quite stunning maiden test century, maiden first-class century in this test match, and his family up in the Barongal stand very emotional.
Yeah, as you would be.
Yep. That as a father, watching Jake even as Webster is in. worked into the leg side. Vacant area there, and Bethel able to take a gentle one out into the deep.
Final crowd today of 42,864. Ellison bringing the crowd for the match 185,000, which is 1,000 less in 4 days than what Melbourne had in 2 days.
Less than 4 days. Right, we are big old stadium.
Yeah. But it's still a fantastic crowd, isn't it?
Yeah, the atmosphere has been tremendous throughout, hasn't it? England fans now still up on their feet. Carr stretching forward, defending to smother the spin back up the pitch. Ends the over from Webster, 7 for 296 in the lead, 113. But we've seen Bethel's talent, that is for sure.
I think there's enough from Steve Smith here. I think he'll go as he is, bowling.
Back to pace.
Go back to pace now. They've caught up their overs. They've done
still -3, but
it's probably going to catch up a bit though, isn't it? What have they bowled for the innings so far?
70.
70, and they had that's bowled 87 in the day or so. We're going to miss out on a few overs.
They still need to take the wickets though, don't they? When you talk about an awkward run chase, the lead 113. If he started to leak at the end of the day now in the last 20 minutes.
No, that's right. And you really want to keep it tight, because in the morning you're going to have 3 or 4 overs, you have a new ball again, aren't you?
That's right, yeah.
So they want to keep it tight now, not leak 40 runs, 50 runs. But we've had so many thrilling finishes on day 5 in Sydney where the total hasn't been much either. The chase and Australia have faltered. So there is that case where it really rests on Bethel, doesn't it? Cast is playing his shots, which is probably the way he has to play, which the more runs you get, obviously there's a better opportunity to win the game, but also save the game. Bethel's just going to keep playing, hope Cast gets 40 or 50, really.
Well, here's Bethel then as Boland returns. Oh, and a little feather, nearly outside the off stump. Chased after it. Kind of a waft, really. Not a lot of footwork. And swing of the bat through to the keeper. A change of bowling can do. Unsettle Bethel and shift him out of the concentration zone that he was in. But throughout his innings on the way to the 100, he really played the seam beautifully. Boland, though, has bowled beautifully throughout this match. Around the wicket he is again. Forward comes Bethel. There is a run here because Bo Webster is pretty deep at mid-off. And in the end, it's Weatherald who comes in from the deep to field. So another one.
England have been humming along at 4.2 runs and over for this innings.
Good rate of scoring as ever. Yeah. Despite the wickets, though, tumbling. That's what's costing them.
Number 3's played well, hasn't he? What's he now? 137 off 215. Played some really good cricket shots. Brooks scores quickly.
I think what would have been interesting is seeing how Bethel would have gone against high quality spin on this pitch if, say, Nathan Lyon was fit and was playing. In goes Boland, edged and caught by Smith at first slip. That's the end of Bryden Cast. England at 8 down. Their lead is only 114, and it's Boland. The change of bowling, he's been brilliant.
It worked. The skipper's done everything right today, hasn't he? Pulled the punches, managed to. The only one that's really negated him is Bethel and Brook, who played very well, but Cast trying to play his shots. Good ball, bowling back on. He's been miserly today, 2 for 31 off his 16 overs. He's bowled excellently. Front foot defence. Smith takes an easy catch for him, and Boland's just having an outstanding series. It's been excellent throughout and very well done. It's a key wicket now. You've got Matthew Potts coming in for England. Is the last. He can hold a bat for all our listeners there. He can actually bat, so they'll have to bat for about an hour and a half, 2 hours now. That's a big wasp, but he won't play too many shots. He'll just defend, won't he?
15 minutes to get through to the close, but try to give the strike to Bethel as well. This is, again, the art that Bethel will be learning of test match batting with the tail when he's the set batter. And there's still a lot of runs that are needed by England, but Australia turning this really, and it felt like that turning point was 2 wickets in 3 balls from Bo Webster. A horrible shot from Jacks and the run out of Smith. Webster again with his off spin, a sharp catch by Smith at first slip. The change of bowling now for Boland, and wickets have come pretty quickly late in this third session. Well, they might not even need a second new ball.
No, they won't. Well,
10 overs away, who knows?
Yeah, they might. Well, to be fair to Potts, he can actually defend and play well enough to keep them out there, keep them working hard for his wicket. They need to get through these 15 minutes unscathed. Don't worry about the runs at the moment. Just get through and get it to 2 tomorrow. 8 down, 114 in front. What did Australia chase against South Africa that year? Was it about 111 and lost, I think it was, against South Africa?
Potts facing up to bowl and the keeper standing up and out to the offside. I mean, is Potts... Should Potts be acting like a night watcher now and take all the strike to keep Bethel there for the morning, or does he want to get Bethel on strike so they can add to this lead while they've still got a chance to?
Well, Bethel looks quite relaxed. He's just playing, isn't he? So he might as well keep taking the singles and take the runs because they're still important. Yeah. And then Potts takes the rest of the deliveries.
Here is Boland. 2 slips down the gully for Matthew Potts. Length ball, shouldering of arms. It thudded into the gloves of Carey. Not a clean take. The ball dribbling away into the offside, a dot ball. Rob on the SMS. Rick, here's one for you. We've seen Steve Smith take another couple of slip catches here. So where is the Smith versus Joe Root catching contest at?
Funnily enough, I was just looking at that. I'll be with you shortly.
Great minds. All right, we'll come back to you on that. 2 fielders in the deep on the leg side here. Boland into Potts, and he clips it nonchalantly along the ground out to deep mid-wicket, but turning down the single. So it's the end of the over, so Bethel will be on strike for the start of the next. So he's on 137. He's got to try and eke up this total as much as possible. The lead 115, but with England only 2 wickets remaining in their second innings.
That match against South Africa, Australia chasing 117 to win, bowled out for 111.
That's right. That was a great game. Although the wicket was a lot worse than this one. Spun quite a lot and a bit up and down.
And they had Fanny de Villiers.
Yeah, he got all the wickets, didn't he? 6 or 7 wickets.
6 for 43. Yeah.
Well, as you might imagine, with Bethel on 137, the field is spread and they want to have a bowl at Matthew Potts, but let's see how Bethel deals with this. There is 1 slip and everyone else is in the deep, and he strokes it out and refuses the run out to deep cover. What do you think to this, Buff?
I get it. He's just trying to get through tonight, and he's not worried about facing. He's in good form. He's played well.
Can he find a boundary? Use of the feet, but doesn't connect cleanly. Almost looking like he was trying to just deposit Bo Webster back over his head down to the sight screen.
Interesting one, isn't it? Because he's trying to score a boundary.
Mid-on, he's very deep, 2/3 of the way back. He fielded that ball. He's just been asked to come a little bit finer. Webster around the wicket here too. Bethel, who's on the drive gently out towards extra cover again. No run taken. And there's ample time for one, but he's not willing to leave Potts on strike. What are we now? 3 balls into the over. Bethel awaits, and Webster goes in, uses the feet. Again, out towards deep extra cover, no run. He's got to get a single in the next couple of balls.
He can't afford to get out. He's got to be there as well tomorrow, so he doesn't need to slog. Just take the one now, get down the other end.
Webster in again. Cuts again out to deep cover and now does take the single. And will leave Potts with just 1 ball to face. 8 for 298 as the field changes around for the right-hander. The lead's 115.
Steve Smith 215 catches. Joe Root 216.
Oh, right.
Wow.
So Smith needs he could level, could pass him.
2 of the great catches in the world modern game, aren't they?
He's furiously directing traffic here. He's waving his arms as Smith at slip. For Potts here, they've got a short leg slip and a first slip. And Khawaja has been asked to come in off the boundary at long on. Potts is stroking it out into the vacant area through the covers and saying thank you, that'll do, dot ball, and we'll leave Bethel to face up the start of the next over on 138. Well, here's a... Who used the word miserly? Did you use the word miserly?
I don't sound so surprised. It's a bit harsh.
I've just seen an SML. I didn't know the context of it.
I did. I can't remember how I used it, but I did use it.
Well, the reference, you must have been on with Jim then, were you? But
No.
have you been using your thesaurus? Jim should be proud of the word miserly.
He was, yeah. It was, I might have been on with you. It was about Scott Boland, wasn't it? When they got the wicket. He's been miserly.
Exactly. There you go. 8 for 298. Bethel 138. This next one is from Sam from Launceston. My second dog was called Dizzy after Jason. A dog SMS, this is good. My first dog was Jonah after Dean Jones, and now we have a dog called Ricky. Maybe the next one will be Buff. There's Sam. Around the wicket, Boland here, chopping it away out towards deep cover. Bethel again turning down the single, so again everybody in the deep except for Steve Smith, who's alongside Alex Carey, standing back here to Boland. Now, interesting, Travis Head and Bo Webster have just switched positions from deep mid-off and deep mid-on down the ground.
No idea why they've done that.
I have got a great word for you, though, Buff.
Have you?
Dog-related, it's just reminded me.
Oh, this is good.
Here is Boland around the wicket to the left hand off the back foot. Scampering one because he wants two. Turning, coming back into the deep backward point. He's running his bat in and the throw is good, but Bethel, his running is even better. Well judged too. I like it. It's been busy pushing the scoring along and brings up the 300 for England in their second innings here. 8 for 300. The lead 117 and Bethel now up to 140. So he's surpassed Steve Smith's score in this match, who made 138 earlier, adding only 9 to his overnight score. What 100 it has been. And he faces up again, Bethel. Takes for Boland, around the wicket he goes, and Bethel is moving the side edge into the leg side, and there's no run. Bit of trivia to start with, which will lead me into this.
Okay.
I'm not really expecting you to know the answer to this, but a breed of dog beginning with the letter X.
Cross. No.
Answers on the SMS. Someone will be Googling it, I'm sure.
Someone will be good. Answer on the SMS.
I mean, it's a great sort of pub quiz question because it's so unusual. People just don't know.
Really?
Boland around the wicket. Off the back foot away towards deep cover once again, and no single taken. So I'm normally on with Stuart Clark at some point during the day, and we've been talking Crufton, we talk about dogs, and I've started to give him a dog factoid. And I haven't been on with him today, so we've missed out on the factoid, but I did have this one up my sleeve, so I feel at 6 minutes to the close that
have we got any
time to bring it out.
SMS, help us, 0467 920 222. Let us know. X, starting with X, is it?
Starting with X.
Dog breed.
Boland around the wicket, pulled out towards deep mid-wicket, trying to bisect the two fielders for the 4, but it is swept up, and so happy to take the single with one more ball left in the over for Potts to face. 8 for 301, the lead up to 118.
Oh.
I'll tell you at the end of the over. There's only one more ball to go.
Oh, no.
Do you want to keep it going? We've got a few minutes. 0467 920 222.
Someone will know out there. One of our listeners.
Breed of dog beginning with
I've got no
X.
idea. I've got Cross. I can't get my head out of Cross.
So with Potts on strike.
Something like Xavier or something. Xavier Cross.
2
Terrier.
slips and a gully, cover in place. Potts waits. Boland is in over the wicket, into the pitch and into the hands of Boland, who then just tosses the ball away. That's my overdone, he says. The 2 runs coming from it, taking the lead to 118. These two are managing the situation well out there at the moment, led by Bethel. And there's the official attendance that's come up from on the screen, 42,864, as Rick was talking us through earlier. We're getting a couple of suggestions in on the SMS.
Zolo?
It's the first part of the name. Oh, Tony in Warrnambool has got it.
What?
So I won't give it away just yet.
Wow, wait.
And then, Buff, you can try to pronounce it.
You're going to make... hey, Ali, that's a bit cruel.
I wasn't the one that brought up the thesaurus. Didn't even say it myself then. 8 for 301. Around the wicket. Oh, he's made some room. Stepped away. Could be caught in the deep. No, he's not. Drops short of green. This is Bethel looking to try and clear the boundary. Well, it's a single.
Zolo
taken early in the over.
Suinti.
I need to spell it for our listeners.
All right, yeah, it's hard.
XOLOITZCUINTLE. And we'll come back to that in a moment.
Well done, Tony from Warrnambool.
Got a slip and short leg here for Matthew Potts. So Australia have got 5 balls here to bowl to Potts if they get it right. And a bid to try and get England 9 down. Here is Webster in, and Potts, the back foot, forces it back up the pitch into the hands of the bowler. Field all up on the offside, back at point cover, mid-off. Got mid-on, mid-wicket, fine leg. One fielder back in the deep. Is it deep mid-wicket? Being asked to pull a little bit squarer in front of the Barmy Army, who is singing away in the evening sun. Potts drilled back up the pitch now. Was that Ariel Webster got a hand to it to save any runs? Deflected away towards Khawaja at mid-on.
Well, they've hung in there quite nicely, haven't they, England today? Last little bit's been poor with that short spell of 3 wickets.
Webster in, Potts forward, works it towards Khawaja there at mid-on, who fields safely, securely. Carey claps his hands, gloved hands above his head. Potts settles over his bat once again. 2 more balls to come in the over. Webster a little bit quicker this time on inside edge, squirts past short leg on into the ground and fielded by Travis Head. And a couple of moments brewing. There's a couple of more expansive shots being attempted by Potts, but he just needs to keep this one out from his perspective and allow Bethel to be on strike for the start of the next over. Steve Smith is he asking for another leg slip? Will this be? Yep, and Labuschagne has moved in, so 3 around the bat. And a tall figure of Webster with his off-spin here. Potts keeps it out on one leg almost. And so Webster has seen out another over. 8 for 302, and England's lead 119. Potts has faced 10 balls yet to score, but his mission is to stay out there with Bethel and try and get this lead up for England. Australia in the hunt for 2 more wickets before they'll know exactly what they're going to be required to chase if they're to win this match. Z-O-L-O, how do you reckon that would be pronounced?
Well, I've only got Zolo, but obviously it's not.
Close. So it's actually, the dog is a Mexican breed.
Right.
It's a Mexican hairless dog as well, which makes it pretty unique. So it's quite rare.
Yep.
And it's pronounced Xoloitzcuintli.
Say that again.
Xoloitzcuintli.
Oh, okay.
New over. Bethel on 142. Boland's around the wicket, and it's left alone by Bethel. Through to Carey it goes. Yeah, part of the utility group of dogs. So the dogs that sort of don't really fit into any other particular category.
Okay.
It's got pointy ears, totally smooth body, and it comes in 3 sizes. So I get a miniature one, an intermediate one, and a standard Xoloitzcuintli.
There you go.
So you can add that to the maybe thesaurus list of words.
Thesaurus list? Well, okay. That's a hard one.
Boland moves in. He goes, defence by Bethel, steering it out calmly towards Travis Head. Jogs in from his position at long off. Well, it's been a really interesting day. It's obviously been quite a fast-moving day, hasn't it? Because at the beginning of the day, Steve Smith was batting overnight. Australia were 134 ahead. He added only 9 to his overnight score, though Webster, who's now taken 3 wickets, made a really well-worked 71 not out. Boland around the wicket, looking to drive. Skews away out towards deep cover off the bat of Bethel. Another dot ball. He's looking to get through to the close here, just a couple of minutes left.
11 wickets for 351 runs so far today. Probably not many more to add to that.
Yeah. But the game has certainly taken its... it's moved into its 3rd phase, and we're about to move into the 4th, aren't we, in the final phase, to know exactly what the situation will be for Australia. At the moment, Bethel and Potts doing a good job of holding them up, and they're looking to come back and continue batting tomorrow. Bethel waits. Boland is in a little straighter that time. Defence again from Bethel, who's played an innings far, far beyond his 22 years. When you look at the way some of his teammates have played and throughout the Ashes as well, you wonder really how close England were to playing him in Perth, if at all, or if it was just always, Pope is our man, because he was throughout the summer.
I think they were always going Pope, but you can see why they some people in some quarters would have pushed hard for him to play. He's been excellent in a couple of innings he's played so far.
And so many people now have been able to see why, and I think that was a big frustration with Bethel. Nobody really knew. As Boland is in, quicker delivery goes through him and to whip it down the ground and through to Carey. It's gone over the wicket from Boland here to Bethel in the final stages of the day's play.
That would have kept it off. They're going to take their time. They're going to make this the last over, I reckon.
Wasn't too far away from off stump as it fizzed through. It's a gentle trudge back to the end of his mark for Scott Boland here. 5:55 p.m. Field's now coming up as well. Steve Smith similarly taking his time to set the field.
Bethel is actually the 9th youngest Englishman to make their maiden test century, pushing Michael Atherton into 10th place.
I fear there's going to be some pretty good names that Bethel will pass in the course of this career. Last ball of the day, Boland into Bethel, nearly edged behind. Well, Carey has one hand up. I heard a noise, but the appeal has died away. Boland looked interested to start with, but then not so. But wowee, well, we've seen a star born here at the SCG with Jacob Bethel living up to the promise and the hype. And he's going in 142 not out. Albeit the team situation, not a great one for England. 119 runs is the lead, but Australia could have had the game so much more advanced if it wasn't for him holding them up. And a maiden first-class 100 in this Sydney Test match. So England at the close, 8 for 302. 5 overs until a second new ball be available if that's required by Australia to try and wrap things up in the morning. And then we will have a full 90 overs on day 5, Buff, to play with for whatever chase this is going to be for Australia. The lead 119, but Jacob Bethel, this day feels like it's now about him, despite we had the Steve Smith with his century yesterday. What a treat. It's going to get a marvellous ovation here, I'm sure, because the crowd here have seen a very special talent come to the fore today.
Oh, take a bow, young man, because the first class 100 happens to be a very big Test match 100, 5th Test here in Sydney. Played beautifully, well beyond his years, as you said, 22 years old. Has all the strokes. I don't think Australia bowled too well to him early, but he didn't allow them to bowl well either. Matthew Potts did a good job at the back end to get through unscathed, but 8 down, 3 wickets lost in that, or 5 wickets lost in that session for 128, I think, Rick, and that really was the session where we had the bad run out of Jamie Smith. He's had 2 bad dismissals this year, and then all of a sudden we've had the other blokes get out to a cut shot Stokes, the big slog from Jack, so it was, a couple of big dismissals there.
Yep, a big day for Jacob Bethel. The match, we know roughly where it's going to be turning towards in the morning.